You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? It's Friday. We made it. Hey, what's going on? Everybody filing in? What's happening out there? What's going on? All right. Who's out there? We got Eric. Hey, what's going on, buddy? We got Andre here, Mr. Nicotina. What's going on? Let's go. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Indeed. We made it through another week. We're good. What's going on, Mr. Abel? Good to see you. Well, someone's having fun. Whee! Yeah, sounds good. All right. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Hal? You dig the new background? I know. On a Friday, they drop that. It's like, come on. Really? On a Friday? It's like, all right. I mean, that just tells us that they're going to be shooting tomorrow or this weekend or sometime or the next week with that Batgirl costume. So I'm sure that'll be a topic of discussion later on. What's going on, Mr. Alexu? How you doing? You doing, Mr. Fear Jason? Howdy. Yo, what is up? Mr. Jose, good to see you as always. We got Mama Film Junkee here. Hi, Mom. Yeah, I think, this is a good second guest that we're having. You were the first guest, Mom, of 2022, which was was so fun. What's going on, Mr. Chuck? Props to hooking up. Yeah, looking forward to talking to Steve. All right, we got ahoy. We got Mr. Jason McKenzie here. Good to see ya. Good to tune in, Mr. Chris Dell. Yes, for sure. Oh yeah, I finally got a haircut. It was getting a little long, so I was like, you know what? Let's get it nice and short right here. I hate getting haircuts sometimes. It's just, especially now with all, you have to have the mask on. It's all weird and. That's just, I don't know. I sometimes I'm just like, I gotta get a haircut. But yeah, I went today since I didn't have much work to do today. So I was like, all right, let's just do it. Hello, sir, Mr. Carlos. Good to see you. Yes, we got William right here. Do the Peacemaker opening credits dance? Well, I haven't quite learned it yet. So, I mean, maybe when Steve gets on, he can give me some pointers or something. But I'm just saying, like, I haven't quite learned that opening dance yet. I'm still trying to learn the Napoleon Dynamite dance, to be honest. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Gator Girl? Captain Gator Girl, always good to see you. Hi, Batmax. That's right. Good to see you, Batmax. Happy Friday. We have the Geekverse guys here. Maybe they'll show up later. We got Mr. Valle. How's it going? Hey, Dave, it's been a while. You caught a stream. Well, good catching it, man. Mr. Hummingbird, always good to see everybody coming back. All right, we got Legend here, too. Yeah, let's see. Let's go. We got JD McRae. Good to see you, too, sir. A lot of members showing up. We got Selena Kyle here. That's right. Yes. Opening credits. Yeah. It's a good dance number. It definitely is. What's going on, Mr. Aaron Bailey? Always good to see you. Yeah. Let's see anybody else. I think that's about it with everybody showing up. But anyways, happy Friday. Time to crack open. I decided to do the Kettle One cucumber mint. I haven't had it in a while, so I was like, you know what? That sounds refreshing after this week. So I'm going to go ahead and pour myself a glass, and we'll raise up a glass, and hopefully, we're going to have a good time tonight. So, all right, put that right there. All right, well, cheers, guys. Cheers to another good vodka stream. I still have that. There we go. Get rid of that. Cheers, guys. Refreshing. All right, so hopefully you guys are watching Peacemaker. You guys saw my review of the first 3 episodes. I posted it today. I mean, obviously the Batgirl thing happened right after, and I was like, all right, I guess I should post that, and then I posted it. So hopefully you guys have checked out the show already. You guys heard my review of it. I'm digging it. Not gonna lie, I'm digging it. I think definitely the end of the 3rd episode. I'm like, oh, I'm curious to see where the story goes. All right, let's see here. Let me post my tweet. Join the stream. We'll get my guest in here. All right. All right. Oh, we got Stephanie here. Good to see you, as always. Let's bring in my guest. You've seen him in the Suicide Squad. You've seen him in the Peacemaker, hopefully. And then, of course, and many other things. He's been out there. Mr. Steve Agee. How you doing, sir?
Dude, you could do a whole show where you just welcome people into a chat room.
That's pretty much what, during the week, I do Film Junkie Live, and a
Yeah,
lot of it is just that, and then
yeah.
talking about stuff on Twitter. So, yeah,
No,
there's a lot of just the people filing in and like, hi.
no, it's good to interact with your viewers. I mean, a lot of people don't do that.
Yeah.
I would love to see a show where 20 minutes you you welcome people in, and then at the 20 minutes mark, you're like, all right, and then one by one you say goodbye to them as they
Yeah,
sign
just
off.
like, all right, so it was nice talking to you guys. Bye, Jason. Bye. Yeah, I know. Maybe that's a
How's
good
your
idea.
how's your peppermint
It's
cucumber vodka?
it's actually not bad. It's pretty refreshing. I'm
I
not gonna
don't
lie. Like
I don't think
when
I've
I
ever tasted flavored vodka.
yeah, I don't like the fruity flavors too much, but I remember one time I had cucumber water one time and I went,
Yes.
wow, that's
I
amazing. And then to add a little mint to it, it's pretty refreshing. I'm not gonna lie. It's dangerous. Dangerous.
well, I have mint flavored Pepsid with me
There you go. There you
for
go.
my
You came hardcore.
for my acid reflux.
Hey, I don't discriminate on what any guest drinks. You're
Yeah.
welcome to it. But I thank you for joining the stream, man.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah. And
What's the news with Batgirl you were mentioning?
oh well, they just released the image of Leslie Grace. Leslie Grace actually posted the image of her as Batgirl. Did you see it?
No, I did not.
Okay, let me cue it up here. Like she just posted it and like not too yeah, and I was like, oh man, on a Friday, really gonna do all right, that's cool. But yeah, but that's it right there. Mm.
Oh my gosh, that is old school.
That is right out of Burnside right there. I mean, the whole zip up, the leather, the leather jacket with the leather pants and everything. Yeah.
It's very Adam West's Batman era.
Yeah, it's got got the color scheme of that. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
dig it. I like it.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I mean, of course, anytime a new costume gets released, the social media is just a fun little, everybody just goes back and forth. It sucks. It's great. It sucks. And it's like, come on, just
It's always completely divided too.
it usually is. And then they compare it to other things too. And I'm like, hey, you know what? It looks good on her. I mean, I think she's gonna be a pretty decent Batgirl. I mean,
Yeah, totally.
yeah, and I think what I like about it though is the fact that they're filming it right now, and I think they realize, hey, we got to get ahead of this thing because we're going to be filming outdoors. Like probably her stunt performer is going to be on a motorcycle doing some whatever the hell,
For
and they're
sure.
like, let's just post an image before that happens. So I appreciate the fact that they actually released an image of her like
I
that.
think every studio should release images
Right.
before paparazzi get to it and post like
Exactly.
blurry shitty cell phone photos.
Yes.
I've never understood that working on stuff where they're like, don't take photos, don't let anybody see you. And I'm like, we could go around this by just taking some professional on-set photos and
Exactly.
releasing them.
Exactly. I don't understand it either. Like anytime we know like something is shooting, it's like just take a nice good looking shot, get a photographer or get somebody that can make it look pretty spiffy and just post it before we get all these crappy. I mean, there's been so many times where we get those paparazzi or just people just pushed aside and they got their cell phones out. We get so many of those crappy blurry images and everybody goes, "So fuck, look at this piece of shit. What the fuck is that, man?" I mean, and then all of a sudden you get like the good glamorous shot and they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, that looks actually pretty cool."
100% of the time, if a studio tries to keep it secret,
Yeah.
it comes out as paparazzi. It happened on Suicide Squad.
I'm sure.
They were
Yeah.
shooting with the second group of heroes,
Yeah.
Javelin and Pete Davidson and Nathan, and
Yeah.
they were shooting that at them walking in front of the giant flag, and it was at an airport. And of course, there were people that worked at the airport, like crew guys that were like taking cell phone photos, and that's what made it out.
That's what made it out. And then, of course, I remember when that happened too, because everybody was like, "What the fuck is this?" And it's like, guys. I mean, it's the
What is
Suicide Squad, first off, and I'm like, compare it to like, look at the costumes, compare it to the source material. I thought they did a pretty good job, and not to mention, it's not the greatest quality either.
yeah,
Film
poor
is much
quality
better.
photos, and
Yeah.
also, pretty comic book accurate.
Yes.
James tried to do comic book accurate,
And you know what?
representations of the costumes.
And sometimes it's going to look ridiculous live action, and that's the point,
Look at
especially when it comes.
Cena. Look at
Yeah,
John Cena. His costume is fucking ridiculous.
it is so ridiculous, and the fact that it's made fun of in the series. And by the way, if anybody watching, if you haven't checked out Peacemaker, it's on HBO Max every Thursday, right? New
Yeah,
episodes coming out.
one through three are out now. Next week, next Thursday, episode 4 comes out, and that one was directed by the great Jody Hill.
Ooh, because the first,
Eastbound and Down, Righteous
there it is.
Gemstones. Yeah,
Nice. Yeah, because the first 3 were all James Gunn, right?
yeah.
Guy's a madman. Because I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the Suicide Squad, and I enjoyed John Cena's Peacemaker, but I was like, really? They're gonna make a spinoff of him? And and everybody's like, well, why not Bloodsport? Why not Ratcatcher? Why not? And I remember seeing it.
They'd be
Yeah,
great.
obviously it would be great too. But I saw an interview with him where he actually talked about how, well, yeah, you could do that, but I mean, why not? And I even thought about that too. Like when I did my review earlier after seeing episode 3, I'm like, well, he turned into like a villain at the end of the Suicide Squad, essentially. And yeah, we can go with like one of the Bloodsport or Ratcatcher, and yeah, maybe that'll be explored later on. But they were more the hero type. This guy was not, and he said like that was much more, I guess, to him, like to explore that a little bit more. And now watching the series, I'm kind of going, yeah, I get it.
Peacemaker in the movie was very one-dimensional. He started out the moment you met him as a piece of shit, and at the end of the movie, he's a piece of shit. And everyone else, Ratcatcher has an arc. Idris had an arc. Everyone grows except his character, and I think James wanted to show people why he's a piece of shit.
I
and
know.
you find that out in this, in this series, and
you really do. And then there's something about John Cena that, how is he so likable by not being likable? I mean, he just pulls it off where it's just he has no filter, and just the shit that comes out of it. There's a couple of times, especially in episode 3, there's specific exchange between him and a character where I rewound it because I actually belly laughed because of the shit that he was saying to him as he was strapped to a chair. And it was just like, you know what I'm talking about. And it was just, so I was like, wait, what? And I just started laughing, and I had to rewind and just go, he's all right. That's where I was starting to go like, all right, man, I'm digging where this is going right now. And John Cena is just kind of nailing it.
Yeah, we find out he's shitty because clearly he was raised by a piece of shit. Like Robert Patrick is like
Robert
one of
Patrick,
the worst TV fathers of all time.
And you got a sense of that too when you just see when you see the first scene with him, and just like his hair alone, just like what is going on with it's like my hair is like I'm not got a nice little haircut, but it's like longer on. It's just like shooting up, shaved on the sides, and then he's just got that look to him, which he's always, ever since we got introduced to him as the T-1000, he's always just had that. They
had to do some flashback scenes with him.
No shit.
Like 30 years younger, and so the day I met him was in the makeup trailer while they were trying to figure that out, and they were like, they didn't want to do like digitally making them younger, kind of what they did with Kurt Russell in the flashbacks on Guardians 2, where it just kind of looks digital. Well, when you see everyone using filters on Instagram, you can just tell. So they did it practically. They they taped his jowls back and his neck and tied them around the back of his head, and he's like, people are going to see the ties, and so James, justified it by giving him a mullet. So you'll see a younger
Wow, of
Robert
course.
Robert Patrick with a
A
amazing
mullet.
mullet.
Oh, I'm sure it's amazing. I mean, that character, a younger version, I'm like, yeah, of course he would have a mullet.
Totally.
Man, they just full on went on, they
Yeah.
didn't, so there was no like mocap dots on his face or anything like that.
No, it's all
Oh
practice. I
wow.
don't know if it's 30 years looking younger, but it really it's a noticeable difference.
Oh wow. That's
Yeah.
cool. I mean, it's crazy what they can do with makeup sometimes. I mean, what's
Yeah.
funny about like when anytime they do the CGI make somebody younger, it's like it's cool, but then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, but it's still the same like old guy body kind of thing where it's
It's
like,
kind of the same with making them look older too. Like I
yeah.
appreciate the effort, but like the last Harry Potter where they at the very end they have them all as adults with their kids, and I'm like, they still look like kids to me,
Yeah.
and
They try to age them. Yeah.
or Prometheus with Guy Pearce making him look like it looked like they were trying to make him look 1,000 years old, but like it was so prosthetic-y and weird.
Yeah. Yeah. You kind of notice it a little bit. And I mean, and it's funny too, because what was that show? Did you see what was that House? What was that House of Mass or whatever? I don't know. I think it was on Netflix. But it was funny because I mean it's a story point that happens in it, but like there's noticeably that they made some of the actors older, and I was like, well, what the hell? That person's not that old. And then you realize because it's part of the story that it like but at first it was jarring because yeah, you see an actor that
Yeah.
and all of a sudden they're like old. You're like, wait a minute, that's off.
I loved in The Irishman,
Yeah.
they were making them like play themselves younger, and they did some digital stuff and I'm sure some prosthetics to make De
Midnight.
Niro try to make him look like he was in his 50s. But then I just remember his character, he's like looking under the hood of a car and then
Mhm.
like walking away, but he's like in his 80s, and he looks like he's 50 and he's hobbling like he's an 80-year-old
Yeah.
man.
And I apologize. It was Midnight Mass. I said that wrong. I was like, I couldn't
Midnight
remember it right
Mass,
now.
yes.
Midnight
Yeah.
Mass, not Midnight Ass Legend. I see your. Yeah. That's a whole other
That's the
genre.
porn,
That's the porn
parody.
version of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up after the stream. No, but no, but yeah. When there was like a scene where in The Irishman where De Niro is like beating the shit out of somebody, he's kicking him, but it's still like even though he's supposed to be like 36. He's still moving like he's 67,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate the effort, but yeah, it's at some point
So
it's
do
like
I.
you can hire a younger actor to play.
Yeah,
a young De
I
Niro.
mean, with technology nowadays, it's like you could do that. But I wanted to get a little bit of your origin story, Steve. So you grew up, you were born in Riverside, California.
Yeah, just an hour. Are you in LA?
I am in Moreno Valley, which is right next door.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Right now, when I read that, I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, that's right there, like literally right." I look out my window and
Moreno
Riverside.
Valley, when I was younger, was known as Sunnymead.
Sunnymead, yeah. Well, we got Sunnymead Boulevard right here. Yeah.
Holy shit! I can't believe you're in Moreno Valley.
That's where I'm at right now. Currently, it's okay. It's got it's like I'm in a nice gated apartment, but you go a little bit that way, it's a little sketchy.
Were you
But I got
Were you around when that jet crashed into the hangar over there?
No. How long ago was that? I remember hearing about that.
It was like 3 years ago at the Air Force Base.
No, you know what? I think that was right before I moved here. I've only been here for about 2.5 years. I've been all around, like I've been bouncing around like Southern California, like Riverside and San Bernardino County area. But
shit, that's all my old stomping grounds, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, when I read that, I was like, oh yeah, this guy knows. All right, cool. Yeah, Riverside,
Yeah, you're up.
But I mainly grew. Yeah, oh yeah, there you go. I actually the only time I skydived was in Paris, of course, with the big thing.
Skydive Paris, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's the biggest thing. But yeah, I mainly grew up in Redlands, California, which of course is like right over the hills right there.
Yeah, I went to school in Loma Linda. I know.
Okay.
Your listeners are like, what the fuck are these
I know.
talking
about? Who fucking cares, man? Who fucking cares, man? We're sharing our stomping grounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but yeah, that's where I grew up was Redlands. Went to Redlands
That's
there.
so funny. Yeah, I grew up in Riverside proper, downtown, and I didn't go to LA. I didn't come to LA on my own until I was 19.
Wow.
It was there. It was it
Yeah.
was 45 minutes away, and I never came to LA. I never was like, I should go to Los Angeles. But I did. A class field trip. We went to a taping of Who's the Boss,
Nice.
and I also went to a taping of Married with Children. Those were my first two times in LA.
Nice. Who's the boss, man? I remember watching that. I mean, I mean, watching that. Of course, everybody, being a young one too, is like, it's like, oh, we had a crush on. I had a crush on Alyssa Milano, of
Of
course.
course, everybody
Yeah,
did. Yeah,
everybody did. And then when it came to Married with Children, I mean, it was funny too because obviously we lost a very iconic TV dad this week, Bob Saget.
oh,
And
yeah, it's terrible.
yeah, I was right. That was like that one hit a little bit. And I remember I even on Twitter I posted, I was like, my TV dads were him, James Avery, obviously Uncle
Yeah,
Phil, Carl Winslow, and then
yeah.
the dad from Boy Meets World, because I love that show. But then I was like, yeah, but also there was this guy, and I posted like an Al Bundy gif. I'm like, I grew up with Al Bundy as well.
Al
So
Bundy was the best. Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. It's the worst part about getting older is like
yeah,
people you looked up to when you were younger are now even older than, like I look back, I'm at an age where I do shit where I look at movies and then I have to go and IMDb and say, oh fuck, how old was Bill Murray when he did
yeah,
Rushmore?
right.
And I'm fucking 4 years older than Bill Murray was when he did Rushmore. And he looks like an old man in that movie.
But you look good. You look good. Don't worry. I mean, you don't have the dyed beard, right?
Oh my God. The day we wrapped was shaved off.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just funny when I posted it, they were like, "You got dyed beard on." I was like, everybody was already in on that name.
He had me dye it for Suicide Squad too, but
Yeah,
it's never mentioned in the movie. And I was just like, why the fuck am I walking around with a dyed beard? Part of it was because the actual character of John Economist
yeah,
in the comic books had a dark beard, and I guess that was why. But at least it's referenced in the TV show.
yeah. And it was a good scene too, because not only did you do that, you also made Batmite canon.
I mean, James did. James made it
Yeah,
canon
I
in
know.
writing, but yeah, we live in a world where Batmite exists now.
I know. It was just like, because I remember seeing like people talking about it on the timeline, and then I watched the first episode yesterday, and then the 2 and 3 today, and then when you just mentioned it, I mean, that's what I like about some of this stuff too, is the fact that, I mean, you could just mention something, and then it's just all right. You just mentioned that, there it is, and then everybody's
It
talking about it.
exists.
Yeah, it just everybody posts like images of it and like,
Yeah.
oh, this is canon. And then of course James on Twitter was like, canon. It's totally canon.
Yeah, and I'm sure the people at DC are like, God damn it! Now, and
Ki-
yeah, it's every time he brings somebody like that into the script, I'm like texting him, going, "Real comic book character, or did you make that up?" And usually it's like real or based on something real. Like Nathan Fillion's character in Suicide
Yeah,
is not. I don't. In the comics, he's not called the detachable kid. He's called Arm Fall Off Boy, which is crazy.
sounds like a band name, to be honest.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
totally does.
yeah. Arm fall off
Yeah, like
boy. I mean,
Fallout, Arm
yeah,
Fallout Boy.
yeah, exactly. It's like a parody of Fallout Boy right there. But I
Yeah,
also read too that you also were in like some bands too as well, right?
I play. Yeah, it's the reason I came to LA was I wanted to be a musician and play in bands, and
Yeah,
I got here and like after 6 months, I was like, Jesus Christ, there's more fucking bands in LA than there are actors,
pretty
more than
much.
there are comedians, and for a band to work, you also have to make it work with 4 other people, 5 other people sometimes, and it's just like that's hard enough to do on your own, make a
Yeah.
career, and then trying to do it with people as you're growing older and your personalities are changing is like next to impossible.
Seriously. I mean, I can only imagine, like, and you basically were like what, like metal bands and all that?
Yeah, a lot of punk and
Yeah.
hardcore and metal and yeah.
What were some of like inspirations?
Um, I was into like Buzzcocks and not so much. My favorite band in the '80s was Oingo Boingo, and there's nothing metal about that. That's like
I was about to say
really like
Danny
weird
Elfman. Yeah.
new wave pop, pop punk. Like it that was crazy shit, and it
Yeah.
was, I wasn't into all the like the hair metal that like is in the Peacemaker soundtracks. Like
Seriously,
most
right?
most of those bands I have never heard of.
There's some. The only one I mean, I remember they emphasized Cinderella, and I was like, oh, I know Cinderella, but yeah, there was some
That's
of those where I was like, I don't know who that is.
And now there are some dudes sitting around in their apartments who are just like, holy shit, we're on
Yes.
TV.
Did
It's
you
only
see that?
30 fucking years.
Right,
We're on
right.
TV.
That's our song. That's our song. We made it, guys. Yeah.
John Cena's dancing in his underwear to us, motherfucker.
Oh, we've definitely made it, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I was never big on the hair bands either, and I was like always like a Metallica, Pantera. I mean, those guys were
Yeah.
more of like the anti hair bands, I guess you could say, even though they had a lot of hair too, but it was like not glamorous, not glam rock.
Yeah, it wasn't pink and purple and
No,
sparkly.
I mean, I think that's what I always kind of even like when it came to getting into the 90s and the grunge era came, and it was like Nirvana and Pearl Jam and all that, Alice in Chains.
That was my era, man. Nirvana.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Yes, right behind you. I was looking right there. I mean, I saw the Stripes poster right behind you, noticeable, but then I was like,
Nirvana,
there it is.
Black Sabbath right
There it is.
there.
There you
That
go.
actually, my
Yeah.
friend Chris Scafaro took this photo
No shit.
in his bathroom. He still lives in the same apartment in Hollywood. He's photographed a lot of rock bands. It was his thing in like the 90s. So they went over to his house for a shoot, and there's photos of them in his alleyway and a bunch in that bathroom. And he was just like, yeah, you want this? And I was like, yeah, dude.
Of course. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, when it came to the grunge era, I mean, it was Nirvana for me. I mean, it was funny because I mean, I'm 38, so I was like, I grew up in that, but it was funny because when the Foo Fighters came out, I just was like, oh, that first song came out, I was like, oh, this is great. And then my brother was like, oh, you realize that's a drummer to Nirvana? I went, huh? Okay. And then I started listening to Nirvana. I went, oh, this is great. And then I listened to more of everything like that, and just that was growing up, it was that alternative grunge kind of music right there was definitely my jam. But yeah, I mean, Foo Fighters all-time favorite band.
Oh, they're great.
Dave Grohl. Yeah. But
happy birthday. I think his birthday was
wasn't his birthday like 53rd birthday today?
It's either today or yesterday. Yeah,
something like that, man. And that guy, you see him on stage, you go, what? You're how old? You're running around like you're 15.
Older than I am. Yeah, it's crazy.
Dude,
Thank
I
God.
mean, like, I know. You do that thing where, I mean, even like, I do that same thing too. And I'm like, how old is such and such? And you just kind of go like, oh shit.
Yep.
Oh man, you get to that point. But no, I love Dave Grohl. I mean, obviously that guy is there's just something about that guy where he's got a presence to him. I mean, I've seen the Foo Fighters, I don't know how many times, and it's just
a positive energy like nobody else, man.
And nobody talks bad about him. You never hear like really anything bad about the guy. It's like everybody always just raves about how like he's like the nicest guy in rock, pretty much.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, he's like that. So obviously, okay. So you went to LA like as you were, you said 19 years old, right?
That was my first trip to LA. I went with a friend to watch some bands play, but I moved to LA in 95.
Okay, in 95. Yeah. And then just kind of just grinding it, just doing writing
I met a girl who was taking classes at the Groundlings, which is a popular improv and sketch comedy theater. And I was like, fuck, Yes, this is what I want to do. And
Yeah.
I had known about the Groundlings, and I had already been doing stand up a little bit, and that was it. I started doing comedy at the Groundlings, and yeah, never looked back. It
Yeah.
was meeting that girl was the the best thing that ever happened.
There you go. And you never did like stand up. It was mainly just what improv stuff.
I did a lot of stand up. I
Did
still
you?
do.
Okay.
But yeah, I had it in my head at whatever I was, like 26, or yeah, about 26. I was like, I want to be on Saturday Night Live. That's it. That was
Right.
my focus. And I know they get a lot of people from the Groundlings or from Second City. And I'm like, well, I'm not in Chicago. This is it. So I poured my life into that theater for like 5 years. But never stopped doing stand up really.
Okay. Yeah, because I know like sometimes it's like either, it's either just the stand up stuff or sometimes people shine more when it comes to like being in a group and doing the improv act,
Yeah.
I mean, there's even like, I at one time I had that dream too. I was like, man, it'd be awesome to be on Saturday Night Live. Me and my buddies would make stupid sketches and everything like that. But I mean, yeah, that's a hard gig to get.
It's a rough one. It's a tough one to get, man.
Yeah, when you hear some of those stories, even from, the veteran guys, they talk about how, getting that gig. And then sometimes maybe some of them didn't even have like the greatest time, but then some of them had a fantastic time with it, And I think there's even a new podcast coming. I haven't listened to it yet, but I think David Spade and Dana Carvey have a new podcast. I forgot what it's called, but they're gonna be basically talking about Saturday Night Live, essentially.
Holy
They had
shit, I would love to hear that.
Oh yeah, I think look up like David Spade on Twitter. He posted it. I think the first episode was Dana Carvey and Chris Rock actually talking
I've heard
Saturday
of
Night
Chris
Live.
Rock.
Have you heard of that guy? Yeah.
Yeah,
Kinda
up and
popular.
comer.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully he'll make a name for himself one of these days.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, no. I've been meaning to. I want to listen to that because it would be awesome to hear the stories from that guy or from any of those guys.
From
I'm sure
people
they'll
who are
get
there for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get Sandler, Nealon, all those guys, Myers, all those guys. I mean, when it came to Saturday Night Live, I mean, I always thought, I mean, when I was really watching it as a kid, I mean, that era with Myers, Carvey, Hartman, Rock, Sandler, Spade, and Farley, my God. I mean, that was
Farley. Are you kidding me?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
How do you, it's hard. I know I when I looked at your Twitter, you even had like Matt Foley, or was it Matt Foley as like your pin tweet? Yeah. It was great.
Yeah, it's been there for forever. It's my favorite character.
Living a den by the river. It's just how do you? I mean, every sketch, every Matt Foley sketch, David Spade is trying to just not lose his shit. Everybody's trying not to lose their shit, and that's what I loved about that too. Is like, I mean, Farley he put his whole just everything into all his sketches and everything that he did, and man, I mean, it must have just been so hard to keep a straight face. I can't even imagine.
God, I would have loved to have met that dude.
I know, right? God, he died so young. And just I always think about like what would he be like? What kind of space would he be in now? I mean, everything. Yeah, I've always wondered that because obviously he with Tommy Boy, Black Sheep, and Beverly Hills Ninja, I thought was great too.
Of course.
Yeah, and it's like we're like, but then where would have been like in the 2000s and even now.
As a middle-aged man, what would he'd be playing people's father.
Exactly. I mean, and I know he always struggled with a lot of things. I mean, when I watched the Chris Farley doc and fucking cried my eyes out.
Oh, so sad.
Dude, it was like it was but it just makes you think like where would that guy be now with everything would he be doing Sandler movies like some just having cameos or whatever, maybe, I don't know.
Of course. Yeah,
God, it'd be great. But so back to okay, so let's talk about like a little bit of Suicide Squad. So you were not only obviously your character, but you also did mocap for King Shark.
Yeah.
Is that because you just like to go to work in your pajamas or what?
That was the easiest gig, and that was I got lucky. James wanted to use King Shark in it, and they needed somebody to do motion capture, and I'm like 6'7". I'm a
Yeah,
big
you're a
dude,
tall dude, man.
and so it just worked out perfectly. He's like, "You're the right size," He's like, "We're gonna put a chest piece on you and a little
That's
weird bicycle helmet with some eyes on it and shit, and
yeah,
you're just gonna be a reference for the actors to look at."
that's
And it
cool.
was
I mean, it's
great. I think I worked more days on Suicide Squad than anybody else in the movie, including Margot. Like I worked like 80 days on that movie.
yeah, because King Shark's in a lot of scenes in that, and then the fact that like, then the character that you motion gets to get voiced by
Stallone, baby.
Stallone,
Yeah.
man. Well, how early was that? Like, was that when you guys were filming? Was that already in the bag, or was that just a later thing that happened?
I knew for a long time that he wanted to do Stallone. I don't think he even asked Stallone until after we finished shooting and they were looking for a voice. But while we were shooting, he's like, just try and talk like Stallone. He's like, think like Stallone, like a slower Stallone. And I was like, all right, I'll do this. And okay, num num. And
Yeah,
that was it.
no,
So I was like, oh, it's clearly going to be Stallone. It's got to
yeah,
be Stallone. It has
yeah.
to be.
That's awesome. So you actually were talking in the voice, like
I was
on
doing
set?
my best impression,
Yeah,
but yeah, it was, yeah. And so
that's
it's weird
awesome.
hearing him do it because I'm like, oh, that's a much better impression than I was doing. You're like, oh shit,
You're like,
that's actually him. Yeah.
yeah, wait, I was not doing it. I know. Everybody has a Stallone in them. I mean, obviously, you just gotta drop it down.
Adrian.
Yeah, you just gotta drop it down and then just
Yeah, that's
or
it. You
whatever.
nailed it.
I know. I mean, yeah, I know. Sometimes I'll just like, you just try to just get those impressions out. And it's just like, so they just kind of pop out of me right here. I got somebody that's going to be joining the panel right here, just a buddy of mine, Mr. Scott. What's going on, sir?
Doing fine, Dave.
Hi, Scott.
Yeah.
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
I'm doing just fine.
What do we got going on in the background there? Is
that's Dark Side.
That's Dark Side right there.
Okay. And are those bats above you? Do I see some bat?
That's a Batman shelf.
Oh man, that's great.
Yeah.
So your movie's in there. It's right there. There it is, right there.
I believe you.
Yeah. No, but Scott just caught up on Peacemaker. How'd you enjoy it?
I did actually, because I watched episode 1 last night, but it got so late and I had to go to work today. So then I was like, okay. There was a really funny episode where my 5-year-old was wanting to play pretend out in the foyer, and I was like, buddy, you have to go into your room. And I just heard my wife go, Daddy wants to watch a show with some bad words that you don't need to hear.
So many bad words.
So many bad words.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. When I recorded my little audio yesterday, and I was like, I was dropping F-bombs more than usual. I even commented, I'm like, I just watched Peacemaker, guys. So just to let you know, I'm dropping a lot more F-bombs than I usually probably do. And that's just,
I curse a lot. It's so fucking,
it's so horrible. I don't curse as much as possible.
It's embarrassing sometimes.
don't do it around the dinner table at Christmas.
Good about that. Yeah. Parents and kids. I'm good about not cursing for some reason.
It's good.
But give me a fucking mic, man, and I'll
No, but I mean, yeah, the series is it's definitely. I mean, I wasn't like I said, I wasn't sold on it at first, but then just kind of getting that first episode and then the end of the first episode. I mean, I don't know how many times. I mean, we can all see, I guess, John Cena and his whitey tighties as much as possible. But I mean, to see a kind of a fight scene happen, I was like, okay, that's cool.
That is a dude who likes to be
naked. Yeah.
All is when you see him in Trainwreck, he's naked on top of Amy Schumer. He's, I think he did something with the Lonely Island about Le Mans bicycle racing, and I think
I remember that. Yeah,
I think he gets naked in that. Maybe like
I think Bumblebee's the only time he stayed fully clothed the entire movie.
A family movie. That'd be kind of awkward. Well, I mean, the guy is, the guy is a specimen. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, he has nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, he's got veins that I didn't even know existed on a human being. Like when you see him with the shirt out, there's like a vein that goes all the way up that connects to like his chest and his neck. I'm like, what is that?
I
got
don't know,
an
man. I
anaconda.
don't know. It's bonkers.
It's really bonkers. But
I had a question regarding because you got to work with except for Jennifer Holland, really you're working with a pretty much a completely different ensemble in the show than you did in the movie.
Mhm.
And I'm just kind of curious about like what was the energy like when you're basically just stuck in like the Belle Reve like op room, and then in the show you really get to stretch out a little bit more. I'm just kind of curious
In
about those two different experiences.
abandoned video store.
yeah,
Yes.
Way more mellow in the video store. When we shot the HQ stuff with Viola Davis, we had 5 days to shoot that. So it was like, we got to hurry up, we got to move. So it was a little bit stressful. This was 7 months. We shot for 7 months. And so it was really relaxed, and yeah, a lot less people. I mean, it was just the core group of, the squad in our video store. There weren't like extras playing other tech guys and stuff. It was just us. So it was not, yeah, I really loved it.
yeah.
Did the stress of having to film the Suicide Squad scenes in such a short amount of time, did that just add to the performance of just having Viola there being Waller?
Kind of, yeah. She's intimidating. She's an amazing actor. She's
Yes, she
very,
is.
very serious and very like, let's do this. Let's go. Let's do it. And yeah, that plus, the time restraints. And she was also working on a show in LA. So she flew out to do the 5 days with us and then shot him and went right back to LA to finish working. So it was like, we didn't have time to fuck around at all. It was insane.
Wow.
Yeah, time train. And when it came to the opening credits,
Thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth.
I was
curious.
like, I have
really am.
well, somebody, I was like, somebody mentioned that, but I was like, of course I'm gonna ask Steve. How long did it take to shoot that opening dance sequence?
That was an afternoon. That was like,
really?
Wow.
We had to rehearse. We had like 2 months to rehearse it, and it wasn't a solid 2 months of rehearsal. It was like, if you had a day off,
you practice.
If you had a day off, you would go into the production office and you would work with the choreographer, this wonderful woman named Carissa Barton, who also married to Alan Tudyk.
Oh, wow.
And he was up there shooting Resident Alien while we were doing this. So they were in town, and we had a big rehearsal on that stage the day before we shot it, just so everyone could do it together. But it was a day when Cena was shooting with James. And so Alan stood in for John Cena. So there's a little trivia for you. Alan Tudyk was playing John Cena in our dance rehearsals. And nailing it, by the way.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, Alan Tudyk, come on, that guy, Renaissance man, right there. Yeah. No, yeah. When you watch that opening sequence, it's just kind of funny. It's like I kind of wonder when the discussion of that happened, because it's like, how do you open up a Peacemaker series? What do? Do you show like slow motion and him shooting guns and blah 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 or whatever the hell? No. James Gunn, he goes, dance number. You dance.
He had done a dance number that was animated for the opening of Super.
Yeah.
I think it was for Super. And it, much like this, he used all the characters from the movie, even like people with cameos and smaller characters. And he really wanted to do that for this. Plus, he wanted to try and do something that would discourage people from skipping through the intro, because all streaming services now have, credits start and it's like skip, and I'm always like, yep, I'm done. I've heard the Succession theme song too many times. I don't need to hear it again. And this, I think people watch through it a few more times before they skip.
I'll admit, I watched this. This one's up there with, like, I'm trying to think of, I watch this. I watch like the Westworld intro.
Yes, yeah.
I'm just.
There's something mesmerizing about the Westworld one.
Oh yeah, especially that piano music. It's like if you've got some good music and some cool visuals.
And the
Don't
weird skeleton horse, you know.
Yes.
I dig that. I like that opening a lot.
Yeah.
No, I'm like
that makes sense. Because I was going to ask, like, what was the inspiration? I mean, obviously the set has like screams 80s, and I was just
yeah.
but even
Miami
like
Vice.
very Miami Vice. I was kind of curious about like, was there any discussion with the actors about like the dance, like with the dance move, like were you given like the inspiration for like your particular dance moves? I'm just kind of curious.
No, it just, I mean, when we got the scripts, it was written in, you know, there would be a cold open and then it would say, fade to or cut to opening dance credit or dance scene. And the first time I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was just like, I don't dance. This is, I already knew. I was like, this is going to be the biggest headache because I'm going to have to be coordinated and have rhythm and rehearse a lot, which I did have to rehearse a lot. But, they broke it down into groups of 2 or 3. It was never until the day before we shot it. It was never everybody at once. I don't know what his inspiration for it was. I think it was James loves doing weird shit like that. He's like, yeah, we'll just have a dance number. Okay, I guess we'll have a dance number.
I think he just likes to dance. I mean, I remember like opening Guardians 2. He's basically he's Groot doing the whole dancing thing. I mean, that we've seen that video, and it's not like he's super coordinated,
No,
but
but
he
stream of consciously just dance. And that's kind of what this was. It was very loose. It was, I mean, there's definite dance moves in it, but it was, Carissa came up with the whole thing. And as far as I know, she would figure out dance moves and she would make Alan do them. She would film him doing them, and then she would send them to James going, what about this? And James would be like, yes, use that. Or no, don't use that. And so yeah, out there somewhere there's a bunch of video of Alan doing all of our dance moves.
Oh wow,
that screams Blu-ray special feature to me. I'm just saying,
Fingers. I would love to see it. I haven't seen it.
Or that, I mean, or he's just gonna post it on Twitter or something like that. Or but yeah,
he would totally.
Yeah, it seems like James Gunn's he's pretty active on Twitter.
That's called extortion, Dave. It's called extortion.
Is that what that is?
Blackmail. Yeah.
Blackmail. I got you, Dudek. That's right.
Yeah. Baby.
No, but yeah. I mean, and then even there's a couple other times where you kind of do some dance moves too.
I said tonight, I'm like, that's what happens when you don't have Carissa Barton choreographing. You have me fucking doing weird
whatever
shit. Like, I just like, and I was having an asthma attack while we were doing it. I don't know how they did this, but like that scene where I'm beating up Judo Master with the tire iron, it was completely snowing. I don't know. I mean,
what?
Clearly they must have digitally fixed it, but that was the coldest night of our whole series, and it was fucking snowing. The car, the Mercedes, when I'm walking by it after every take, they would have to get a brush and brush all the snow off of the car.
No shit.
Fucking
it does. I mean, it looked like it was like kind of cold, but
no,
it wasn't like
freezing. The lake where there's a lake where Peacemaker and Harcourt have the sniper rifles, and there's like a lake between them and the house. That lake kept freezing over, and they would have to break up the ice. That we all shot all that stuff on that same night, and it was really cold.
I think I saw something on Jennifer Holland's Twitter talking about the scene where she shoots the bodyguard, and like she was like, it was freezing.
It was freezing. Yeah, it was cold.
Wow. Where's it being shot at, by the way? I don't know if I know.
We shot the series in Vancouver. A lot of the stuff, our headquarters is in a little town called, I want to say Cloverdale, which also, I don't know if you guys ever watched the Lonely Island movie Hot Rod.
Yeah.
There's a scene where it's just this really bizarre scene where our heroes are walking down the street and the whole town starts to gather behind them, and then there's a riot when some guy throws a trash can through the window. The building he throws the trash can through is the office that's right next door to our video store. So
no shit.
Whole street has been in like a million TV shows.
And nobody knows it.
They shoot the new Superman and Lois thing down there too, but
oh wow.
Yeah, it's like an hour outside of Vancouver. So yeah.
Okay, so is that like Smallville? Is that what it stands in for?
Yes, yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah,
Makes
like
sense.
Cloverdale and Langley, and I had no idea British Columbia was so vast.
It's funny though. Huge. I will say this as a nerd who's watched enough genre television growing up. You start to recognize Vancouver after a while because you're like, that's what's so impressive, I think, for Peacemakers. That I was like, okay, you couldn't have made me believe that was Vancouver because I've seen between things like every, Arrowverse show in the CW, but I also grew up watching like Stargate SG-1. I have seen so much Vancouver in my life.
Both Deadpools are in Vancouver.
Yep, both Deadpools, yeah.
In fact, the hospital in our first episode, the very first time you see Cena leaving the hospital, that's an abandoned mental institution.
Yeah. Oh wow! Yes, I've heard about this.
Supposedly haunted. They shoot a lot of Riverdale in there, and on anything that has like a school or a library or a hospital usually shoots in that building.
Jeez, so that building gets a lot of use, I guess. Huh?
Oh no, I've actually, now that he mentions it, I've seen shows like I know that story he just said. I was like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's like in everything.
The exteriors too, because it's like really old. Like they shot a bunch of, I think, the butterfly effect shot there in those buildings.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that movie. I haven't thought about that movie in a long time.
I hadn't thought about it until I was like, what else is shot here?
What else shot there? Butterfly effect?
Holy shit, butterfly effect. Okay.
Yeah, that was a movie. Like, I mean, I love the crazy time travel type movies, and especially the ones where it doesn't require an actual machine. It's just like
mentally,
something. Yeah. That always intrigues me too. But I mean, when that movie came out, I was blown away by that movie. And the fact that it was like, oh yeah, Ashton Kutcher, he's got some chops. He's not just played the dumb. Yeah, he's not too shabby.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty good. But Steve, like, is there anything like is there future projects that you're working on right now, or is it just strictly?
No, I'm sitting here hoping we get a season 2.
I think you will.
It seems to be doing really well. The reviews are great, and the response has been good enough that I think we'll get one. So, contractually, I'm not allowed to do a ton of stuff while we wait to see if we get a second season. So, I did just finish shooting a Guillermo del Toro horror anthology up in Toronto about 3 months ago.
Ooh,
nice.
Cabinet of Curiosities. It's for Netflix, and he's just producing it, and it's all different casts each episode, different director each episode. I did an episode. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but I'll say that it was with Panos Cosmatos, who directed Mandy.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some great people involved with it who I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but I'm sure it wouldn't make a difference because it's so stacked with so many actors, from all the different episodes. But that was really fun.
Sounds fun. I know. Like Del Toro just had Nightmare Alley that just came out, and Scott and we've nerded out
hard about that.
About how we love that movie. I mean, that guy. I
haven't seen it. I really want to see it.
If you like film noir, you're going to eat it up like candy. It is fabulous.
I love it.
So it's so well acted. The cinematography is fantastic. It's got that Del Toro feel to it, like that aesthetic that he always creates. And then you just, I mean, the performances, I hope it gets recognized as much as, and there's like I guess in Hollywood, they're doing like the noir, like black and white version, which I'm like, can I see that? I want to see a black and white version.
I would love that. Did you guys, where did you see it? Where'd you watch
I-
it?
I just saw it at the Moreno Valley Mall, Harkins, right here.
Yeah, I was looking at like the local movie theater that has like the leather recliner seats. It came out the same
Ooh,
night
yeah.
that Spider-Man came out, so I was literally in the theater with 2 other people. I'm like, I'm okay with this. It's like having the
that's
movie.
smart, dude. That is really smart, especially with everything that's going on now. Was it like one of those iPick theaters that also serves food and?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
fuck, I love that shit. God
I know,
damn.
isn't that great? Sadly though, the Moreno Valley Harkins not quite there yet.
No,
No.
you're not gonna get that in Marino Valley.
Oh no, this
Maybe
one's
you-
got
yeah,
this one's got
yeah.
the leather recliner reclining with the heated seats, and yes, they'll bring the food to you.
Heated?
Heated, yeah,
Holy
heated.
shit.
Well,
And
he
there's
lives
a
in Alabama, so
I live in Alabama,
Oh,
so
okay.
it's fine. And then there's a bar where they won't deliver your alcohol to you. You have to order. It's Alabama. You have to order alcohol, but at least you can take it with you to your seat and
That's
enjoy
not
it.
bad. I like that. I also, I was spoiled the very first time I went to an Alamo Draft House. I was like, oh, we can eat and get, booze, and like they're really particular about how people act in the theater, and I love movie experiences like that, man.
oh, I know. Yeah. The Harkins in Redlands, though, that's the new one where it's like, oh, there's booze, there's food, there's
Oh,
everything
that's
like that.
cool.
Yeah. So I most of the time I'm always like, I'm gonna go over that way because I like a little drinky drink or something like that when I'm watching
Yeah.
and recline, as opposed to the Harkins over here in Movau, where it's like,
Redlands is a pretty good, like, hip little
yeah,
section of the Inland Empire, man.
it really is. No,
Yeah.
no. I mean, I
I
love
get
it. I
it.
mean, yeah, I was trying to, when I was moving around, I was like trying to get back there, but the apartment I was trying to get to, the landlady was like, "Oh, we're still waiting on this other person," and I'm like, "I will give you the money now."
Yeah.
And then it was just like one of those things. And then it was like she just getting back to me, so I was like, "All right, I'm just gonna take this place right here. I mean, I don't mind it. It's nice, and I of course got a movie theater like literally a minute and 6 seconds away, so it's not too
Marino
shabby.
Valley's got everything you need, man.
You
It's
really
got
do. It really
Best
does.
Buy, it's got Costco, it's
got
got
everything.
a mall. It literally has everything.
It really does.
Anything
You're
you
describing
need
my town. I love it. It's like, yay, I'm the goal.
So you have it
That's
down
good.
too, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, Moreno Valley has everything and stuff like that.
It's got
But
everything.
it's got everything. It really does. Even the shooting. Anyways, no,
Yeah.
Steve, I don't want to keep you. I know, like, you probably, I know we said like a half an hour. You stayed for about an hour, so if you want to
My
wrap it
pleasure,
up.
man. I
Yeah, this
love
has been
talking
great.
about all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're welcome back anytime. I mean,
Let's do it.
Peacemaker season 2. I mean, I think it's gonna happen. It sounds like a lot of people were talking about it. Whether
Fingers crossed.
fingers crossed, and I mean, who knows when it comes to another Suicide Squad? Maybe
I
that'll
would be
happen
up for
too.
that. I mean, I like any kind of DC extended universe. I'm a big DC fan, and so I would love to see people from Suicide Squad interacting with Justice League.
There you go.
There you go. The universe is a well of like stories and characters. Like, I mean, way more than I think Marvel had even.
Well, I think that's that's always the lure that we had, especially like Scott and I, and a lot of us here, like, especially like when I have people on the panel, we're more DC fans than Marvel. We definitely are. We've always been like that. And then of course we were like a big push for the Snyder cut and that
I
all.
love Snyder, man. I'm a big Zack Snyder fan.
I know. We'll get you,
Looking forward to Rebel Moon.
I know. I was about to say, I was like, yeah, get to like, hey, Snyder, we got, got somebody right here. I mean, you're 6'7".
My friend Sophia's like nailed the lead in Rebel.
Oh,
Moon.
so
she's gonna be
Sophia.
Fucking great. She's gonna be great. She's a badass.
I know.
Yeah, I've seen her movies.
Star Trek, fucking Kingsman. Like,
dude, Atomic Blonde.
Yeah, she's got it going on, man. She's great. She'll be awesome.
When that was announced, everybody collectively went, "Oh yeah, that's perfect. It's perfect." I mean, that's one thing that Zach knows very well is who to cast. Like, you're like, when he's like, "All right, we're gonna get a female lead." All right, well, Zach's. I mean, you look at Sucker Punch, you look at anybody. I mean, he knows like who's gonna fit well with his story. And then when Sophia was cast, it was just like, all right, we all just collectively went, yep.
Yeah,
that's
I'd
perfect.
love to see him doing some more DC stuff, but I'm looking forward to this. I think he'll do awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he definitely will. But yeah. Thanks, Steve, for dropping by. Drop by again. We'll talk some more DC stuff, and
yeah, let's do it.
And everything. So, but I appreciate your time, man. It was a lot of fun.
Have a great weekend.
Yes, for sure. Steve Agee, everybody. Peacemaker. Catch it on HBO Max. There it is. There it is.
That seemed appropriate, actually.
That seemed appropriate, especially with everything that was, especially with watching and stuff like that. What a nice dude.
Very nice guy. Yes.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I mean, it was funny too because, I was like, when the name came across the desk, I was like, who is this guy? Oh yeah. It's that, and the fact that he mocapped King Shark in the Suicide Squad, I thought that was pretty great too. Like, I mean, to be a character in the movie and then also mocap another character, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he would appreciate the fact that he worked so many days. I'm sure his contract just some contracts, the more you work, the more you get paid. We know that works sometimes, but So, but yeah, I finished watching the last 2 episodes like right before jumping on here. So, I haven't gotten to watch your review. What was your overall?
Okay.
Did you do a video already?
Yeah, I did a video. It was funny too because yesterday I watched the first episode and then I was gonna go see Scream, but I wanted to make a stop first because I wanted to make a stop because I got a gift card somewhere, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna stop at that place and get some jeans that I need or something like that. And then I wanted to get some dinner, so I was like in a rush, so I couldn't watch all 3 episodes. Couldn't watch all 3 episodes, and so then when I did my review, I just did like a little Patreon, little like, I was like, at first I was like, I'm easing into it. It's ridiculous. It's dumb. It's Peacemaker for shit's sake. So I was like, but the way that the first episode ended, batshit crazy, and I dug it. I was like, I dug it. And then when I watched the 2 episodes today, and then I did my full review, I was like, I went after the 3rd episode, I was sold on this idea because there was just because the whole time we're kind of like how Peacemaker is. What is happening? What is going on with this? Because he's very much not in the know of things.
Yeah.
And then you get that reveal of certain things. I think episode 3 was just like, it just kind of, okay, so this is what's happening right now. And there was a super funny exchange that happened in that basement, and that I've gotten a couple belly laughs. Does it all land? No. But it doesn't.
I will say though, it's gotten. I'm not sure if I'm getting inoculated to it as it goes on, or it's just landing better for me because I definitely my enjoyment of episode 3 was definitely the most. Start to finish, I enjoyed one of the episodes because both episode 1 and episode 2 would have like these extended sequences of humor that just wasn't for me. I'm trying to think. It was definitely in episode 2. It was like the vigilante Peacemaker sequence where he like shows up outside the window. Like that just went. That one was just like, stop, just stop.
Yeah. Sometimes like the bits don't go, but there will be like subtle jokes that just go, oh, I just all of a sudden I just go, what? And I'll have to rewind and be like, did he just, oh, that's all right. It's the subtle jokes that get me more than the in your face jokes.
Oh yeah. Very, very, very much so. Yeah. And as a DC fan, there have been some like, just like blink and you miss it references to things that I'm like, oh, that's a thing now. Like, Harcourt mentioning the DEO, like I was the DEO, and then Argus, I went, The DEO's a thing now. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some things you got. And then like I, wanted to bring up, I'm like, basically Steve's character, he, I mean, it's not a spoiler anymore because it was all over the place. It's like, oh yeah, Batmite. You kind of can.
I mean, at this point, man, I was getting, I saw the video of the opening title sequence before I even had a chance to get home from work because people have no chill. And I'm just like,
they don't. Yeah, it's just, they don't.
but what I will say about this is that I started I was going to watch the show out of a sense of really obligation. Like,
yeah,
this is what I do. I kind of have to watch it. But I will say right now that while I'm not loving it, I'm also not hating it. And I'm finding enough to enjoy. And I feel like as the series goes on, I'm like, I find it maybe gaining its footing a little bit more as the
episodes go on. Yeah. That's kind of that. I'm with you on that because, I even told him, I was like, I know I wasn't sold on it at first, but I also saw that James Gunn interview where he goes, yeah, everybody wanted me to do Bloodsport or Ratcatcher, but I'm like, no, that's the obvious one. It's like, no, go for this guy because and then even Steve said it. He goes, he was exactly the same from the start to the finish of the Suicide Squad. He didn't progress. He was still, I mean, you maybe saw a little bit where he was like hesitant, but he was essentially the same guy from start to finish.
When he got, and I said this on DC Squadcast when we did our review of the Suicide Squad, because you got to remember, I surprised myself how much I really enjoyed the Suicide Squad. But I remember when it got to the end, when there was the face-off between Peacemaker and Rick Flag, and then between, basically once that turn happened, where you went, oh, you're that douchebag.
Yeah.
I was enjoying Peacemaker as a character more than I did the rest of the movie. And then this show, I don't know. It's like, I just feel like Cena's having a good time.
He definitely is.
Cena's having a good time, and that's allowing me to have
a good time. Yeah. There's just something about him and the way that he does everything. But we got some people backstage. We got the Geekverse boys right here. We got Kirkland, we got Travis, and we got Taylor.
Boys,
what's happening? I was like, there's no camera right there, but hey, what's happening, guys?
Taylor, you slipped up. Look at us. We're all representing our jerseys here.
I didn't get that memo.
What are you even wearing?
What's going on? No.
Star Wars.
Hey, but it's a pretty cool shirt, so we'll forgive you for that. It's fine.
I have to say something. It was a couple weeks ago. Taylor, we were doing a podcast, and Taylor rattled off the links at rapid speed. I was like, "Why are you going so fast?" He says, "Well, when we were on Vodka Stream with Scott, I want to be more like him," and my heart just broke. My heart just broke. I was like, "You want to be more like Scott? What's going on?"
You roll your plugs off the tongue so well. I'm aspiring to be like that,
dude. This guy.
I seek to be a role model to others. It was a goal, and Taylor, thank you. That warms my heart.
Yeah.
It disappoints his though, right?
Of course, yeah. He's supposed to be more like me, but it's a good thing. Scott's has a good, well-oiled ship over there. I don't know. Do you oil a ship? I don't know, but whatever you do to a ship to keep
probably
it going,
oil something.
Yeah,
there's a lot of moving parts.
There's a lot of machines to get oiled.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Chat,
there's a lot of gears.
Yeah, if you have a boat or you know anyone with a boat, do you oil anything on the boat? Because it has to have happened. So.
Oh, it does. Oh, I can tell you, as someone who I have family members who have boats, you absolutely do oil things. Yes.
Yeah. Let's not get too naughty here, guys. But anyways. No,
we're talking about Peacemaker.
I know.
Naughty is even an option.
Yeah. Have you guys watched Peacemaker?
I just finished the 3rd episode, actually,
Nice.
like 5 minutes ago. Yes, I'm quite liking the show.
Okay. Travis?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it as well. I watched all first 3, and kind of like what you guys were talking about. It's funny that Steve was talking about SNL. It feels like that, where sometimes one bit doesn't really work for you. You go, okay, that's all right, and then the next time you are laughing, I agree, more of the subtle stuff works. But I think if John Cena wasn't so bought in, I don't know if I would be enjoying it as much. But he is just having such a good time. But yeah, when I was watching, I was like, okay, I'm very excited to see what the show's gonna be. Probably gonna be similar to the movie. But when those opening credits fired up, I was like, oh man, this is going even more ridiculous than I thought. And I absolutely love that, because why not? We got so much comic book content out there in the world. There's going to be, you have to have some sort of variety, right? So I'm with Scott when he said he enjoyed the third the most. That's exactly where I was. So it left me in a good place of, okay, I'm getting pretty excited for episode 4 when it drops next week. So
I mean, I can say this: I'm enjoying this more than I enjoyed this last season of Titans.
yeah, that was a
That's
tough one to
very
get through.
true.
Yeah, that was a tough one to get through.
And Taylor, how are you feeling about it?
I am an episode and a half in. So I'm like,
Okay.
Wow.
Halfway through.
midway
There
through.
you go.
I know, Travis, you're surprised.
Well, this afternoon, you're like, I haven't seen a single thing, because this man's been trying to watch Eternals and falls asleep 3 times now. So
No, I don't know where this three's coming from. Just once, just once. But no, I'm loving the show. Like it completely caught me off guard with what we were going to be getting, and it's just got a lot of things like you guys were saying, like you got to rewind, like did they actually say that? And I'm like, I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, holy crap, they're saying some crazy things, but I feel like some things I'm laughing at, like, should I be laughing at this? But
100%. Yeah.
Oh,
it's one of those-
always going to be that. I know. Yeah, there was like in the first episode. I mean, the thing I laughed at the most was just something that was so quick, and then it was just gone. And I was like, wait a minute. And I had to like go back, because I was like, like the way that he said it while he was saying something else. I went, see, these are the jokes that I get, not the ones that are just hardcore in your face. It's like these subtle little quips that just, as they're setting up something else, I'm like, those are the jokes I'm laughing at more than the actual big time jokes, I would say, I guess. You know, like when he's drawing, well, I guess we won't like full on go into spoilers.
The problem is Taylor hasn't seen it all, so it's just
No,
like,
go
you
for
wanna
it.
spoil
Well,
it,
no. But I mean, this was a clip that was there, like when he had a sniper rifle and he didn't have his dove on it. You know, he had to draw it
It's
on
so,
it. You know?
see,
When
I
he
love
actually
that,
did the
you know?
drawing too, like that just got me.
Yeah.
So
Over his
funny, like,
shoulder cam.
Where's the piece of dove? But where is it? He's just scratching it on and stuff. And
He's all, every time I
like a
draw it,
ghost.
it looks like a ghost. And, it's just like, and then he just does it, and then he's just like, fuck. You know, it's just like, yeah, it's, and then they emphasize it throughout the whole episode. It's,
Throughout the whole
Yeah.
episode, yes.
okay.
The one thing I can appreciate, because like I said, Peacemaker was not a character that was not one of my favorite characters from the Suicide Squad. Was not one that grabbed me, but I will say that the way they've written the relationship between him and Robert Patrick as his father, once again, the beauty of what television can give you is you go, oh, I get him now. Like, you understand the man-child that he is when you realize that asshole is his dad.
Yeah.
yeah,
I think
'cause-
I think
oh,
that was
go
what surprised me, honestly, like going into it. I had seen obviously Suicide Squad and then just like the trailer leading up to it, but when just in that first episode their dynamic, I feel like, oh, this is completely different than what I was expecting, and it's fun because it peels back some layers on the character that is Peacemaker and like what made him think this way, and you know, you throw his dad dynamic in there, and yeah, just the ending of episode 2, it was like, holy shit, okay, this is where we're going.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It got to a point where like, you kind of knew that there was something. There was
Yeah.
something that he like, where's he gonna play? And then I love the fact that, you know, there's these certain characters like link him, like, and how he gets arrested is pretty funny. Like, it's just kind of funny how that rolls out. But then all of a sudden, when you see him in prison, and then you go, oh, wait a minute, this guy, this is not his first rodeo at all.
Yeah.
And then when the ending, you're like, oh shit, so this is gonna be something. Are we gonna have father son clashing kind of thing here? You know, it's gonna be something interesting. And I love the fact that it's Robert Patrick.
It's Robert Patrick.
Yeah.
Fucking A, man.
Well,
Absolutely.
and the thing I found funny about that, like I didn't really cue into it to a couple weeks ago, but John Cena's first ever movie was The Marine, and Robert Patrick was the
That's
villain of
right.
that movie.
Yes.
It's like a really cool like full circle life thing of John Cena's first movie role against playing up opposed Robert Patrick, and here he is as the dad. And I liked how they played him because I wasn't sure. Oh, is he just like the inappropriate comedic dad? And that's what I thought first. Okay, he's saying some very racy things, especially nowadays and age. And then when you go to it more, you're like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Because even in episode 1, when they're just saying like, yeah, the people online are saying you're racist, and Peacemaker's like, I'm not racist. And then he's like, that one janitor is like, oh, well, you know, when you look at the statistics of the people you've killed, the white people are very low in this category. He's like, I just deal out justice. So, and it also makes sense though that if he is possibly coming from something I'm sure we'll learn more of that does stem from some racism, why the like online people just assume like, oh, you're like your dad. So that's stuff that the things that were going down episode 3 with him questioning himself, that's on the same thing as Scott, that I liked John Cena being, you know, Peacemaker out loud, he's having some fun, okay, but when they did that turn, that's like, okay, this character is very interesting. Now we're kind of getting the 180 because he's kind of maybe turning the other way, and I hope it's done well, because I liked for the most part when he was having some doubts, especially in episode 3, it wasn't really too comedic. Vigilante, who's always comedic, came in and was comedic, but it felt like John Cena's legitimately suffering from PTSD, and I really hope that continues and it doesn't get cut down with a joke. So
yeah, because the vigilante character, that's right now, that's the character that I'm like, burn it with fire. Like that's
yeah. He's, I mean, like there's a couple of scenes where you kind of go like, what is this supposed to be here, you know? But then, you know, when you had that scene like in the basement, I guess you could say, I actually really enjoyed that whole scene, to be honest. I thought it did
too. I will.
Yeah, I thought it was funny, and then it was interesting because it made like, because you know we're also not in the know as much as Peacemaker is of like, what the fuck is a butterfly?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is that? And then so I like the fact that they structured it with, okay, the audience is not going to know what a butterfly is, just like Peacemaker. So then now we're like learning with him. And then when we see a little hint, and then the way that episode 3 ends, you go, oh shit, this is going to be something. This is going to be something interesting. I don't know how many episodes are supposed to be. Did anybody know the episode?
8 in total.
I think it is 8, but I'm gonna double check that.
Yeah,
okay.
So if it is, we got about 5 more weeks, and that to me could be a good size, because I think that was a big discussion this past year with some of the Disney Plus shows where people would say, oh, the Marvel Netflix being 12, that was too long, but Disney doing these 6, that's maybe too short. And I think 8 is sometimes a really good in-between
good sweet spot.
Yeah, exactly.
It is 8, by the way.
Okay.
February 17th will be the final air date of that'll be the finale.
There you go. So yeah, no, I think that's good, and I'm very curious to see when it ends, because obviously Steve is talking about, I'm sure they of course too are hoping for season 2. I'm interested to see what the numbers are, but I'm interested to see when this ends. Is it a definitive like, oh, you could end it here and you wouldn't need a season 2, or does it end very, you know, open-ended, whether it's post credit or setting up something for him? It will be curious to see, but I hope it kind of is like gives Peacemaker good full circle, and if we have another adventure with him, great. If not, then maybe we'll see him kicking around in some sort of other DC project. So
yeah, and I'm wondering like what else is gonna like be open up. Like, I mean, when it comes to stuff like this, and I know some, you know, a lot of people take the cape shit stuff too seriously.
no,
no, not at all. Right? It doesn't happen. Jesus. When it comes to like this, I mean, I even said in my review, I'm like, you know what universe does this fit in? I mean, I'm like, this is a parody of itself. I would say it almost even fits in the Harley Quinn animated show.
Yes.
Something else, you know, because they're going to be making jabs at all the other heroes. And it's like, you know, and if that's not your bag, that's not your bag. But I'm kind of curious. I mean, obviously we got the Batmite thing that got, talked about. And then all of a sudden it's just like, what else is going to be brought up, or is there going to be I mean, there's always been rumors that a character, like there's going to be a cameo of somebody or multiple. I don't know. Who knows what James Gunn was like going to bring in. I think somebody talked about Bane at one point, but I think he debunked that, which is good. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where it actually goes when it comes to this, because I mean, when it comes to a character like this, nobody knows who this guy is, and it's a ridiculous character. You look into the backstory, you go, why was he dressed like that. And then you got the first episode where they literally talk about that. It's like, yeah, you're lurking in the shadows, but you're wearing a bright red shirt and white pants with a shiny helmet. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
There
oh
was
yeah, his
something
car,
funny,
his
though.
eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
The eagle actually works for me more like
Yes.
when I saw the fandom trailer, I saw the eagle and I went, shut the fuck up. Seriously. Like,
Oh, I was so on the other side of the spectrum. I was like, yes, I cannot wait.
And
For
you
the
said
you
it was
were
an animal
sold.
sidekick. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm in. Do
I
it.
was not, but they've played him in a way that I'm like, okay, and the CGI is really good on that eagle.
Dude, is it really?
good.
It's
Yeah.
fucking excellent on it, right?
It's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
That's where all the budget was into Eagly. They're like John Cena and
Had to take a
Eagly.
pay cut.
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
have
exactly.
a sidekick character like that, like you gotta make him look good. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's just struggling for me personally watching that. For like, he's gonna be in every episode.
Well, when you
So-
have an eagle that's going to hug him, you have to make it. You
No,
have
I'm
to make
sorry.
it.
The one that got me was when the eagle is sticking its head out the window with its tongue hanging
His
out
tongue
like
out.
a dog. Yeah, that was the one I was like, and that's when I was sitting there going, "Wow, this CGI is like really good."
Mhm.
Yeah. It's like,
I mean, you're
good
thinking to
job.
myself, they trained a real eagle for this? Oh wow!
Is that what they did? Wow, that's amazing. We're gonna go ahead and bring in Mr. Ray right here. What
Ray!
is that?
Is this the Peacemaker haters club?
Oh
Nope.
yeah, fuck that
We're,
show.
yeah, we're totally hating on it.
Oh yeah.
Totally hating on it. There you go.
Yeah.
And of course, I always forget. I didn't want to do that when Steve was. on.
No. You don't do that in mixed company. It just doesn't
Yeah, in
work.
mixed company because I don't want to jolt him like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, no, but no, we're just talking about. You've seen it? Have you seen Peacemaker, Ray?
I've seen
Okay,
all
your
the
thoughts?
first 3 episodes. I like it. I mean, I didn't think I was going to dislike it because I liked the Suicide Squad. So, but I will say that the 3rd episode's the best one.
Yeah,
so far
definitely.
out of
I think that's pretty much the consensus on this panel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it wasn't that I disliked the first 2. It's just story got going. Story really
Yes.
got going. And that's a thing. I was thinking about this earlier. Like, that's kind of like this been our standard. Remember when Brett and I used to do DC TV Squadcast way back when? We determined that was like just kind of a thing that happens with shows. You watch the pilot, and I can count on one hand how many pilots were like, wow, that blew me. That pilot was amazing. Let's keep going. Usually, especially with comic book shows, it's like the first couple of episodes aren't that great, but then like episode 3 or 4, okay, all right. That happened with Gotham.
Yeah.
I liked the first 2 episodes of Gotham, and then that 3rd episode when the Dollmaker came in, you know what it did? It was like, for that show, it got me out of Nolan brain because I went into the show thinking, because that was the last live action interpretation of Batman we had.
Yeah.
And so I went into that show with that vibe, and it took me like to episode 3 to be like, no, this is closer to Burton. This isn't Nolan. They're not going for that direction at all. And then the show like it really got good. Like after that.
It's an outlier when the pilot like Superman and Lois was one of those pilots that went, damn, I'm in.
That was
Yeah,
an outlier.
yeah.
That was
That
an
one,
outlier. Yes.
Yeah.
But like, I think nowadays when it comes to like, especially when they're on streaming services, they're like, all right, you can watch the first 3 episodes. I think they all like right off the bat, they go, hey, guess what? We're going to do it like this structure. We're going to release the first 3 episodes. So make sure that 3rd episode is a good fucking cliffhanger.
And you know what? Titan season 3 did that because like you watch the episodes 1 and 2 and you're like, okay. And then you get to that 3rd episode and you're like,
oh shit.
Okay, you got me. Unfortunately, the rest of the season didn't do it for me.
Yeah, I know.
The 3rd episode was like,
and that's like I think HBO Max and Amazon are really the 2 that do the first 3.
Yeah.
I was thinking for a while, I thought it was HBO Max, and I was like, oh no. You know what reminded me? Someone brought up The Boys today, obviously, as a result of it. And I was like, oh yeah, The Boys does the same damn thing. Where it's the first 3 episodes.
No, I think they established that right off the bat just to make sure, like, okay, so if we're gonna release the first 3 episodes, you better like have a fucking huge cliffhanger on that 3rd. And when it came to Peacemaker, it was like, oh shit. Okay, this is going to be one of those, huh? Okay, we're on. This is going to be interesting to see where they take this. Yeah.
So Scott, in case you haven't already told everybody else, what are the butterflies?
I don't know what the butterflies are.
We're still wondering what the butterflies are.
So this isn't a comic thing. This doesn't ring any bells as far
This
as
isn't ringing any of my bells.
Okay.
Geekverse boys, any of you got something?
No, I
You're relying
was...
on my DC knowledge, Scott? Really? You were there for the DC trivia? Come on.
I was there. And the year before that, I was the one asking the questions. So
Right?
I didn't look it up because I wanted to be surprised, but I feel like even what Steve was saying, that even if it's not something tied to DC canon yet, it might be, but he might be using the butterflies as like a kind of cover for it. It could just be something completely made up, but I'm enjoying it so far. I'm pretty surprised at the potential size of what this threat may be. That is a catastrophic amount of things potentially that could happen. But yeah, no, it didn't ring any bells. I was searching any comics, any animation I've like watched, and nothing really struck a chord.
I mean,
Yeah.
you got a good idea of like the sonic boom from the helmet in the first episode. I'm like, okay, if we're going that far with powers on just his helmet, where the hell are we going with this
Well,
show?
I know. Well, we also got like, I mean, the fact that there's like a whole big, huge room that has different helmets.
Yeah.
I'm going.
okay, I
Like, when I
totally
was
got like
introduced-
I got like a TARDIS feel from that because I'm like, it's
I
bigger
did.
on the
So did I.
inside. I'm like,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was kind of like, how is that inside the house? But I was like, what I liked about it, and then of course, obviously, immediately I went, all right. So Robert Patrick, the dad, he's got some backstory with something with like this, and then of course, episode 2, we find out a little bit more about it, but which is not so great. But the fact that Peacemaker has, he has some different helmets that for different things, and that, I mean, to end the fight, I was wondering, I was like, how is this little fight scene going to end where he's in his whitey tighties fighting this meta human? And that's how he did it. And it was just like, and that just led to like the opening of episode 2. My God, good thing that John Cena is a big dude, because Jesus Christ, there's many times you go, oof, oh my God. I mean, obviously the stunt performers too, but man, fall hard.
That's there is a moment that's where it reminded me of Family Guy. Actually, was when he kept falling and falling and falling, and that's where I was like, oh, this feels like anytime Peter hits his knee and he's down for 5 minutes, and they really run that joke. Yeah, and that's what this was. He kept falling from like different amount of heights, and I appreciate that. Where again, that's stuff that really worked for me. And thank God Eagle threw away though when he hit the helmet. Like I was really concerned for a second because there was a big boom, and I was like, okay, good, Eagle flew. He wasn't around, but I was really concerned for him for a moment. But yeah, and that's what I was gonna say too. And Steve was talking about how he's like naked in all his projects so far that he's done with Hollywood. You gotta remember, this is a man whose career he's been in his underwear for most of his life, and then switched over to jean shorts. So he's probably pretty used to it, as like that's what he made his living on for about 15 years, was being naked in front of like thousands of people. Yeah, so a set of 20 people probably doesn't bug him at all.
Not at all. I mean, but Jesus Christ, I mean, the fact that it just seems like he's gotten more ripped as he gets older. It's like, dude, like, what the fuck regimen are you on? I mean, I'm sure there's multiple things. I mean, obviously, when you see like somebody like The Rock, and Jesus Christ, that guy, I don't even like, when do you sleep? When do you sleep, Dwayne? When do you sleep? You're at 4:00 in the morning. You're posting an Instagram video.
The word sleep means the same for
He sleeps in the back.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think they have some kind of hyperbolic chamber that they use for an hour, and it's just but it equivalent to like 8 hours somehow.
He's got the money for it.
He's got like a homemade back to tank. That's what it is.
Probably, yes, yeah, like fucking Boba. Well,
I hope he just doesn't have a bunch of PTSD flashbacks all the time.
Or a Wookiee waking him up.
Yeah, or Wookiee waking him up. Yeah.
I also want to take this opportunity to call out Jennifer Holland's arms. Like, if
oh my
Yeah.
God. Okay, can we talk about that? I mean,
Yes.
I said that in my review too. I was all, by the way, her, and that's James Gunn's girlfriend, right?
Yes.
I was like, props to him, because I'm falling in love. I'm falling in love.
But
Yeah,
I noticed it during the dance number in the opening
that's
title
where I saw
sequence.
it.
It's like when that door
Oh,
opens,
yeah.
I'm just looking at her arms. I'm just like, arms. Like,
Yeah.
that's
And then the opening of the second one where she gets woken up and then she's very much in her undies too. And it was like, whoa, all right, there's a
Yeah.
complete 8-pack also to go with that. And she's like, she is ripped. And I went,
Like the bar
My
scene
God.
wasn't enough. It's like, oh no, continue. Like, okay. Damn.
Oh, the bar. I had someone. I think Jonathan tweeted me and was like, Scott, if you haven't seen it, go look. I had seen it. He was like, dude, you're gonna love the bar scene. And yes, I enjoyed the bar scene. I enjoyed watching her kick that son of a bitch's ass so hard.
I love too in that sequence. I feel like he like went and told his dad, like, "Oh, can you believe what this woman just told me?" And then he goes over, "What did you call my friend?"
yeah, because you're kind of thinking like, because you know that obviously Peacemaker is like he's gonna show up, and it's like, oh, is he gonna save the day? No,
totally.
They didn't. I mean, that's what I like when they do that misdirection. It's like, no, he's not gonna save the day. She's just gonna just totally defend herself and show that she can do all this. And yeah, I mean, I like her character too because she doesn't trust anyone, like anyone. She's just always like, "What about you? What about you?" She trusts no one.
Probably shouldn't.
No, she should not.
Like, and
That's
not just
that's why I love her character.
and not just for like nefarious means, like what's going on with Adebayo, but like the rest of them are not really that smart.
No,
like going like going through, and that was another thing that hit me, like the whole switching identity scene. I was just like, oh, they're all stupid. Okay, all right. Like that was that moment where it's like, oh, they're all dumb. All right, I can roll with this and totally roll with this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, come on, you backstabbed Amanda Waller. That already shows that you have no regard for your own life.
No, I thank you for bringing that up, Scott, because I remember that being a major point of contention after we all saw the Suicide Squad. And that came up on the Vodka stream. A lot of people did not like that all of those agents weren't gunned down after the betrayal. And so now here we have in this show, this is the bullet. This mission is the bullet. We just don't know how it's the bullet yet. But they're cannon fodder. They're complete cannon fodder at this point. And we just don't know how. So
interesting. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see where all it goes. And I mean, obviously, there's certain people that are connected to Amanda Waller in a different way, obviously too. And like, there's like some curious, it's interesting to see where all that in the distrust and everything and who's not who they say they are. I mean, there's probably going to be some kind of reveal with somebody that's like, oh yeah, I'm here because of something or blah, blah, blah. Amanda Waller put me here for a certain reason to do something. I don't know. I think there's going to be some kind of, backstab or something that's going to end up happening.
Because that particular character, that's not like, that's an invention of the show. That's not canon.
Okay. I was going to ask you that too, if that was.
No, because actually, Waller's backstory that Ostrander gave her is that her family, they're from Chicago, and her entire family got gunned down by like gang violence. Like, so that's the reason she's the way that she is because she lost her sons and her husband, and they all got gunned down, and then she became the bad mamma jamma.
Oh yeah,
that she was. You actually, I know I'm going to touch a nerve here, but there's a flashback vision sequence about that, because remember, Angela Bassett played Waller in the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie.
True.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there is a reference to the death of her family in that movie.
Oh man, I wish that scene was in that
Green
movie.
Lantern's canon. There you go.
Green Lantern's canon. Always canon.
It has been so long since I've seen that movie.
Ooh, I know. You always forget.
Yeah, revisit it, Ray.
We're getting there. We're working our way there on Squadcast movies.
We are, and wow, that's. But you know what? And this is the crazy thing is like, nothing against Angela Bassett, but it's like, aside from the movie itself, like Viola Davis is just the wall. It's like whatever.
Oh,
like,
she is perfect. Like,
and I was pleasantly surprised she was in the first episode. I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting to see you. Great. Awesome. That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, that was like that was like bonus points. It was
totally.
Thank you.
No, I was glad that they incorporated at least her within it. But we have Mr. Steven joining right now.
But it
What's
also
up?
helped when you put her on a Zoom call
Hey.
and you're able
Yeah.
to, you're like,
yeah, that was
easy.
shot in a couple
It's easy.
hours. Very easy.
Yeah.
We're just talking about Peacemaker, Steven. What are your thoughts?
I like it. It's
Okay.
it's better than I anticipated.
You
it was
WB
interesting-
chill you.
Yeah. No, I remember being like getting progressively more concerned about Suicide Squad as the trailers came out. And then just generally, like the first time it was like fun enough, and then the more I watched it, it kind of fell apart. But the thing that I was the most surprised about, because we knew the Peacemaker show was coming out, the thing I was most surprised about was that when I saw Suicide Squad, I was like, oh, I actually understand now why this guy is interesting for a show.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of my one takeaway from that, was like I wasn't really a fan of it, but I was like, oh, that could actually be pretty good. And then once again, the marketing, I was just like, I don't know if this is something interesting at all. And then you guys were just talking a minute ago about like the third one being the best. And I agree. I think it's the distinction is, I think I was in after like the first episode. Like the first two episodes I think are great, but by the time you get to the third episode, you're at that point where it's like, okay, tell me where you're like I'm in. Like I like these characters.
now go somewhere.
I'm interested in this world. Now
Yep.
give me a reason to watch it more.
Yes.
Like you don't need to sell me on the concept anymore. Now you need to sell me on the vision, or the plan. And then episode 3 did that exactly.
Yeah.
So I like HBO Max releasing these 3 episodes at a time, because you can get that in your.
Well, that's what we were kind of
in-
talking about, like that. I mean, obviously, when they do something like that, it's like you got to plan ahead when it comes to like, hey, we're going to release the first 3 episodes, so make sure that third episode, everybody kind of goes, this is where we're going. And I think that's why we all collectively were like, yeah, episode 3, strongest. Now we know where we're going with this. And we're kind of like, all right, yeah, I want to see what's happening with this. And
I will say that with the 3, I'll take the 3 at one time and then 1 a week after that. I'll take that depending on when it releases over, say, like a Netflix model where it's like, here's the entire season at one time, because, I'm going to get my ass spoiled in no time like that, because ain't nobody got time for that if it's not Christmas break or the summer for my family. But I will say that some of the shows, like what Disney Plus does, where it's literally just 1 a week, that makes it hard. Like I
Yeah.
do have kind of even with Boba Fett, I banked 2 before I started.
Well, and those Disney Plus shows are always so weirdly paced. That, like, I think Mando did a mostly good job with pacing. And like WandaVision, I know people were like tuning out of that the longer the sitcom stuff went on. But like even that, they had like the first 2 episodes released at once. But like Mando, you had a 30-minute first episode that was like, okay, I don't know where this is going. And then an hour-long second episode that was like, oh, okay, here's some really cool backstory. I'm into this. And then a third episode that's like, oh, that backstory should have just been all the first episode. And like now I don't know where you're going. Like now it was the opposite of Peacemaker for me, where it's like the third episode ends and you're like, oh, I thought I knew what the show is and now I don't. And not in a way that like got me super more invested in it. I might be different on that than everybody else, but I had the reverse reaction to the third episode of Mando.
With Disney Plus, I sometimes have a theory that they may shoot most of it as like a big movie and then figure out later where episodes are going to be. Because I remember when WandaVision was coming out, I think it was Feige or the showrunner was like, oh, we don't know how many episodes it is. And it's like, well, that's an odd thing to say when you're making a show. Like, and that's where it's like.
That was a weird thing with Hawkeye. Because I was watching Hawkeye, and like by the time we got to the finale, I was partway through the finale, and I was like, "Wow, this actually would have made it feels like an assembly cut when you think of the entire show. It just feels like an assembly cut for a movie." And the longer that finale went on, I was like, "Wow, this is just like the most protracted third act I've ever seen in my life." And like,
Well, no, I like that though. Like, what you're talking about, like having episodes of a different length. It's, and especially in Star Wars case, the Book of Boba Fett for me is just reinforcing my thesis that Star Wars is better as a TV franchise than as a film franchise. And that's part of why, because if you do things in assembly cut length, but you're not willing to do the Zack Snyder's Justice League 4 hours, but you want to cut it up episodically and call it 6 to 8 episodes, you can do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's exactly what they're doing. I like that personally.
But I like the different lengths too when it I don't feel like it always serves a purpose though. Is my thing. Like I think there's times when it's like Mando.
Yeah.
I think Mando did it great because some episodes are an hour, some episodes are like 20 minutes. But like the 20 minutes ones are like about Jawas, and the hour-long ones are like about Krayt dragons, and it works. But between the Marvel shows, I think it's used more effectively sometimes than it is other times, I guess. Anyways, Scott's been trying to.
And that's normally what happens. Steven has gone on, and now I have.
Oh, I will say though.
Of course you will. Of course you will. No, my choo-choo jumped the track, about 3 tangents back. So
I know, right?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Anyways, sorry, I had to throw in a drop there.
I will say I am legitimately surprised. I was not sure, based on reaction to Suicide Squad, how many of us would like it. And I
didn't think I would. I mean, the fact that I don't
I
hate
wasn't
it.
sold on it. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think that's the thing for me is that I'm enjoying it. I'm not loving it, but I'm also not burn it with fire. Like it's enough to keep me watching.
It makes me wonder if maybe Peacemaker should have been the POV character for the Suicide Squad instead of like I guess maybe Bloodsport.
Bloodsport,
yeah. And maybe the Suicide Squad would have been because like the maximalist approach. Like in a way, it's more intimate, but also with Peacemaker, it's just so maximalist that and it works. Like that's like where Gunn excels. Even with like the dick jokes, it's almost like he's, I don't know. Like I'm not normally like a huge fan of the dick jokes, but like the show is almost like mocking the like. It's like dick joke, and then you're like, oh, here comes a dick joke, and there's no dick joke, and you're like, what? And then they're like, dick joke, gotcha, and you're like, you did get me, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't think you were gonna get me, but you got me with that 13th dick joke. So...
But what I do appreciate about the show is that because of what I expected going into it, and I had no expectations. Like that's how low my expectations were. I had no expectations going into the show. But it has moments of like real sincerity and like real seriousness that it's like, okay, you're a real show. You're a real show, and it helps. And Travis, you've been trying to say something, so.
No, but what I will say off of that point is
No.
I think Gunn, when his work is the best, he usually does sneak that in. Like I think you look at the surface of the very first Guardians, most of it for the first act is very joke heavy, very fun, very playful. It's Peter Quill with the girl that he doesn't remember the name of. But then as the movie goes on, you peel back even Drax. I talk about two in a different light, but when you first meet him, he's just one-liner, but then it gets into the family, and you talk more about he bonds with Gamora. So I think he does sneak that in there, and it's funny, you were talking earlier about Dave with his look and everything like that, and I think the good thing with the show, and I think Gunn's even said, oh, would you do a Justice League? And he said, absolutely not. With Guardians, with Peacemaker, and lots of people with Suicide Squad, he likes picking these characters because at the end of the day, no one's going to get too mad. Like, okay, some people will get too mad about this, but the real normal people, if Peacemaker is a mess of a show, it's like, okay, because it's Peacemaker. It's nothing people hold to.
The stakes
through their
aren't
heart.
that high.
Exactly. No. Yes. So if it's not a perfect show, that's where I go, okay, that's fine. I like it enough. I'll be back next week. But if next week completely sucks, go, okay, it's Peacemaker. That's fine with me. And I think he is smart that way because he gets to play a lot more in the sandbox. Like if he was doing a bigger one of the Justice League members, I don't think you'd get a dance sequence opening credits. But with Peacemaker, they can do that and go, oh yeah, sure, we don't care. It's Peacemaker, sure.
That's probably why he doesn't want to do Superman.
100%, yeah.
I think that
that's
plays
why he
a
did
little
Brightburn. Him and his brothers wrote Brightburn. They're like, you know what? They were like,
That was good though.
Fucking killed everybody.
I really liked it. But yeah,
I think that plays a little bit into his approach to these characters also, because it's not just that they're like lesser known characters. It's he likes to find characters where there's an empathetic connection that people don't anticipate. Where there's and I think the opening credits of the show is like the thing that a lot of people don't really get about them is that there is a sort of meta level of drama kind of under the surface there, where it's this really silly facade, but like everybody is so like just
super serious.
Like when Jen Holland and who is it that comes through the door when the door opens and they come out sideways.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's like I watched that like on loop a whole because
and well, even when the wife is when she's dancing and she's shooting birds the whole
but
time.
It's just like emotionless.
But no, he's right. When Harcourt, like that's the part that hits me in the opening was like when Harcourt and the other dudes show up, I'm like, okay, this is great because it's just it.
Well, especially the more it's one of those things where like he said he was going to abolish the skip button or whatever. And the first time I watched it, I was like, I don't know, I'll skip this the next time. And then it's like the more times I watch it, the more times I have to watch it. Where it's just like I need to see them coming through that door just with a perfectly straight face.
Yeah, or even at the end when he lifts up the little dude and then
Judo master.
Then Eagles.
You know what I noticed? The third episode is like John Cena is like breathing really hard.
Oh, he's
got a straight face. He's just like,
yes.
Like that, and I'm like, I just started laughing because he's breathing so hard, but he's got a stone solid face.
He's breathing hard, and so is Harcourt. If you look at it again,
but I think that was by design, obviously.
Oh, and his
it's not like that's just because he's out of. And I think it was like fully by design because it looked ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, and I think the whole idea is that, as with Peacemaker himself. And as we're starting to see with this show, there's more under the surface. He's got this mantra. He's got this, literally he wears the helmet and the costume to dinner, right? Like those are all, like James loves these characters like Rocket, who looks like one thing on the surface, and then when you start to peel it back, you're like, oh, they're that way on the surface for like they don't want you to look under. That's why he drives the flashy car and wears the toilet bowl helmet, because he doesn't want to talk about how much it bothers him that he killed Rick Flag. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want anyone to know how much that hurt him, and like that. And to me, that is what the whole purpose of like that entire dance sequence opening is. It's this, where it's a song and dance. It's like the song and dance is a distraction, like it's from the fact that there's like actually something going on. Yeah.
No, it's gonna be interesting to see. Like, I mean, especially when after you watch the episode 3, you see like what's going to be coming on, the future. Like they show like a preview of what's going to be happening in this season. There's some stuff in there where it's like, all right, yeah, it's gonna, I'm curious about the Robert Patrick stuff too with him and, Peacemaker and his dad. They established that in the first episode when they're just like literally just sitting at the dinner and like he's trying to like make them laugh and just try to do something and
he made him laugh.
He definitely did.
Killed his own dad. I mean, and like I don't know much about that character, so I'm like, but based on what you saw and what people are saying, I was like, okay, I wonder if they're really gonna go in that direction with his character, and they're going in that direction. Like, I mean, the prison scene was chilling. It was like, ooh. Okay, that was a little heavy. I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, they're gonna go with that, and then we'll get some more '80s rock music. Which again, like some of it, I'm like, who the fuck are these people? Like, I love how Steve said that. He was like, I don't even know who. He loves just being growing up in the '80s and whatever. I'm like, I only knew Cinderella. I think that's why they emphasized Cinderella when when that whole exchange happened.
I will say that was one of the extended on the nose joke scenes that actually worked for me. Him holding the married couple hostage.
That stare that they had with the wife and him.
Yes.
I was like, oh my gosh, what is going to progress here?
Well, the payoff is great later on.
The payoff
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. the payoff was like, whoa, and yeah, oh man, it was just like, okay, all right, so I got to that point, sweet. But yeah, when he was holding them hostage, I mean, and they were just bickering back and forth, and even when in the interrogation room too, it's just like there was just a couple things were like, oh yeah, the hot guy. It's like, and then apparently he was like, what the fuck, or something like that. It's just, I don't know, that whole the whole marriage couple thing worked for me too.
Travis, let me ask you this question, because I know if I ever ask Brent this question, I know what answer he'll give me. I want your answer for this, because I've had this theory about James. I've had this thought about James Gunn and his work between the franchises, and in my opinion, he's being given a level of freedom here with DC that he, in my opinion, was never allowed to have with Marvel, even with how Guardians Volume 2 went.
So I will say that you are right, but I'll say the unpopular opinion that I like Gunn better when he kind of has a bit of a leash on him, because I think this show for me proves that I like majority of it, but there are times, like someone put in the chat, the butt baby joke. I hated that joke, and the fact that we sat on that even for like a minute, I was like, please move on. And even when they call back to it, so for me with Gunn, if you like him unleashed, him with DC is the way to go. I think there is still a good creative process of him working with the team, with the Feige, and that's where I think with Guardians it is, oh yeah, I want to do that, but there might be like, okay, we are still Disney. You're not gonna make this butt baby joke here. Now Guardians 2, he definitely, I think, went off the leash. I'm somebody that likes that movie a lot more than other people, but it was still maintained. He still had if he was like a dog, he still had a backyard to be in, where DC has literally opened the fence, like, okay, go play in the dog park. And even with Suicide Squad, I don't like Suicide Squad as much as either the Guardians movies, but he definitely has a full-on level of freedom and that's why after Guardians he's done. Like, he's already said that, but I think we knew that he'll finish Guardians, and he already has kind of hinted about 2 other DC projects he is working. I think he wants to finish off those characters, specifically Rocket, and then I think he's a DC guy for quite a while. I think he's going to be doing that, which I really hope soon he does do something original. I was a little disappointed between Guardians 2 and Suicide Squad he didn't do something just unique again, but if it's this, and if we get another DC one, I hope soon he does do something that's not an IP, but hey, whatever makes him happy, right? So
I mean, you also knew that he had to get to Adam Warlock too, so
yeah,
100%, yeah.
That's going to be interesting. But no, I agree with you, Travis, because I as much as I love when these directors are doing like the cape shit and all the nerd shit that we love, but at the same time, it's like, I want to see something original, I do. I want to see something absolutely original from, because if you have this creativity with it, something that's existing, put your brain towards something that you just kind of came up on, that's why, like, when it came to, I don't know how, when it came to before, like with Slither and Super and all that stuff, when it came to James Gunn, I was like, stuff like that. Yeah, I like the fact that you took certain genres and you turn it on.
I still need to see Super. That's
you should.
I need to see that too.
It's great. It's great. Yeah.
Well, and that's why we at Geekers really excited for. There's a horror movie coming out called The Black Phone, but it's Scott Derrickson's first
with Ethan Hawke.
Oh my god, that looks so good. Yeah, that was on my top 10 list.
Yeah, and I always think when directors kind of have, like, not that he had a big controversy, but he left Doctor Strange, he obviously wanted to make it. I always think they kind of feel like they have not something to prove, but they really want to show off, okay, I'm going to make something really good here. And the trailers have been good. He obviously has a good working relation with Ethan Hawke. I loved Sinister. So that's when I'm like, okay, I can't wait to see. He didn't get to do Strange 2, but now he's doing this completely original thing, and I'm really excited for that.
What's funny about that, though, is like when you see like what's happening with Doctor Strange 2, you can kind of understand
100%,
why. Because I think probably Derrickson was like, I want to do it like this and just be like a contained story that's more. They're like, no, we are bringing in everyone that
we just called Ben Affleck, Scott.
Yes.
We need to bring him in.
You realize he left a message on Ben Affleck's phone to come back as Daredevil. You realize what has happened here? And he probably was like, fuck, I don't want to do that. That's like too crazy. So that's why that's now that we know more details about the multiverse of madness, which still sounds like a theme park.
How much of that is confirmed though?
Well, I'm just saying there's gonna be some cameos, dude.
But you
There's
also
gonna
got to
be-
remember that they did confirm that they had to rewrite Multiverse of Madness
Yes.
because it was supposed to come out before No Way Home.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so, you remember that whole story about all the reshoots is like, well, the reason the reshoots are happening is because they basically had to go back and rewrite whole.
So Tom Cruise is in the movie as Tony Stark.
I hope
Who
so.
knows if that's going to be that? If that happens,
because that's the cabin pressure that everybody's been losing for the last week. Is like that's going to happen. I was like, okay.
That has come up a lot, though. That came up even a year or so ago that they were talking to him, and I don't know if it's happening, but it would be fun because he was apparently Marvel's first choice, and if you read into it, he wanted the Iron Man mask to be clear so you could see his face, so it would come down, you'd have the suit, but every time you had the suit on, you would see Tony Stark's face, and there's concept art for it and everything like that, and
that's such
obviously
a Tom Cruise thing.
100% to be like, well, we got to show my face, but they can't know you can't know you're
have
Tony
these
yet.
thrusters because he's got to run.
Yeah,
I know.
Right.
He's got to run, and then he.
I mean, to be fair to the MCU, the Matt Damon cameo was very unexpected in Thor Ragnarok. Did not expect that at all. I was like, oh wow, okay, left field, all right. So not impossible, but still, I wonder.
Not
if,
Mission Impossible. Sorry, that was stupid.
I opened the door. You just blew it.
Yeah, I know. I
blew it further open.
totally. That's
You're
why.
supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Oh man, that trailer's supposed to be coming out soon too. According to Simon Pegg, I was like, oh, he said, oh, it's cut, it's ready. So it's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, obviously they're gonna show a little bit of that motorcycle going out into the canyon, and then whatever. Who knows? That Tom Cruise is insane. He likes to run, and that's great. If he I know. If he ends up being like a crazy off the wall, all of a sudden you see Iron Man show up in Multiverse of Madness, and the helmet opens up, and it's Tom Cruise. I don't know how the theater reception will be with that.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't know.
I think they will play it in a way that you are not happy to see Tom Cruise, but in a story way of it's not, it opens up and it's like, I feel like they might want you to be disappointed because I guarantee you they might just show the outfit first, and then when that thing comes up, you're like, oh, it's not down. That's kind of a dumb bummer. And I just want him to tap more into villain side because my favorite role of his of all time is Collateral. And
thank you. So great.
He's so scary in that movie, and I want more villainous Tom Cruise back. So
yeah, so do I. But I think it's going to be like the beginning of Austin Powers 3 when they're doing this crazy and then all of a sudden he turns around, it's Tom Cruise. He's like, yeah, baby.
No,
yeah.
either that or Tropic Thunder. Because
that was
Dave, where's the drop? Where's the drop? Come on.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. I do have those drops. Yeah. Keep talking, Scott. I'll find them.
I mean, because there was an unexpected Tom Cruise appearance. I remember watching that movie going, my wife didn't even know it was Tom Cruise. It's like, honey, that's Tom Cruise. Like, why? I was like, I didn't know he was in this movie.
He stole the movie.
I will fuck you up.
Yeah.
he stole the movie for me. Seriously, I have watched his scenes in that movie more than I watched the whole movie.
Fuckstick, I'm incredibly busy, so why don't you get the hell out of here before I snap your dick off and jam it into your ass?
Well, and I think that was really smart of him to do because that was in a time, if you look at, I feel like his popularity was the lowest, not because movies, just because in the public eye, he was doing a lot of things that people were like, I don't know how I feel about Tom Cruise. And I think this played up he is a fun-loving guy. He can have fun and stuff because he got this reputation of being stuck up. And if you watch Tropic Thunder, you go, oh, he couldn't be stuck up. Look at the stuff he's saying. Look how much fun. And I think that legitimately really revitalized his career to the point, remember, they were going to make a movie about Les Grossman. They never did, but they did announce they were going to do a solo spinoff movie, I think, for the best.
I remember hearing about that. No.
Yeah, it's probably best they didn't do that because I don't think it would have worked. But we recently on Geek First we just reviewed Eyes Wide Shut, and that was a fun time. I want Cruise to go back to that. I love a Mission Impossible, but I want some more just cruise and drama movies. I don't need to see him jump. I don't need to see him shoot, but I feel like he feels that's what the audience wants. And I remember there was these conversations at one point that he was talking with Tarantino about being Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and I would kill to see Cruise in a Tarantino movie. I would love to see what they do together, but I think they would not mix well.
I loved Vanilla Sky.
So did I.
Right?
I
That's,
that was good.
really enjoyed that movie. So you
Yeah.
know, that was something like that. You know, because like that early 2000s cruise.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
kinda
like
did it all,
Magnolia.
Magnolia and
Yeah,
Vanilla
yes.
Sky, and
I mean, Magnolia is arguably like even more out of character for him than Collateral was, and I know he's a hitman in Collateral, but still, in Magnolia, he's like, "Wow, now you're actively giving me reasons to hate you
Mhm.
with your character." Okay, so
yeah.
but
Collateral
you
was just Michael Mann goodness.
the
Good movie.
Michael Mann. Oh, end of story. There it is. But like the other funny thing is, yes, Mission Impossible 7, but I think everybody keeps forget. I think a lot of people forget about Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah,
we-
no, I'm not forgetting about it because
We were supposed to have already seen it.
by now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that trailer, it's not Morbius level yet, but it's getting to that point where it's like, okay, I'm seeing this trailer enough.
I
At the
thought
theater.
Ray, you were trying to equate your excitement for Top Gun for Morbius. I was like, we need to have a serious conversation that
No.
you were as excited for Morbius as Top Gun because that is a shocking revelation right
No,
there.
I mean I'm intrigued by Morbius, but no, Top Gun Maverick. That's
That's
like
my
a
childhood right there. I mean,
I'm-
seriously.
I'm always confused why Oblivion doesn't get more play.
That movie,
loved
you know,
Oblivion.
Okay, you know why? You know why that movie doesn't get talked about enough? Because I mean, trailers, man. That's the thing. If you take away Morgan Freeman out of all those trailers, but of course they had to put him in there because it's Morgan fucking Freeman. That movie works so much better because you get that surprise, a better surprise, or whatever the hell. It's the same thing with The Island when it came to Michael Bay. I still think that's one of Michael Bay's better movies, to be honest. But it was,
I agree.
The whole like, I guess you say the twist gets spoiled because they have to sell the movie,
right?
So then they have to like show you like, oh yeah, these are clones. But like, yeah, imagine if you didn't know that they were clones and you were watching it. Holy shit. Same thing when it came to like, if you didn't know Morgan Freeman was in this movie, and then he's the one that reveals to Tom Cruise what is actually happening, which also has to do with clones as well. Yeah.
Don't spoil your clowns. Yeah, don't show your
clones.
That,
Where's Brent? I feel like we said clone enough times, like Brent should just magically appear.
Ben Riley, in a couple of years, you know. So
nothing wrong with clones, but yeah, I know, yeah, but you're right, Steven. Like Oblivion should get mentioned many times when it comes to the discussion of Tom Cruise movies.
I need to see.
I'm an idiot. I was gonna say like because Joseph Kosinski like should be doing way more. He's literally doing Top Gun Maverick with Tom Cruise. But like he's one of those
That's
guys who
right,
like
he
you would have
is.
expected him to
Yeah.
like. It's like there were not that Oblivion should have been a franchise, but he's one of those guys that should have gotten plucked up after like. He did multiple movies that either should have become a franchise or should have resulted in him being given a franchise based on how other directors are kind of treated, and he just never.
Am I the only one that liked Tron Legacy?
No, I like Tron.
Okay,
Yeah, good.
because that's where what you just said about him. That's what I thought. I thought it was like, okay, here we go. Let's see what he does. And
I need to.
nothing came of it.
I bought that digitally. I've watched it one time. Of course, I grew up on the original Tron, and seen that numerous times. But I've only seen Legacy once. I need to do a rewatch of that soon.
yeah, I'm the same. I've only seen it once. Yeah.
Like to
Whatever
me,
happened
Tron
to
is
the
more about
Jared
the
Leto-
experience than the.
Isn't there supposed to be a Jared Leto third one?
I think there's
Whatever
still.
happened with that?
I think there's still. I heard that they were like doing some sort of scripting or whatnot, or at least maybe Leto got asked about during Gucci era, like in those
He's trying to
interviews,
figure
and-
out how to digitize himself, so
Yeah.
he can method.
Yeah. He can't method act like.
Wouldn't
digital-
surprise me if that's half true, Steven.
Oh, no, it's true. It's 1,000% true. His house is riddled with computer monitors, and he's wearing wires and stuff. And
How can I get my brain into this whole
Taylor,
thing?
by the way, because you and Kirkland have been way too quiet. You guys
Yeah.
got to jump in here. I mean, come on, man. But Taylor,
I've never seen Tron Legacy. I don't know where to jump in here. I haven't seen Vanilla
yeah.
Sky. All these movies you guys have been spewing
And
off.
your favorite Tom
You
Cruise
just
movie?
write it down. Write it down.
Now, right, there's a
I like Jerry
list.
Maguire, Mission
Jerry Maguire's
Impossible
a good pick.
Fallout. It's
Yeah.
probably my
Yeah.
favorite one. So
Yeah.
complete me.
Taylor, I do want to say I saw your tweet the other day about can we stop hating on Book of Boba Fett, and I appreciated that tweet. And I'm there with you because I'm
Yeah, I was-
enjoying it.
I
I
feel
was
like
on the
I'm
review
alone
just
on this
shitting on
island.
it with
Yeah,
Taylor.
I get vocal about it on Twitter because the only people I'm associating with
vocal.
are Kirkland and Travis that don't like it. So
Well, and our Geek First Discord we put in after episode 2, and I was like, "How's everyone feeling?" And everyone was just like, "I don't like this show." Like Taylor's just dropping gifts of like heartbroken and whatnot. And I don't. Taylor, you have your moment. Talk about why you like Boba Fett, because you are in love with Star Wars. You know?
Oh, it's the storytelling
So-
aspect. I love how going forward with a show like this. When I was younger, I didn't appreciate, Tusken Raiders, for example. I didn't appreciate any of these different sequences that were just thrown into the movies back then. But now I like the dynamic. I like the relationships and the development. I like the backstory showcasing so much more to again their culture, the parallels, and so many things that you can adapt this to real life scenarios. I think that's a very good eye opener that you can look at, and it's just such an expansive show where not every Star Wars has to be necessarily like some exciting story with epic reveals and lightsaber fights and guns blazing and everything. At its
Doesn't have
core,
to have exciting stuff.
I really do like those moments when you have, Boba and Fennec looking at the different districts of Mos Espa, and they're just kind of going over like, oh, what, the Trandoshans own this side of the city and all that kind of stuff. And I just love that dynamic. And I think that there's a lot of good stuff coming.
We should be getting more of that in the show. It was like 10 seconds in that last episode. That thing that you just highlighted. And I defended that as well.
And then the Tuscans off screen gone. Just that was a nice little moment. Cool.
Okay.
Go for Ray. Let's
Go
hear it.
Ray. Yeah, defend your baby. Come on.
I'm completely in. Hey, listen, we're the ones happy, right? I'd rather be happy than unhappy. I'm just saying.
That's because I see enough of that on Twitter enough times.
Yeah,
but I'm completely with Taylor on the world building aspect. And again,
they definitely are doing that. Yeah.
This is a thesis that I've had in my head since I binged Rebels and Clone Wars during work from home, because I hadn't seen any of them, and my coworkers, my old job, were like bugging me for years. Ray, watch Rebels, watch Clone Wars, and I finally did when they sent us home, and it just hit me in the middle of Rebels. I was like, I think this franchise is better as a TV series. Like as television series, because there's like so much and I feel like, quite honestly, Travis and Kirkland, that like part of the issues that a lot of people are having with it are because they're used to the grand, like incredible spectacle of 2.5 hours, right?
Yeah.
It's like you go to the theater and it's like, I want to see the Force and I want to see the lightsabers and the grand spectacle there. And it's funny because there are a lot of people who are into the Disney Plus shows that are like, I don't want to hear the word Skywalker ever again. Mm-hmm. Let's just do something without the Skywalkers, which of course is not going to help them when Ahsoka starts or Kenobi. But the idea of like Clone Wars and Rebels clued me into this idea of like, and Rogue One as well, of like the world of Star Wars for anybody who isn't named Skywalker and isn't connected to the Jedi or the Sith. Who's not fighting the war? What are they doing? What are their lives like? Which is another reason why I like the Canto Bight sequence in The Last Jedi, because I really feel like that sequence sells a lot of that too. But a lot of people don't like that. A lot of Star Wars fans, a lot of diehard Star Wars fans, they want the Williams score and the grand, crazy set pieces, and they want all of that, and it's great. But yeah, the more intimate moments, come on, Danny Trejo. Come on, and he talked. Taylor talked about like the getting deeper with the Sand people, dude. I have a different appreciation for Rancors now.
Yes,
Are
absolutely.
you kidding me? Come on now. That was
I
awesome.
know they did shine light on that, like how all that is, and explaining a little backstory on that.
Now I know why that dude cried when Luke killed him.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what I thought.
Get that.
Exactly what I thought in that last episode. I was like, oh, okay, there's a connection. There's something that has to do with these creatures. And yeah, I immediately thought about the dude who was wearing, the in Return of the Jedi. Yeah, totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm still wish, whatever is going on with that Rogue Squadron movie that Patty Jenkins was supposed to be doing, that breaks my freaking heart, because those going back to I will still call it the EU. I refuse to call it Legends. I'm going to be that old man.
Yeah,
but,
let's do it.
But, those Michael Stackpole novels of the Rogue Squadron books, and then the comic books that he wrote too. And the funny thing was that there was some mixed media because he would reference his comic books stories in the novels. So if you hadn't read the comic book stories, there was all this backstory in the novels that you were like, what the hell did I miss? And that would make a great TV show, because it's just, like I said, Rogue Squadron, the way that Michael Stackpole wrote them was basically they were the Suicide Squad, but for Star Wars, because it was like, get a whole bunch of X-Wing pilots and send them on Black Ops missions. And so you get Spycraft and Top Gun in one story. And that's why I loved Rogue Squadron so much. And hell, give that to me, the TV show. It would actually be like, Dave, we talked about last week about Space Above and Beyond. It would be like Space Above and Beyond, but in the Star Wars universe, because you could get like a dogfight a week, but then also like some soldier shit, and I would be so down for that.
We're speaking Taylor's language here.
First this summer have been going for 7 years. From the first month or two, he had pitched a Rogue Squadron, like that's what they should do, and there was no one I knew more excited when they announced that, and then now it's
I actually went back and made a clip. Yeah, we were doing a newscast, and like they should call it like Rogue Squadron, and everyone shat all over it, like stupid name, lame. I got all on audio.
Learn, bro. Yeah, they already had Rogue One. Why do we need Rogue Squadron?
But rest in peace to that movie. But
well, we'll see what happens.
It's on the shelf. It'll happen.
Yeah,
I don't know if Patty will be doing it, but it'll happen.
I think DC, you know, how much of a reputation they get for movies not being happening and all their problems. Star Wars still somehow flies under the radar, that they have sometimes just as many problems as that company has.
Is that Ryan Johnson trilogy yet?
Yeah, the Ryan Johnson trilogy, you know,
that
you
has the Game of Thrones trilogy still on
the Game of Thrones trilogy.
Yeah.
You had, you know, you had a Lord Miller solo cut. You had Rogue One, where they basically told the original director, "Hey, just sit here while someone else directs the rest of your movie," which is like, oh, that's cool. Like that like, with
they've
Boba,
had their problems.
Yeah, they've definitely had their problems, and I never know what it feels like. They never talk about what they want to do before they make this announcement. They're just like, "We love Patty, we love Wonder Woman, let's announce it." And then 2 weeks later, they meet. Hey, what do you want to do for your movie and plot? And they go, "Oh, I don't know if we actually want to do this." Like, I guess I give them credit for, like, with Solo, they pulled the plug. It was like, "Hey, this isn't the movie we want. We're gonna switch out with Ron Howard," but that didn't necessarily work out either, just from a business standpoint. It didn't, like, if you like it or not, that's fine. But it's Boba, I'm waiting to care for Boba. I feel, in my opinion, Kirkland might feel a little bit the same, that I feel Boba Fett as a character is a little goofy. There's a moment in the newest episode when he is petting the Rancor, and this robot comes to tell him this very life-threatening information. He says, he's like, "No, leave me alone. I'm busy." "What are you busy with, dude? You're petting this animal." Like,
Travis, you just, you know, you didn't like him in his underpants as much as you like Cena. I get it.
100%.
And the Rancor the Rancor did not look as good as Eagly. Okay, the CGI was so fuzzy and it looked so weird when he was just rubbing it.
Yeah, and it's just, he comes off a little like the way of this guy who's supposedly going to start taking over Tatooine. I have not seen that yet, and then maybe that's what the flashbacks are trying to impose. But I feel, again, same thing with the Tusken Raiders. That's great, and then he just, we got a flashback. They're all just dead on the ground. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
But his teeth look great.
I can't stand the teeth, because this is a man, and I have no problem with him being unreal.
Kirkland sort of cracking up.
Oh, you got me mid-drink too.
This man
That's
came
dangerous.
out of the Sarlacc pit. His whole body is ravaged, but he has the nicest looking teeth in Star Wars you have ever seen. So it's just all this
you
little
have to overlook.
Is anybody just happy for Tamara Morrison? Seriously?
No, I know. I am. We are.
Never.
But I mean, like we're just being dicks right now. We're just picking little.
And
things.
again,
Absolutely.
I don't think Boba Fett's a bad show. I'm enjoying it enough. I love Mandalorian. Boba Fett's just not really hitting it for me. And same thing with the Rancor. I don't mind that, but it's just kind of like first episode. Oh, you know Boba Fett, that ruthless killer? Oh, he's not actually that a bad guy. Second episode. Oh, you know the Tusken Raiders? Oh, they're not that bad. You know the Rancor? Oh, they're not that bad. It's kind of the same thing over and over. And And same thing, I'm the complete opposite with you, Ray. When I saw Danny Trejo, that takes me out right away because I don't think about that character. I think, oh, this is Robert Rodriguez working one of his friends who's a kind of memeable kind of actor with Machete.
Yeah, Machete come in.
Yeah, it takes me out of the Star Wars universe, and I'm not. I
What
don't
about
really
the
like.
Vespas? Did that take you out of the universe?
Yeah, but that's a whole different thing. But I'm not a big fan of very recognizable actors in Star Wars. I like when we get the unknowns or very Broadway people because I don't need to. When people were saying, "Oh, Leo loves Star Wars, he should be in it," I don't want to see Leo in Star Wars at all. That would take me out completely, unless it's a voice. Sure,
No.
let him do some voice. Or
If he's a
something.
stormtrooper, you hear his voice. Maybe.
Perfect. Yeah,
You know,
but,
fine.
yeah.
You know.
Hey, Daniel Craig was a stormtrooper. I dug that.
Yeah, and so was Tom Hardy. Yeah.
On some level, Travis, I get it. I understand that it's like if you go back to way before, like I think a year or so before the first J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie came out, there was whispers that Matt Damon was going to be Kirk.
Yes.
And I was like, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And I like Matt Damon. I have no issues with Matt Damon. Not Captain Kirk. No.
What are you talking about? He convinced Ben Affleck to stop being Batman. How dare he?
How dare he look out for his friend?
I know.
Probably saved his life.
How dare he?
Yeah. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I get the whole. I get what you're saying, Travis, about like not having a recognizable name. And if Danny Trejo were like the lead, like I don't want a Machete Star Wars show. I agree with that. But like if you're
But what about Machete Orders?
Part of me does.
Wait a minute. I kind of do want that.
Yeah.
But you know, like
The machetes, you know, got a laser.
Yeah, but there is a degree of yes, him being in there is Robert Rodriguez fan service. But I like Robert Rodriguez, so bring it on.
And the same thing happened to me with Solo and Woody Harrelson. I love Woody Harrelson, but I just saw Woody the whole time. I didn't see the character he was playing. I couldn't disconnect with, okay, this is the guy who I just saw in True Detective. And like some franchises I can, but Star Wars, I like the mythical magic of it. Does feel like a different world. I like that I didn't know Daisy Ridley, John Boyega. I had seen Oscar Isaac in like Drive, and I was like, okay, that's fine. You know, like the biggest name of that were the people that were returning. And I don't count that because Harrison Ford, to me, I grew up with him as Han Solo. Like even in every movie, I know everyone goes Indy or Han. He was Han for me. So when he comes back, it's not like I see Harrison Ford. So it's Han Solo. But in Force Awakens, in Force Awakens, out of the new cast, who was the biggest actor out of that? Like I guess Laura Dern was not the Last Jedi, but yeah, Domhnall Gleeson, and half the people probably didn't know who that guy was.
Oscar Isaac maybe was probably the most notable one, I guess. Because he's already been in. He was already kind of Yeah. No, I see. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. Adam Driver just had girls. You know, that was it.
Yeah.
Let me pitch this to you, Travis. So when Donald Glover was casted as Lando, now did you not like that then?
That was a rare occasion of that actually working for me because you know how I feel about Solo. There's a running joke on Geek First. We just pretend the movie doesn't exist because I'm not a big fan of it. But for how what's his name? Alden felt completely not like Solo. Glover did work. So I think he is the exception to the rule so far as the Disney era of not seeing a star. It just kind of worked. I don't know if it's just because I love Glover so much, but at the same point, like I love Christian Bale, but I don't know if I need Christian Bale in Star Wars. I'm fine with him being in Thor because he's going to be all caked up in CGI, and that's kind of a different world. But Glover is, I guess you got me there. That's definitely the exception to the rule because I would take a Glover Lando series in a heartbeat. Apparently, there is a Lando series, but we know nothing about it.
What happened with that?
Patty was going to make that too, and sorry.
I mean, Glover is a good actor.
Oh yeah,
he's a fantastic actor.
So that's probably a big reason why it works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I don't want to bag on Alden on Ehrenreich, truthfully, because you know what, he was in the one and only season of Brave New World that they did for Peacock about a year or so ago. He was good. He was really good. Did
you watch Hail Caesar?
Yeah, he's great in Hail Caesar.
No, I have not seen Hail Caesar.
Hail Caesar. He has one of the funniest fucking scenes in that.
Who is he in Hail Caesar?
He's like he's like that main little like actor who's supposed to be like a cowboy kind of thing, and he has a scene where he's trying. Yeah, yes, you know exactly what we're talking about, right? When he's trying.
That's the only part of the movie I've even seen. It's
it's like he's trying to do this scene and trying to like have like this accent and everything, and it's not working, so it's constantly doing it again and again, and it's just I don't know.
I was like the Singing in the Rain.
I
can't stand him. Except
I can't stand him.
Yeah. Oh, it's hilarious though. You watch that scene, it's just like it's the best scene in the whole movie. That's why when I heard, I was like, "Oh, that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could do it."
Yeah, it's
You
when
know?
you say, "Would that it were." Would that it were so simple.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Would that it were.
Yeah, he couldn't say it right. Oh man, I mean,
man.
and there's like a whole build up to that, and then when it happens, I mean, I thought it was like, yeah, it's the best scene in that movie. But so that's when I was like, all right, that'll work. But at the same time, it is hard to watch a Han Solo movie and it's not Harrison.
Yeah.
Ford. That was always going to be the
Yeah.
thing that was always
It's a
going to
tough
push
task.
back against it. You know, and I think that's why Solo suffered, and who knows what other things, you know, suffered from it too when it came to that. But again, everybody collectively went, yeah, Glover as Lando, more, please. And
Well, I
why
think
hasn't there? You know,
He's the exception to the recognizable face rule, I think, because we're talking about replacing Billy D. Williams, right?
Yeah.
So it's sort of a not that nobody else was a celebrity, but Billy D. always kind of like broke through the wall, kind of, where it's like, hey, it's Billy D. in Star Wars, and then just kind of, and it's very much why Glover worked, is because he's got that same kind of flair.
That's a
to
good
him.
point. That's a really good point. Yeah, like it's one of those things where, like, you know, sometimes whoever the actor is can get lost in the name of the franchise. Billy D. and Donald Glover don't get lost in the name of the franchise at all. Like,
very true.
You know who either of them are without Lando. Period. So.
That's true, because there's, I mean, something about Billy. I mean, obviously he was Harvey Dent.
I was going to say, does that mean Glover's got to be Dent now, like the younger Dent in the new DCU?
I know, in the Flash movie, is that what's going to happen? Something. Oh man, Jesus Christ! You know, it's like
Donald Glover as Two-Face.
Yeah, that could work. I mean, I think it could pull it off, maybe.
That would be crazy.
No. It's all crazy. But, you know, with the Geekverse guys here, I actually wanted to talk a little bit more, you know, about Spider-Man No Way Home, because I know you guys. Yeah.
Look at this guy with me.
I mean, obviously Kirkland has, like, right there. I was like, all right. I mean, we all, you know, we talked about, you know, our little spoiler thing right there, and you guys, you know, couldn't make it. But I mean, obviously you guys enjoyed the absolute shit out of it, right?
Yeah. No, there was tears. There was tears in my
Tears,
face.
yeah.
It was what an experience that was. God.
That's the thing, though. Like, how
yeah, go ahead, Taylor.
No. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, I haven't. I mean, I didn't get to go out and watch it again, which I wish I did. But I know it's going to be, I guess, next month, and the next month it's going to be available on whatever.
I've got my Steelbook pre-ordered.
But the thing is, though,
it's a Steelbook.
It's a beautiful Steelbook too. It's a very
look
nice.
at that.
Taylor's been trying.
I've been hunting every day, and like I see it goes from, on the Best Buy website, it goes from 5 stars down to like 4, then 3, and it's all people saying they got to stop people from buying 10 at a time. This is so unfair.
In Canada, we only get
Is that you
25
commenting,
Steelbooks
Taylor?
per movie.
Yeah, it's all me.
Different Best Buy accounts. Yeah.
Hey, at least based on the at least my Dune actually came with the discs.
Oh,
so.
look at you!
Yeah, hold on. Let's get it pretty.
That's nice.
Oh,
that is pretty.
Look at that.
But yeah, Taylor, No Way
You're
Home,
going to be
that's
buying
hot.
the sequel in 2 years,
And then probably a Steelbook that has both of them in the same case.
not probably, definitively.
Scott, are you gonna get the Motherbox Steelbook thing that was all floating around today? It's like $150.
Which one are you getting? Don't say all.
Yeah.
I'm not getting all. I'm probably leaning towards the human mother box, because it's got because the thing that fucking pisses me off is that, like, the little extras are different.
Yeah.
And so
I noticed that.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
So I'm probably going to get.
It's not nice at all.
It's not nice at all. So I'm probably going to get the human mother box, because it's the one that comes with, like, the posable stand for the Steelbook. Because instead of the Steelbook that comes with it, you know, I'll probably just put, you know, this puppy in the stand.
Oh, that's right. I
Holy
forgot you
cow.
have that thing. Damn.
So
Well, because the cover's better.
yes,
On the newer one.
the newer one
totally
definitely has a better cover. That's no lie.
I have never been a fan of the arms reaching. I don't like that. Put the damn heroes on the flipping cover. What the hell? Like,
You don't like
But-
their hands? What are you talking about?
But the steelbook, no, Taylor, no. So Taylor, you have seen the steelbook design though?
Though, yeah, with like the cool art of all the villains.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
like the kind of swirling. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
very
a thumbnail.
nice.
Amazing.
That picture came out the day before the review, and I messaged him like, "You got to make this the thumbnail somehow. It's not a full 1280 720, but you're gonna find a way." And it looked good. So yeah, I'm saying I don't buy too much physical media anymore, but I am very much hoping I can get that steelbook. And even if I don't, I will buy that because that is a movie that I will be watching quite a few times.
Yeah, that'll be the first time that I've bought an MCU physical copy since my Phase 2 collection.
Oh wow!
Because they never did a
Right, they didn't do a
Phase
phase 3 box.
which
'Cause
pisses me off.
It's stupid too, because listen, Scott and I have
Fucking
talked about
Feige.
this before, but like they had the briefcase,
This fucking
kick-ass
Feige doesn't know what he's
briefcase for
doing.
Phase 1,
Yeah, I know,
the
right?
Tesseract
Yeah.
briefcase, and then they
That guy
had the
doing
Power
over there.
Stone, like the Power Stone container for Phase 2.
It's
And they were
right
just
over-
like, "Fuck it, we're not going to do anything for Phase 3."
It's like the gauntlet was sitting right there for the
No,
Right
Yeah.
there,
Exactly.
right there, the
Exactly.
gauntlet,
there.
exactly.
Yeah.
Right there.
It was a layup
Yeah.
for him, but they're like, nah, we
Stupid.
gotta pay Downey a bit more. We can't afford these gloves, you know. So
Well, what's interesting though about Spider-Man: No Way Home is like why have they not released more like we got those obviously we've gotten posters and stuff, and there's been a couple of posters where just Peter that's alone, which we get that's how it ends, but it's like where are the posters with all three? Where is the TV spots now with all three? Like it's gotten to a point where it's like why aren't you selling the movie like now, like it's been out for over a month or
it's
so?
so surprising. We've gotten a couple of shirts. Like you remember the trailer for Spider-Man: Far From Home? It was like a few weeks after Endgame. It was like, oh hey, Tony's dead. By the way, it was like showing you almost the movie. The fact that I thought for sure after week 2 you would get the you don't want to miss this experience, and it's Toby and Andrew. They've really like held back on that. Like, oh, we want to make sure and squeeze every dollar. I wonder if they'll hit that hard for the home release because like, okay, well this is really
Next
the last-
month. Yeah.
But
because I'm still seeing people that are like saying either like on Twitter they'll be like, I just saw it finally and somehow stayed spoiler free, which I'm like, how did you do that?
Yes, amazing.
Or then they'll be like, oh, I took my friend who was wondering what all the fuss was about, and they were. So I wonder, like, it's weird for a movie to give that broad of a clearance after it comes out, but it seems like there's still a lot of people that are like kind of making their way for the first time.
Well, and it's working, right? Like just last weekend they made over 30 million, which is very good for what is like in its third or fourth weekend in a pandemic. People clearly are seeing the movie, so again, maybe they don't feel we need to put our foot fully on the gas until it starts to really slow down. I think Scream will finally kind of dethrone it, but still, it's making lots of money. But it's,
and I think they know that they've got a path of low resistance with there's not a lot of stuff rushing into theaters to compete with it.
They're not worried until March of the earliest as far as
right,
that
because
goes.
I'm trying to, because I've got like 3 movies from December. I'm still trying to catch West Side Story before it leaves because like I want to see that on the big screen. But it's like, but thankfully like it's holding on. It's got its death grip because there's nothing kicking it out right now.
No.
Well, I mean, Steven Spielberg, thank him for that. That's for sure.
Well, and also remember that technically another reason why you might not be seeing a lot is because technically Sony is supposed to be in Morbius mode for 2 weeks.
Yeah, but
that changed.
To be honest, that was when they moved it to April. I went smart.
Oh no, I agree. It's just that wasn't the original plan. So now it's like, well, like how do they scramble and it's almost like they're in backtracking mode. Like, oh, we've got 2 extra months. What do we do?
Yeah,
that type of
we
deal.
We gotta start promoting Uncharted, and
especially if Morbius, and I mean, this speculation, I do believe like that Morbius will flesh out more of their grand picture for post No Way Home.
Do you believe though that that's the reason it was delayed? Because I don't.
No, I don't. I don't believe that.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people having fun, being like, "Could you imagine if they were?" I just think that'd be just a bit too much.
I do not believe they called like what they say they like called Garfield or Toby.
Wow.
Like the
What
other
you doing
movie.
Tuesday?
Spider-Man.
Right? Yeah.
No, if that was
Thank
in
you,
there, it's already in there. They shot that
Yeah.
back
Yes.
originally, and it's just been under wraps.
Yes.
There's no way
Thank
they're
you,
gonna-
NFJ Films. But yeah, and that was the first Spider-Man movie they saw. That's crazy.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a
Oh,
lot of
see,
overload
I,
right there.
I knew there had to be somebody. And that was one of my questions. Was like, okay, who's the person that this is their first Spider-Man movie ever? And now they're like, I got to watch the other 8.
Okay, yeah, because all these
The
franchise
Japanese
movies.
TV show.
Yeah, there's always. Yeah, I'm gonna start here and work all the way, but no, like all of our generation, there's always one movie or two shows like this is gonna be their version or their first time, right? And No Way Home now, it's like okay, I'll go back and watch it all, and yeah, it's been interesting to see how it's done well. But I think my theory was I think it was about a month or so before the movie came out that I feel that. Especially, who knows, depending on these scoopers and whatnot, because you never know who knows what. But for me, I thought they were not showing them much in the marketing because I just thought, they're going to do this again. So when it's revealed that Tony and Andrew are in there, they don't got to market it because, we'll market the next time when the secret's out. So I think you'll see them again and you'll get marketing out the yin yang when they're back. But it's just this one I guess they want to keep that surprise factor. Because, I do still see people all the time say, oh, yeah, I went in blind. Which technically, I guess, as long as you just log off Twitter, you're not going to see anything, right? Like, it's people in my real life talk to me about Spider-Man, but they don't come up to me and grab me and say, hey, Andrew Garfield was in the movie. They go, oh, did you see Spider-Man? Did you like it?
That's very true. There's no approximation in real life for your Twitter feed.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you walk down the street and a bunch of people, Andrew and Toby are in the movie. Oh my God.
No, but people in real life do just like casually drop like hardcore spoilers, like unceremoniously all the time.
Yep.
You know? Like
I had
I don't know,
conversations like that. Yeah.
on a Zoom call or I don't know, talking to whatever, and they're just like, I don't know, whatever situation is, people just be like, oh yeah, and then they'll say something because to them it's not like a revelation, it's just this thing they saw.
Sucks about Aunt May.
I haven't seen, and forgive me, I'm a horrible fan for this. I still have yet to see No Time to Die.
And I'm with you, Ray. Don't
and
feel
I-
bad. I'm with
and-
you.
and
No,
so-
feel bad.
Shame to both of you.
And so
Yeah.
I was in a game chat for Star Trek Fleet
Oh.
Command, and
Oh no.
yeah, something critical. I mean, and dude just
critical.
well, no, what it was well, it was one of those like it's my own fault, but damn,
Oh, yeah.
I wish I didn't know that. Damn, I
Yeah.
wish I didn't
Yeah,
know
How
that
long ago was
happened.
this? He was probably well clear of any sort of
Oh, he was.
spoiler window
He
on
was.
that.
This, yeah.
Oh yeah,
but-
it was November.
October.
Yeah.
It was
October.
October.
Yeah, October.
It was
28th.
October.
and he still apologized because he hated that he spoiled it for me, but it was
Yeah.
one of those things where he just blurted it out. No one was talking about anything else. He was like, "Have you seen this?" Da 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 da. I was like,
Oh yeah.
"Oh, I didn't want to read that." Damn.
Common courtesy, not just
that was-
spoil the the first thing you say.
Probably one of my top movies from last year, though. Not one
Oh
of
yeah,
them.
Absolutely.
it was one of my
Absolutely.
favorite.
Five.
It's in
Yeah.
contention.
I think it was-
for the number
Absolutely.
one slot.
I think it was.
with-
I think it was my number 5 favorite.
I think it was
yeah.
my number 5 as well.
Yeah, it's 4 or 5. It was my number. It's my favorite one for quite a while of the year, but I think I got it at 4. But yeah, I loved that movie. That was just everything I needed from
So satisfying.
the last Craig movie
I-
was there.
I think all of you, in fact, I'm certain all of you went to the theater far more than I did last year. So, because
You know I did, Ray.
no, I that's why I said all of you. I could have just said I know Scott did because yes, you did.
No, yeah, I did too.
But yeah, well, yeah, Dave, yeah, for you, for sure. But yeah, I wasn't like I was a lot more picky with when I
Yeah.
was going to the theater last year, so that's why like No Time to Die and like a handful of others I didn't get to see at the theater, and some I still haven't seen. So I got to see that one.
You didn't get to
Yeah.
see Dune in theater, did you?
Oh,
No, HBO Max. Yeah. Now obviously,
I'm sad I didn't get that in IMAX.
No, but here's what I feel. Here's because I firmly believe that when part 2 is released, they'll do a double feature. I will do that.
Yeah, I
I will
think
do.
so.
I will
We'll
do
get
that.
some of those.
They have to. Come on.
I think
How
we're
do you
gonna
not?
get a lot of replay from 2021 stuff
Yes.
because they delayed a lot of stuff, but there's also a lot of stuff that had production delays, and so I think they've smoothed out the schedule a little bit to try to fill in some of those gaps. But I think they wouldn't mind having a couple extra things come out in 2022, and plus the people that missed it first time around are going to want a chance to check it out too.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be
Well, and
surprised if
they-
most 2021 movies get some sort of 1 week limited.
great point.
thing.
I think you're right.
Dune did that right, like the week before Spider-Man came out. They put it back at the IMAX screen at my local IMAX. Went back to the Science Center. Remember you guys seeing the video I shot of
Oh
me at the
God,
Science
we
Center?
saw like a half a dome thing. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Isn't Venom 2 back to theaters as well? Isn't that something?
It is for
Was
them,
it?
yeah. Yeah, for you guys. In Canada,
No.
it never left. It never left.
Damn Yanks.
Canada and never left.
Yeah. No, it is getting a re-release Venom, and there's been rumors of a No Way Home like extended cut.
Yeah, what
re-release
is
as
that?
well.
Which Brent apparently won't. No, see, Brent will amend his extended cut rule for that. He did the same thing with Endgame.
100% Brent will. He will have to see these. And it's if it wasn't for the pandemic, his views of these movies would be astronomical higher than just 3 or 4.
But he's Mr. I don't believe in extended cuts. I don't watch director's cuts. And all
Oh,
that.
how
And
dare he?
Come on,
Ugh.
come on.
No, there was that whole rumor, but I remember even live, someone was like, "Oh, that was a parody account that said something." I was like, "Shit!" There's so many parody accounts out there now. You just like read something,
Yeah.
go, "Oh wait, maybe that's true," and then all of a sudden they're like, "No,
See,
there's not going to be an
my
extended."
thing when it comes to the internet is that
Yeah.
I just automatically put on my
Bullshit goggles.
bullshit goggles. I think basically when it comes to the internet, I believe everything is unless it's from an actual trade that actually has the blue check mark next to it, because there's also the parody accounts that try to make you think that they're like Variety or THR or something. But if it's not one of those, I'm just like, I'm in automatic bullshit mode until I can at least get like 2 or 3 independent verifications.
When it came to Spider-Man No Way Home, though, I thought, well, that'd be brilliant if they want this movie to reach $2 billion, which it's already fucking like it's like 1.6.
Yeah, it's
now
1.6.
billion.
It's just about to pass Infinity War. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you would think like, oh yeah, we have an extended version just to get it past that point.
Right.
I could see that because
Endgame
I
did
mean,
it too.
obviously,
Endgame did it.
Endgame did it.
Yeah, Endgame did it because I'm just saying like, and all they have to do is market it like, hey, guess what? We have 3 Spider-Men in here. You want to see more scenes with them because that's what worked the most, obviously.
Even
Here
if there was
go.
like an opening of the movie of all 3 of them sitting down and behind the scenes talking about it, because that to me is
oh my
the
God.
to me the biggest missed opportunity, and they're fine with
The
not
marketing.
showing it. Yeah,
Yes,
is
the
we didn't get
marketing.
a Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, all 3 Spider-Men together on a couch talking, and
That's a good
we
point.
still haven't gotten that. We've got
That's
some
why
stories,
when the
but-
whole thing about Tom Holland like hosting the Oscars, I was like, put Toby and Andrew with
Yes.
him.
Yeah.
Have all 3 of them
A
host the
trio. Let's
Oscars.
do it.
seeing
A.
Toby on
That
that
was-
stage doing
Dude,
dance number.
doing his fucking his yeah, while the other 2 can actually sing and dance. You know,
Toby will just
you know,
snap.
they
He'll
can.
just snap.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of my way.
I would have watched it. I would have enjoyed it. And then that little devil voice in the back of my head would have been like, thanks, Mickey. That's totally what that would have been.
Yeah. And that's what I hope with these Blu-rays, that they do at least have some sort of sit down
Yeah.
with the 3 of them. And if they don't, that's a huge missed opportunity.
I'm
Because
sure they do though.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's got to be. That's criminal if there's no behind the scenes
There's gonna
conversation.
be
with the
there's
three of
definitely gonna be behind the scenes, but what he's talking about is like interviews.
Maybe,
yeah,
but there's a lot
gotta
of,
be
like-
something.
I mean, there's got to be something, but I'm also wouldn't be shocked if there is like less than we might expect because of COVID restrictions. I
Yeah.
mean, if you look at like
Oh, that's true.
like for example, 2 of the villains, like you can clearly see were just never on set,
Yeah,
and they were just like, and there's gonna
Lizard
be a
and
guy
Sandman.
there,
Yeah.
and then just like later on, they were like, I'm actually kind of suspect that Sandman and Lizard were one and or both of them were like potentially going to be somebody else, and they didn't decide that until after principal photography, just because all their stuff is like. And that's not, it's partially a like that's one of the weaker spots of the movie, but more so a like if you can tell how generic a lot of that stuff is, you can fix it in ADR and stuff, because you know that they were talking about like maybe Rhino or whatever, and that's the kind of thing that you could easily like imagine if they were like, you know what, instead of Sandman, let's do Rhino or whatever. You could do that. Like with
That
the
would
way
have
this
been
movie
pretty
is shot,
cool
you could
with
have easily
Paul
swapped him out
Giamatti.
for Rhino.
The Russian Rhino, get him in there.
Yeah.
And give him a
God.
rubber Rhino suit instead of like the machine. Like give him like
Yeah.
a Spider-Man the animated series looking Rhino
Absolutely.
suit.
Yeah.
And you
That's what
just
I want.
shoot all the,
Well,
and
they
you just-
teased that. They did
and-
tease
They
that.
did
when you
tease
see,
that,
Yes.
when you see the fucking multiverse going
and-
crazy.
and you
There
just
was
take
like a
Notaro
team-
in there. Just do a bunch of cutaway shots.
Take
where he's, like,
Notaro.
he's like sitting on the couch
Take
yelling at him
Notaro.
from the other side of the room. And like Paul Giamatti just comes in for a day and just shoots all these like rhino killers.
Yeah, and all their human stuff at the end is all previous movies. So that's not a unrealistic theory.
Or
So,
like
and even
the
even then
only
if-
reason that he put Sandman in the Statue of Liberty was because they were like, we need him to be inside of something that looks a little bit like the sewer in Spider-Man
Yeah.
3,
Yeah.
so we can reuse that shot of him.
Oh yeah, when I saw that shot, I was like, oh, that was reused. I
Yeah,
mean, like
yeah.
it's obvious. It's
That's
obvious.
that's
but-
his shot. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, his shot was obvious, but not when the lizard. I was like questioning that. They did a really good job with that shot. When you see, well, I forgot the actor's name who plays the lizard.
Rise Ifans.
Rise
Right.
Ifans, yeah.
There we go. Well, when we see him, I was questioning. I was like, was that actually? And then of course, yeah, internet said nope, that's reused also. But they did a good job.
They're
with
not
that
even
one.
credited, so that means
Yeah.
like somebody else came in and did their voices too.
Crazy. Wow, really? I thought
I thought Hayden. Yeah, I thought they did. I
Yeah.
thought Hayden did his voice.
they
I thought they
were-
said that. Yeah,
I could be wrong on that then, but
I think
know
you're. I
that-
think he
I-
did his voice,
I don't
but there was
remember.
another person who
Yeah.
was doing the mocap.
I don't remember. Were they both in the credits? I don't remember if they were.
No, they weren't.
Thomas Hayden Church was in the credits.
He was, but not
Okay,
at-
so there you go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did come back and do his voice.
I guess I'm
He
wrong.
didn't do the mocap though. He didn't do the
Right.
mocap.
no, he's not doing.
Yeah.
They don't need him for the. You want me to do
Yeah.
what? I'm not going to do the moke.
Yeah, he's all. I'm all out of shape now. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, I mean,
yeah.
100% of him as a human in the movie is reused.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, reused. Yeah. No, but I mean, yeah. When it comes to the future of this stuff too, I mean, okay. So I want to ask the geek first guys. How do you feel about when it comes to the future? I mean, obviously Tom Holland's still gonna have a future naturally.
Well,
we also-
remember he'll stop when he's 30. When he's 30, it'll be embarrassing.
Oh,
when
is
he's
that what
playing
he says?
Spider-Man.
Yeah, whatever.
He'll still
Yeah,
do
well,
it. It'll just be embarrassing.
It'll be embarrassing
Yeah.
for him.
and you know what? And that's just like I love Peter when he's in his 30s in the comics. Like it's such a great period in the comics
Yeah.
because that's when we're supposed to be married with MJ
Yeah.
Yeah.
until
No,
you
but
know,
I wanted to ask, like when it comes to the Amazing Spider-Man 3 or a Spider-Man 4, what do you think? What are you guys thinking? We'll start with Taylor. What do you think? Amazing Spider-Man 3 possible or Spider-Man 4 or both?
Oh, didn't you ask me this question, Travis? I feel like this is very similar to something you asked
I've
me.
asked you many questions. Yeah.
But now I'm asking. So.
Yeah.
Like it's tricky because there's different aspects I want to see. I want to know, stemming from No Way Home, I want to see what's going on in Tobey's universe. I want to know that. But then, if we get that Amazing Spider-Man 3, I want that to be that bridge into getting Spider-Gwen live action and all these other different aspects. Like it's tough. Like if I could have both, yeah, just put it on my plate in front of me. I'll take it. But I mean, if I had to pick one, I feel like there's much more of a much more progress they could get with going into an Amazing Spider-Man 3, whatever alien they want to throw at Andrew Garfield, and then give us, Gwen Stacy and give us, Spider-Gwen, and just lead that off into a whole variety of new content. So
do the Jackal.
Good job.
No, just throw Hardy in there. Just have Hardy. Just do that. Just get that going. Do that. Him and Hardy.
Gotta squeeze Grey Goblin in there somewhere.
yeah.
Look up Grey Goblin, people. Do some homework tonight. If you don't know who Grey Goblin is, look him up. It's crazy.
Come on.
Not
Kirkland,
that
what do
they
you
had.
think? What do you think, Kirkland?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want more. I'm someone that never actually watched the Amazing Spider-Man 2 until right before the release of No Way Home. I just wasn't that attached to that that version of the character for whatever reason it was. But watching No Way Home and just like getting that one line from Andrew of like there's that one point when I just stopped pulling my punches. It's just like, okay, let's dive into this. Let's dive into this type of the character. Like, I don't know, this path that the character has gone of just being, I don't know, a darker Spider-Man or something like that. I feel like also just No Way Home made me fall in love with Andrew as Spider-Man even more so, kind of like majority of people. I think.
A lot of people, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm always down for that, but if it's one or the other, I'm honestly just gonna go Toby because that's just my Spidey. Like I was at a perfect age to just experience like that Spider-Man growing up. So I, if I had to pick one or the other, I would go Toby. I want to see him like being an older Spidey. I want to see him with his kids, with MJ, with just like being a dad but on like the easy answer is both. I don't care if
Yeah.
I'm getting Spider Pig. I want all sorts of
Spider Pig.
yeah.
It's Spider Ham.
Spider Ham. Spider Pig. Simpsons movie. Come on.
Spider Pig. Spider Pig.
They own
right.
Simpsons now, right? It's all
That's
canon.
right. Yeah.
That is true. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All Spidey
Right.
content. I'm always for.
Yeah.
God, I'm
Travis.
ready for Spider-Verse.
Yeah, I'm like them where I do want it all, and I think we're gonna, in some ways, get it all. I think Sony, I think they've made a lot of these projects because they have an IP and they clearly want to make money, right? And when you look at this film, and it's the biggest of the year, it's passing other films that open in a non-pandemic world without China. You go, okay, there is a want and desire for these characters. My pitch is I think Toby will be more like Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, where you may see him appear in things, but I don't think Tobey Maguire would sign up for, oh, you want me to do another 6-month shoot? Like, no, I think it's like, hey, big Avengers crossover coming up. Here's Toby in a Secret Wars multiverse situation. There's that. Andrew, I'm with Taylor where I think there's a lot more to play with. There's a lot more left unopened. I think my firstborn is named after Gwen Stacy. My daughter's name is Gwen, so that is a big character to me, and of course I'm kind of very much championing that happening. But I think it's business wise, you have Emma Stone, who's only even more popular than she was when she was doing those movies. It all makes sense, and I think you will see them again. I'm definitely on the side of I don't really want Andrew Garfield in that Venom Sony verse because I think those are very, very lazily made movies, and I'm not a fan of that universe. And I think Andrew deserves better than what the Venom movies and what maybe Morbius might be putting out. I think
Whatever.
yeah, I think if you guys know Chris Balga, and I think he's put it the best way to me that Andrew Garfield, when he was used in No Way Home, was like a great player finally having a great coach. And I like Garfield. I loved Stone in the role, but I did not really like those movies. So I don't want, I want Amazing Spider-Man 3 and just that quality. I don't think, they're the worst ever, but I think you could do a lot better than what those are. And I hope that they just don't rush to, let's get any movie out with Andrew and Emma because it'd be a hit and huge. Like, let's just throw it together, get a script. I want some care taken with it. And I don't know if there's care taken with the Venom and Morbius one other than, hey, we're going to put some money out. Because Venom 2 was that was a terrible experience for myself. That was a long time in the movie theaters, and Woody Harrelson scarred me. It is, yeah. And there's tons. We talk about this in our Discord with our Geekverse people. That tons of people are like, "Oh yeah, I love how tongue in cheek it is." It's just for me, it hasn't worked. So I don't jump on the. I really want Andrew with Tom Hardy. I go, we could. There's a story there without that other Sonyverse. There, like Kirkland says, the pulling the punches. A Gwen Stacy coming back. There's lots on the tail, but I think no matter what, you'll see them again because money talks.
So let me ask you this question, Travis. I think obviously when it comes to like either one of those options, I think just kind of matter of factly, Garfield's eagerness to play the character again, plus he and Emma Stone's age compared to that of Tobey Maguire or Kirsten Dunst, seems to make an Amazing 3 more of a likelihood anyway. However, do you think perhaps possibly the reason that you look, because I agree with you and Taylor that there's a lot to be explored with that particular area with Garfield's version. Is it really because how much of it is because he didn't get the third movie that he should have gotten? I feel like that's a big part of it.
That is really it, because I feel that I am with Kirkland, where I'd love to see what is happening in Tobey Maguire's universe. But even with that third one being not the greatest, it feels like it was complete. It ended with him and MJ. We're gonna find a way, and then we found on this movie they found a way, right? With Garfield, he was maybe killing some dudes. He was still pretty depressed, so it does feel like he needs that one more almost mulligan to complete that. Where Toby, I think, is. He's pretty set with what he's doing, and No Way Home even just cemented that. As far as he was like kind of what you referred to him, Taylor, on our review, where he was like Gandalf the White, where when he came back, he was like the knowledgeable Spider-Man that just knew all this stuff and was wise and didn't really like, he was very nonchalant in a cool way about things, where Garfield still was very unsettled. So I think it is very comparable. And I know people always bring up the like, oh, could they make it work because they dated? Absolutely. Go watch the Dexter, reunion or revival. You have a couple that was also divorced there. People don't know their dynamics in real life. People could be completely fine. I have exes that I'm completely fine with. So when people kind of bring that up and go, oh, I don't know if it could work, I think you could easily get there. So I think those are good points of why Amazing Spider-Man 3 could happen.
Okay. So another thing too, another question, I guess you could say, because obviously everybody's pushing for the Amazing Spider-Man 3, but remember the story. They were building up to Sinister Six. They were building up a lot when it came to that. And then, of course, like they just started chopping it up for Amazing Spider-Man 2. So it's like, okay, so if we get this third Amazing Spider-Man 3 with Andrew Garfield, do they still try to put all that together, or they just go a different route now? Because I mean, one of the things that, when you're watching No Way Home is like, they're all like, it's not like they just jumped from the last movie they were in. It was like they've had their times, and they talk about that, and I love that exchange between Toby and Andrew where, they talk about, like Andrew's like, just kind of like, relationships, not really for us or blah, blah, blah. And, he doesn't exactly have his MJ yet, even though that was initially shot. There was going to be an MJ in Amazing Spider-Man 2. So like, what do they do? Did they just kind of just go off and do like, or we do a story where Andrew's Peter Parker, or like his Spider-Man is no longer like he's accepted, like, hey, I saved another Peter Parker's MJ that kind of gave me closure for me not saving Gwen. And now I'm rebuilding, and then he meets a new MJ, and it's not going to be Shailene Woodley this time, and there's no Sinister Six. That's what I kind of wonder when it comes to that third Amazing Spider-Man. Like, where do they go?
Technically, everybody in the multiverse forgot Peter Parker exists.
That's true.
So
is that with Toby?
Right. Yeah,
that should affect them too. I mean, per the logic of the movie, I don't think they're going to stick to it. I think they're going to, but per the way that the spell wouldn't have worked at all if it didn't. Because he said make them forget about Peter Parker, because the multiverse was converging on a single timeline, because they were trying to find Peter. So the way they stopped that from happening was by making them forget about Peter. And so all of the people in the sky that forgot Peter were all multiverse entities. So, Aunt May doesn't remember Peter. MJ doesn't remember Peter.
Just go ahead and take a page out of the Fox X-Men like chronology book and just know the other multiverses don't count.
I figure that's what they're going to
do.
Or the Fox multiverse movies where it's like, we're just gonna forget this movie ever happened. X-Men Origins Wolverine.
I mean,
even though flashbacks from that movie still show up later on.
Yes, they do.
I mean, really though, that kind of saves, like Dave was talking about, what do they do with Amazing Spider-Man 3 if they do that? That kind of is a get out of jail free card in a way, if they want to just embrace that and just have them all forget about the kind of the Sinister Six stuff building up, because I think that's the biggest hurdle to getting. And I don't want to say if they were smart, because they had so much other stuff on their plate, but there is a version of No Way Home, I think, where they bring in oh shoot, why am I forgetting his name? Green Goblin, or Goblin from Dane DeHaan. Yeah. If they'd bring him in along with Defoe and have him like see him as a father figure and kind of redeem that character a little bit, and not redeem him, but like in audience's eyes, and then have some sort of a plot twist where he's the only one that remembers Peter when they send him back, because that's like a button within that movie of itself where it's like, oh wait, so that's definitely setting up Amazing Spider-Man 3. That people would go crazy for that, and also I think it would get people excited for like the notion of more of that. Because right now, if you say, okay, greenlight Spider-Man 3, everyone's like, yay, more Andrew, and then everyone's immediate next response is, and we're just gonna do that Sinister Six thing that nobody was into last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think they would, because I feel like they're building up Sinister Six to be with Venom and Morbius and maybe whatever Michael Keaton's doing in Morbius. Like, I think they are building their roster to the side there. I don't know if Garfield could get introduced into that world and that works that way, but I still think it's almost like what I said before. I think it's going to be something with Gwen Stacy, just because those two they're very much linked. As much as important as he was in Spider-Man, she was just as important as Gwen, like that chemistry that everyone talks about. So I feel like you can kind of bookend it and they'll bring her back and do something, and the villain might be inconsequential, but who knows with Sony?
I mean, you've got to do something that sets it apart. You can't just do like we're building another Spider-Man franchise. You've got to do something outside. Like there's a Craven movie happening. Does that mean that like we're going to get a Logan style send off for Toby or for Andrew or something using the Craven?
That'd be kind of sweet though. I like that idea. Like
Big ass beard on Toby. Let's do it.
Toby dropping F-bombs as in his youth.
Oh yeah, man!
Yeah, just put him in some traffic. He's good to go.
Yelling at paparazzi.
Yeah. Just put some paparazzi in his face. He'll fucking drop some F-bombs.
Spider-Man's changed a lot, you know.
He's cranky.
Have like a so then he'd be like wheeling around Octavius, right? Octavius.
Well, I think
yeah.
I think when it comes to Toby, his story is kind of like, all right, we don't need to do much here, but I think Andrew has a lot of potential, and I think they got to just totally if they're gonna do another movie with him, they're gonna abandon the Sinister Six thing, there's gonna probably go for like a Spider-Gwen thing, because that would be. Obviously, with him saving MJ in No Way Home and that whole thing, I mean that just ripped your heart out. We're like, I mean, Andrew Garfield and his fucking cry face. God damn,
he's damn good. He knows, you know.
Well, and I think
could win an Oscar this year.
Have him be the one, because, like I said, you can't be like, okay, we've got three. Let's say they want to service all three Spider-Men. To me, what I see is there's the MCU one, which is like the big franchise building one.
Yeah,
that's where all the prime characters go, all the team building goes, all of the long-term planning stuff goes. And then you've got Tobey Maguire, who I don't think is interested in. Like you can't start that, like there's not a new trilogy to be had there.
No.
And there's no way he wants to even start building that. And I think the only movie that makes sense as like a one-off for him is to bring back either Otto Octavius or Green Goblin as a send-off, and they can't do that because they basically did that in No Way Home. So he makes the most sense as the sprinkles into crossovers all over the place. And then for Andrew, especially because of the Gwen or the MJ moment, he makes sense as the like. Have him be like, now he knows the multiverse is real, and he's the most scientifically adept of all of them. So maybe he goes and seeks out. He thinks there is another Gwen somewhere. And he seeks that out. And they were talking about making a Madam Web movie. So maybe that would be something with him, and have him and Gwen together hop in the multiverse and do all that crazy ass Spider-Man stuff that the MCU isn't gonna really get into ever.
Yeah, and I've seen that pitch that Andrew could be like the multiverse live-action Spider-Man. And there's some fun stuff there, too, because if you don't know, in her universe, Gwen Stacy loses Peter Parker. And it's obviously the reverse for him, right? So there's some kind of healing you could do there. I think the only one other movie you could do with Toby, if you were planning to kill him off, I was pitching this a while back, is that's where you do Miles Morales. If they don't know if they're going to use him in the MCU, Andrew, you could do it, true, but like Toby, because he does have that wise kind of, leadership type of mentality. If he were the one, if you wanted to kill off a Spider-Man, that would get you your type of Logan ending, and you get Miles. And the good thing is with the multiverse, yeah, sure, Miles might be somewhere else, but you just bring him in because of some sort of event, some sort of
I think
snap. So
Well, and
Yeah.
I think Peter
I think we kind of agree that Toby
Yeah.
should be the mentor
Mhm.
type.
and I
you
know
I'd
I've
agree with that.
he reminds me most of like, not that they're gonna just rip this off, but he reminded me a lot of like the Peter B. Parker,
Yes.
Yes.
from Spider-Verse, more so than like I think the wasn't the kind of the consensus that like the Chris Pine one was like the Toby one, or was that not?
Well, because it went back and forth because people were like, well, it seems like it lines up, and he has like the blonde hair, and he has the spider cave and stuff like that. So that's where it goes back. And technically, he lived in a world where I guess Norman could come back, but remember, he was the big ultimate goblin, like a
Oh,
big
yeah,
monster and stuff. So
Yeah, true. So I think they intentionally made it so it didn't fit, but
yeah,
but in terms of like analogs in No Way Home, I felt like even though they didn't play him up as that sad, he was like, oh, I get by. Like he was very much like not proud or not like excited about his personal life. And I got a sense that maybe he's in a similar position with MJ, and and she doesn't remember him anyway now, so it doesn't matter. No, I mean, assuming they're gonna skip that. So yeah, I think that's, I don't know. That's part of why I don't see them being like, let's do another movie here, because it's like I think there's something to do with the character. I don't think there's much to do with the universe.
yeah.
It'd be crazy though if like Sony and Marvel Studios was like, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna do. You get a Spider-Man movie. You get a Spider-Man movie. We're gonna have Spider-Man movies like fucking like every year. First we have Toby, and then we have Andrew, and then we're gonna have Tom, and then it's just like all of a sudden they're just like, we're gonna go full force. And like you said, Steven, is like, they're gonna. The fact that everybody in the multiverse forgets. Can you imagine like Toby and Andrew's Peter Parkers go back and nobody remembers them? I mean, that you kind of intrigued me with that. I was like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Like,
Fuck that kid. We shouldn't have helped him. He really
Yeah, I know, right?
us over. Yeah. Well, and
but I mean, at the same time, but when it comes to Andrew, I think it's more intriguing because there's just more there. I mean, yeah, I would love to have that old man Spider-Man, even though Toby's still not very old at all, but I do like that aspect, but I think Andrew, there's a lot there, and like you said, searching for Gwen, Spider Gwen, and like I can imagine just imagine Emma Stone, all of a sudden she just takes off the mask and it's her, and blah blah blah. Everybody would just cheer, and the movie theater would go crazy. But then at the same time, it's like, would they want to work together again? They're not together anymore.
Well, they could always just bring in Bryce Dallas Howard, have her pull.
You're always pushing for Bryce.
We're not my Gwen. I could be though.
There has been two Gwens. Yeah.
Well, and
Universal might have something to maybe, I don't know. No idea.
Well, the thing is though, Dave, like it does sound weird to be like, oh, you get a Spider-Man, but I think if the pandemic's proved anything, is I think these studios are going to lean hard into what works, and whether that be IP and things like that. Like we've seen this year that you can have a movie get to pre-pandemic numbers, right? It's going to be rare. It's not going to be every movie, but you can do that. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Batman in a couple months and if that sticks. But like,
Well, those are going to be the only movies doing it. Like Ben Affleck said, you're going to have a bunch of No Way Homes every year, and like the Last Duel is all going to be streaming only.
Yeah, and that's how you could get these Spider-Mans, because Sony might be like, well, if we make this Spider-Man movie, we know we'll make this amount of money no matter what. So fuck it, let's do it. Where if we make this little indie,
Yeah, well, all of that for sure. And I also think that because one of the things that, in the wake of No Way Home success, like one of the things I was telling people, and I don't know if you guys agree with this, I was like, okay, I realize that this is Marvel Studios, technically partially here, but you got to understand that when it comes to like, what is it, 1.6 billion it's at now?
Yeah.
I think that's the power of Spider-Man, not necessarily the power of Marvel Studios. So I don't think you can look to Multiverse of I mean, I guess it depends on Multiverse of Madness. Like if the cast really is
When
that
Hugh Jackman
insane.
shows up in that movie, it's gonna make $3 billion. That's all I'm saying.
Hugh Jackman,
Dude,
Well,
I mean, I mean, like, what are the
Hugh
odds of
Jackman, Wolverine, and
Ryan
Ben
Reynolds,
Affleck's
Daredevil?
Batman, or
Oh,
Ben
yeah.
Affleck's
First appearance
Daredevil.
of
Ben Affleck's
Daredevil,
Batman.
man.
Fuck, that would make $1 billion.
Oh my goodness.
The Monday morning, if
and
that
Ezra
were
Miller's
real,
Flash.
Yeah.
Ezra Miller's Flash, Ben Affleck's Daredevil, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine are gonna be playing poker with Tobey Maguire.
the press
And
tour
Multiverse of
of
Hey,
everybody
I'm
the
just,
Monday
I'm,
morning.
I'm just gonna wait for Dolph Lundgren's fucking Punisher
Yeah.
to show up.
Oh, my
man.
god.
And the only thing
Yeah.
that's the thing with Doctor Strange, though, if it does have these cameos, the best thing that No Way Home had going for it is it had that people leave the theater and they tell their friends, you have to see it. And I remember that when I took my sister out for dinner for her birthday and we were going to see Spider-Man, she had, and it was 2 nights later. And our waitress had that thing of like, oh, we said we were seeing that. She, oh yeah, one of my friends saw it, so it was the best Marvel movie ever. I got tickets. When you get that type of natural, like I meet this random person and they say I have to see it. Strange could have that if they do have these cameos. If it's a good movie, that helps, of course, and that will get people going. But if it does have, Steven's right. If there is even a murmuring of a Hugh Jackman appearance, that sells a bunch more tickets than if it didn't.
Well,
and
it
there's
does.
a bunch of that. And if you
There's
don't want to have the FOMO. You don't want to be, oh, I don't want to be spoiled. I don't want to miss out.
And that's
yeah.
the thing that feels like we lost a little bit in the franchise blow up of movies where, like I know Marvel's putting up numbers every year, so I could be out of the loop on this, but it feels like I remember when the original Spider-Man came out, there was this like, you need to see this, like even if you're not a Spider-Man fan, or like everyone had like some sort of a Spider-Man reference, they watched the show, they whatever, and there was this kind of buzz of like, oh, I saw Spider-Man, did you see Spider-Man? And Marvel now, you feel like if you hear somebody talking about it, it feels like it's someone is like they'll be like, oh, did you see the new Marvel movie? And they'll be like, oh no, which one is that? And they're like, well, it's the, what, I don't know. It's almost like a TV show that like people just watch or they don't. And it doesn't have that. And so because this plugged into that by bringing, Garfield is big, but Tobey Maguire is back from that era where it reminds people of like, oh no, I'm not going to evangelize this. Like you need to see this. And maybe that happens outside of these movies, but I don't recall that being a thing in this way for like a decade with anything.
He's in that era of we got one comic book movie a year and that was it, right? That was a very, like, you think about what we got from 2000 to 2010 and what we got just last year, you'd probably have very similar the amount of content from last year with you count
Crazy,
everything,
right?
like,
Yeah.
like shows and movies. Compare that to the last 10 years, it's probably pretty similar. That's just 1 year. So it's definitely, it's not like an oversaturation, but it's not as rare. The hype doesn't build as much because you get it all the time. We get weekly Star Wars and Marvel every week. Now we're getting weekly DC, like whatever you think about the CW, doesn't matter. You have shows all the time. You have Peacemaker. You have a Batgirl movie being made. It's just, these are things that my kids are never going to understand of, yeah, I was so excited to have X-Men, Spider-Man, and Daredevil all in, a 3-year span. I thought, man, we are lucky. And now it's just nothing. And I think it does take a lot to get to that moment. And even Endgame, to me, it wasn't hey, because of this certain acting, it was just it was the finale for a big show, right? And that's why it had that sort of feeling.
Well,
and
yeah, well, it was like when like I remember one of the big movie releases I remember was like when everybody went to go see Deathly Hallows Part 2.
Yes.
That was like the culmination of a decade of a fandom. It's like, okay, this is it. Like we're all going. Like this isn't a question. We're going to see this because of the build-up and because of it was an event film.
Well,
yeah.
And no, it's so funny. Go ahead, Dave.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I meant like event films, like even like the Matrix sequels, that they shot them both, and then they released them both in 2002 or 3
2003, yeah, 6 months apart.
6 months apart. I mean, that was like a whole thing where it was like and I remember when the third Matrix Revolutions came out, they released it all like on the same time all around the world because they were trying to do some crazy thing. And I remember getting woken up at 4:00 in the morning with my buddies. Hey, I got tickets to the Matrix Revolutions at 6 a.m. You want to go see it? And I went, no. And then I called them back and said, all right, let's go. And yeah. But I mean, you'll never get that again. But yeah, sorry, Travis. Go ahead.
Well, no, and I was going to say, when you're talking about event films, to me, look at least from how I felt about it, Look at Force Awakens compared to Rise of Skywalker. Force
Right.
Awakens had that you got to be there. This is a moment. Rise of Skywalker to me, obviously, it's a $1 billion movie. I'm not trying to downplay it, but it just was like, oh yeah, it's the end of the franchise. But guess what? We know there's another show. We know they're making another movie, and just where it was with Force Awakens, that was for me the last time I had felt that hype in quite a while. Of man, you got Harrison Ford, Fisher, and then you got this new cast, and but then Rise of Skywalker didn't really have any of that at all.
Oh man, has anybody seen Scream? By the way,
I
here,
haven't
nobody. The
seen
new
it.
Scream.
I
Okay,
think Travis did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Disney. I'm sorry. I won't say anything bad about Star Wars ever again. They cut,
Yeah,
they cut my feed.
Oh, yeah. I know your feed kind of went wonky
funny.
right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, it's just
But
crazy.
I was just saying, like, if anybody's seen Scream here, I mean, the movie's like, it's whatever. I've never been big on the Scream movies, but man, there's like a whole, like in the final act when they start, when the killers are, are shown or revealed or whatever the fuck, and they start talking about franchises and legacies, and they start breaking it down. They start talking about fandoms and stuff like that. That's where the movie really shines.
Yeah,
and it's kind of funny. It's a whole diatribe of like how things are right now. And how things, and it's just like it was just kind of like
Resurrections-esque.
Yeah,
kind of. Okay.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I was gonna say because I think what I can take from fans is like you're not the biggest horror fan, but you like good horror, right? Like there's certain ones, and you might have to see them all. But if anybody is on Twitter or on social media and knows the bubbles and talk about like toxic fandom stuff like that, you would appreciate Scream. You could maybe even go into without seeing other ones, and they have some really like good meta fun with like online and lots of shout outs to certain movies. And
I have seen the other 4. I have.
Okay, I would recommend it at some point, even when it goes on VOD or something, because it has some really fun with toxic fandoms, and there's like tons of even Star Wars references too, and it's really good. I saw it today, and I actually quite loved it. I'm a huge Scream fan.
And the franchise itself, quite honestly, has been pretty self-aware from movie 1, truthfully. So I think that just what you're describing, what you and Dave are describing, just falls in line with the DNA of what the Scream movies always did. Because like I've seen the other the 4th one was actually filmed up here in Rosewood, or not. I forget. It was south of where I live in Michigan. It was during when we still had the film incentives here, and that's when they filmed like Oz the Great and Powerful and Real Steel, which I guess is getting a show now.
Getting a series, and Santa Claus, baby.
Listen, Real Steel. I don't know. I like Real Steel. Real Steel was good. It was actually a legitimately good movie.
Sean Levy is very good at just making very like nice things like that. Free Guy, you watch it. I enjoyed that picture.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots, man. That's what's
that's another one, Dave. That's another one of those like Detroit, because they shot that in Detroit, and so that's another one of those movies where similar to The Island. I'm like, I know where they're standing. I know where this is. Like that kind of. Same with BBS. Like just the whole like. The beginning when that's supposed to it's the replay of the Black Zero event, and he's driving down the street towards Wayne Tower, and I'm like, oh, he just drove by my mom's little job. There's the bank. Hey. Totally, but yeah. So I don't know. Like I think that. Wow, I'm sorry, I totally lost my train of thought.
One thing I will say though, even though it's a little bit different, is the Batman to me has a mini event feel. The reason is because I always equate this to is when I have people on my Facebook and not social media, because I feel like my social media on Twitter is much more people like us in the know, really up to this thing. My Facebook is it's my personal, it's my mother, stuff like that. When it is my dad is a psychiatrist, and I couldn't even convince him to go see Joker because he was like, I'm just kind of done with superheroes. I've had my fill. When he texted me and said, like, have you seen this Batman trailer? And I had seen multiple people that they maybe share a geek related thing once, maybe, a Stranger Things, something like that, something very in the zeitgeist. That first Batman trailer, I saw that all over my Facebook feed, which was strange because that was what my Twitter feed would be. And I think it is Batman, of course, but I think brought past enough, it all actually really helps it, because I think people are pretty convinced now he's going to be great. But I think that initial, oh, this guy's Batman, and now it's like, oh, this guy's Batman. So I'm really curious to see how it does. If it gets delayed, my heart will break into two, because I've said this. I just need the Batman. I need the Batman, and they can delay every single movie for 10 years, and I'm good. But I need to see the Batman.
When Morbius, I mean, that was like people didn't even necessarily care that Morbius got delayed. They were just
everybody kind of went, all right, fine.
Right. But really, the bigger reaction that day was leave the Batman alone.
Yeah.
And so like the next day, when I think Reeves and like he posted like the new Bat Cat spot, and it's and the Twitter account said March 4th, we're all like, okay, all right, we're still good. Still good for now. Like that's the bigger. I'm with you on that. That's the bigger.
But then the concerns happen. But then Jason Kyler was like, "Hey, we're good right now. We're just monitoring everything."
Right.
It's like,
and then Disney's like, that Pixar movie? Yeah, we're not putting that in theater. So it's like a yo-yo with me. Of I won't believe it's the same thing we talked about as a Geekverse, where I didn't fully believe I've seen Spider-Man until the week of, because you're just like, we've had so many delays before. You're just worried at any moment. Like, when this pandemic started, I had bought my No Time to Die tickets. I was ready to go see James Bond in a few weeks, and it's like, you're not seeing that for another year and a half, my friend. So that's where, until I'm a few days away, even a week away from Batman, I've bought my tickets, and it's all good to go, and theaters aren't saying they're closed down. Right now, it's like MJ said, No Way Home. Expect disappointment, and you'll never be disappointed. So I'm expecting a delay. I hope it doesn't happen.
I felt that way about F9, because like the whole time I was just like, you're making me wait another year and a half to tell me how the hell Han is still alive. Seriously? Come on now. But no, here's my thing about the Batman though. Like, I don't want to say it. If there's one other character on planet Earth that has the Batman, we've said this. Brent and I have said this before. Batman and Spider-Man are on their own level. As far as like global popularity.
Oh, they're right there with Coke and Pepsi, man.
They just are. Sorry, Superman fans. Sorry, Avengers fans. Listen, it's just
the way it is. Batman and Spider-Man.
For decades.
No need to apologize.
For sure. That being said, like Spider-Man No Way Home is, I mean, that was like a culmination of, that was a celebration of Spider-Man in live action film for the last 20 years.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Absolutely.
The Batman is not that. So I just don't know about the $1 billion aspect of what it's. I don't know about. I don't know. I'm not 100% confident in that. Now, listen, if this thing blows away Batman Begins, which I subjectively think is the best Batman movie made to this date, if it ends up blowing away the Nolan trilogy, okay, then all bets are off.
Which we're all hoping for.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott, you're back. I'm sorry. I know you sent the message that you had to go. Do you still have to go?
I still have to go.
Okay.
Callum is not Callum
happy.
wakes no, he wakes up about, this is the third night in a row. He's like, gets restless about this time, and he's snotty and stuff. So I need to.
All right. Well, head out. So go ahead and plug yourself, man.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter, ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, and the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. You can also find me now, 7 o'clock Pacific time, Sunday nights, on the Film Junkee channel, where we will be continuing Batman the Fan Man stream with Robin's Reckoning Part 2.
That's right. All right.
There
Thank
he
you,
is,
Scott.
the goat himself.
That's right. Yeah.
All right.
Where we all strive to be right there when we're sending off. All right, Scott. Thank you for joining, man. I'll
great
talk
to
to you
guys.
Sunday.
Talk to you Sunday.
See ya.
Bye.
All right.
What a
Yeah, I know.
bastard that guy is. You know?
I know. Jeez, can we just talk shit now about the he sent that message, and I was like, oh, but then it was in the middle of a Steven, Steven rant or whatever the hell, so I was like, all right,
Whatever
well,
you
and
call
all of a sudden
those
he
things.
disappeared, and I was like, all right, I think he might come back. So no, it was like, that's what's always funny too, is like when anybody has to leave, and then it's like, if somebody's talking, I don't want to interrupt that and be like, oh, hold on, so and so has to leave, but we're good now. But anyways, we have actually a Patreon video. One of my patrons are gonna say that we're gonna play right here. I haven't listened to it, but it's from William. We know William. He's Mr. Sci-Fi Center in Vegas, which I visited. I've visited that place. Pretty cool. And I've talked to William, and he's been on the Patreon stream. So it's the video that we have for him right now. Let's see what he has to say.
Hey, Vodka Crew, Junkee. When a new regime takes over, usually they bring their own people and they transition out either abruptly or smoothly the current people that are in place. That's happened in most mergers I've ever seen, and I don't see it being any different now. If that new regime is not on board with the current plans that the current regime is doing, how tethered will they be to those projects? Will it be a detriment to them? Or can they take the same approach that the current regime did with Zack Snyder's Justice League, whereas, yeah, these things got released, but they sort of buried it and didn't refer to it and went about their own way with their own plans. Which approach do you think they would take? Thanks. Bye.
Okay. So basically, when the new regime comes about, it's like with previous projects, right? Anybody?
I think everything up to Fury of the, well, actually, really, I guess technically everything up to Batgirl is either in some form of filming or post-production. So you're kind of locked into the next 5 or 6 before you really could start changing. I think the first thing that could realistically be on the chopping block and hopefully isn't is Blue Beetle, because that's still in pre-production mode. So I think they're pretty set up to, like I said, Fury. I guess it depends on when Batgirl comes out, because Batgirl right now, I think
Batgirl's coming out in December because it's a Christmas movie. We've seen the set, you know.
Really, you think this year?
Well, that's because Aquaman is also December. So that's
the thing. That's the thing. I don't know, but it's like, are they going to do a fucking Shazam again, where they release a Christmas movie in April? I mean, I that's what I don't.
Give it that Wonder Woman. I'm sure HBO Max. If it stays on HBO Max, I bet they want a yearly.
Oh yeah,
DC
that's
Christmas
right. HBO
release.
Max. That's what we got to remember. This is still slated for HBO Max.
Well,
I really hope it gets a limited theatrical.
Well, that's another question that I've gotten from people is, do you think that because Blue Beetle switched, Blue Beetle's going to be theatrical now? So like, is Batgirl going to switch? And I was like, well,
I think it's gonna. It's more popular.
Maybe. I think the fact that it
nobody
didn't
knows
switch. So, I mean, because they, like, you got to remember that they're going to go for like what they've got utility with for these, and so like part of the reason that they like greenlit these movies at all is to drive subscriptions to HBO Max. So you could be like, hey, we'll give you $100 billion or $100 million, and they'll be like, okay, that's great, but like we'd rather have subscribers. Like that's the reason this movie exists. So even if it would do better in theaters, I'm not sure that's a part of their. I mean, they intentionally cannibalized their entire 2021 theatrical slate to grow HBO Max subscribers. Like they knew that they were going to decimate box office on every single one of those releases. They would all have done far better if they had been theater exclusives or if they had been delayed. But they knew that it was an opportunity they weren't going to get back to grow HBO Max subscriptions, and I think it worked. It paid off, and those are an HBO Max subscription is 1.5 times one movie ticket, and it's 12 times a year instead of 3 times a year on average, and they keep 100% of it instead of splitting it 50-50 with exhibitors. Like
This is why the exhibitors were upset.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I'm not saying it's not going to be in theaters, but like the incentive really is HBO Max as far as I'm concerned.
It's gonna be interesting. And I actually wanted to get you guys' opinion about what we saw tonight when it came to Batgirl. What's everybody feeling about?
Just real quick, just to answer William's question, I think that we won't have. I don't think we'll have to worry about projects being cut loose until after Batgirl.
So. That's what's going to be. Yeah, well, I agree with that.
Well, I stopping the transition again, but I think there's also people need to keep in mind, like, what are we even talking about at that point? Because it's not like no matter what direction it goes, like what plan are they committing to or abandoning? It's not like there's some end game in the future that it's like, oh, they're going to cut that off. Like there's not, we don't really know how far the slate goes or if it's building to anything. And even if it is, like, the MCU had a plan, but that's not exactly how it turned out. Like there was a different slate of Avengers for the first movie when they started going, and it turned into a different group, and Captain Marvel was going to come in earlier, and they didn't expect Spider-Man, like, and all this stuff changed, and they get credited as if they had like scripted it out from the beginning, but they made choices on the fly, and they reshot stuff, and they changed stuff.
Yeah.
So
the Incredible Hulk end credit scene makes no sense when you watch it now. It makes zero sense.
They added Black Panther and Spider-Man.
Well, remember that deleted the Incredible Hulk when, like, you know, he was gonna kill himself, and then he just like turned in the Hulk, and then Captain America's like body was in the ice. I remember when like that was a big thing. I remember when that deleted scene like made its way to the internet, and it was huge because everyone was like, "Oh my God, it's Captain America's body right there," you know, and it was insane. So yeah, nothing.
I think no matter what, I'm not going to say it's going to make $1 billion, but I think the Batman will be a big hit, and I think anything Matt Reeves and the Batman related will be fine after merger. Obviously, because I feel like he's making his own little mini universe there. He has Gotham PD, he has Penguin. There's rumors of other shows, so I think that it will be a hit. And that's honestly, I think what will happen after the merger is, okay, all these things will come out and they'll look at a spreadsheet and go, okay, what worked and what didn't work, you know? Let's say if Batgirl, whether it's on the theatrical side or streaming side, let's say it comes out and doesn't do that great streaming numbers. They go, okay, maybe she's just a team-up character, not a solo character. Same as Blue Beetle, unfortunately. And I think same thing with Shazam coming up. I think it's very important, that sequel, because if the first one, you know, did fine, but if this one doesn't do to whatever their standard is, I could see Shazam being relegated to, okay, he's a team-up guy now. We don't need to make another Shazam. And I think that's all it's going to come down to is, okay, what's making us the most money? What we going to stick with? At the end of the day, it's what they're looking for, right? So
what you're saying is, Travis, is The Rock could totally take over.
I could see
When
people pitch the whole
the hierarchy of power in these universes is about to change. I don't know how many more times this has to be said.
I could easily see, because people might say, well, it doesn't make sense, he's a villain. I could easily see the next Justice League not having Shazam as the member and having Black Adam as the member, because it's the fucking Rock and he pushes numbers. It's like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day what's comic accurate or not. Black Adam's, he might be like a very torn anti-hero, but The Rock's not playing a villain. Everyone thinks we're getting like a villain movie. I know there's that scene, but he's going to have some little change of heart. There's going to be something. I feel that as long as you got The Rock, yeah, he could easily take over, and it could become... We got 2 days.
I know. I don't know what happened. My desktop went fucking crazy.
I didn't say anything. I just in the back in the corner of my eye, I'm like, he totally froze.
It's like No Way Home. We got 2 days now. This is crazy. Which one have you lost, MJ?
And you're on a bit of a delay now.
This is trippy.
No Way Home. We got 2 days now.
I know, right? Jeez. The multiverse just...
It's like at the Doctor Strange when the portals open up.
Dave, you're on like a 10-second delay, something like that.
No Way Home. We got 2 days now.
I know, right?
So,
Jeez.
he'll get to it eventually.
Multiverse. It's like at the Doctor Strange when the portals open up.
He'll get there.
Dude, I don't know. Everything's like going crazy right
That's what The Flash is going to be in November, folks. Get ready.
Oh boy.
Jeez. Did you just say, oh boy, like fucking Quantum Leap right there?
Wow.
Speaking of that, we're getting a sequel series of that. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, but are we on a delay?
No, I don't think we're on a delay anymore. I think.
Well, it was because I had like dual things like happening.
Oh, okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, it was all.
We had a lot of things happening.
I know that was a whole fucking wormhole like opened up. I was like, what?
Taylor, what's happening with DC in the next like 3 years?
What's happening with DC in the next 3 years? I mean, they're gonna be. Everybody, I'm gonna take that as a sign. I'm not gonna continue what I was gonna say.
You were getting cut off.
Yeah. No. What do I think's gonna happen with DC though?
Because they got new people coming in. That's gonna be management in the next few years or so. So
some new management. Okay,
yeah.
Well that's interesting. I mean, as far like,
I will preference this for people that watch this whatnot. That Taylor is on a podcast for the past 7 years. We talk about news and movies, but most of the time it is me literally breaking the news to him on the web because he's on his Twitter, but you do not like. You constantly have to check with me like if this is a real story or whatnot. You completely detached yourself from the news cycle. You watch the movies and you're good to go.
That's basically it. I mean, my Twitter consists of pretty much just Star Wars. And So when you break in the DC news, the Marvel news, I appreciate it. It's great. And so, yeah, if they're getting new management, that's pretty cool. Just kind of like going forward, like I don't want to say necessarily like a clean slate, but them just kind of diving into new opportunities and new storylines. Again, like the whole seeing the Batgirl stuff, like that got me super jazzed. Like just
Yeah,
get these new
that's what I want.
characters.
That's what I wanted to like.
That's how this
ask
all
you. Like,
started.
yeah, that's how it all started. I don't know, like all of a sudden, like the Batgirl like talk just crashed my shit. But what are we thinking about this right here?
Okay. So
I'll
Go
quickly go because I actually got to bounce here pretty quick.
Okay.
I honestly like it. I think it's a good like shout out to like the classic suit. I feel like it'll look better once like the actual finished product is out, like the show. The movie, I guess. But as of right now, I think I'm over the 50% bar. Like I'm sold, but I'm not in love with it yet. But you know, it's a nice set photo. Dave, you were talking about it earlier. Of just like this is better than getting like a leaked photo, which I'm always down for.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, Kirkland, I think that's what this is. I think clearly they're at the point where outdoor shooting is about to begin, and for once they got ahead of it.
So smart. Yeah, it's the way it should be going forward, and I like it. I think like first viewing of it, I'm okay with it, and yeah, it's good. It's over the 50% bar. I get the thumbs up on it. But yeah, unfortunately, I got to bounce. So thanks so much for having me, Dave, and talk to you boys later on. Have a good evening.
For sure, man. Take it easy.
Well, and I think it's interesting that we had Joker, remember? Joaquin Phoenix did that test and they put that out before he went in the public. And then we got that with Pass and the Batman. And I feel like, oh, DC's going to start doing this now with every big project. And that was kind of the only two that they did it with. It was this like big. So I think every studio should do this before they go out and start shooting.
I happen to think that, like, because I am something of a believer in the controlled leaks.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that's totally what was happening with the Flash. I find that very difficult to believe that I mean, I know they were doing a lot of outdoor shooting, but come on, we saw so much in like the span of a month from that. But in the case of the costume, like, and you know what I was going to read? I was going to go back to reading because I'm in the process of like doing a bunch of catch up on like DC and Marvel comics. And I was going to go back to Scott Snyder's Batman, and I will at some point before March. But now I think I'm going to read Burnside. I'm going to read Batgirl Burnside because
that's where this costume is coming from.
Exactly.
100% is ripped from the Burnside run of Batgirl. And when you look at that costume, you just kind of go like, okay, practical. This is practical. I mean, to me, it's like, you know, they weren't trying to go for like, all right, what is Barbara going to be going for when she tries to make her own bat suit? It's going to be this. It's a leather jacket. It's leather pants. Right. She obviously crafted the bat logo, and then she has all her gear. She has her, you know, and then she's like, all right, well, I'll put a cape. What intrigues me the most is like that cowl. Look at the pattern on that cowl. Really fucking, that really pops for me.
Yes,
to be honest, like, I agree. It's different because I'm like, what is going on with that? You know, when it comes to all that. But when people are like, it's CW, I'm like, well, it's straight out of Burnside. It's right there. That's why, I mean, I'm sure it'd be very easy to take a piss in, you know, whenever
it looks like a lot of zippers.
Yeah, there's a lot of zippers. She can very easily, you know, go to the bathroom when it comes to this, because that's always been the thing when it came to bat suits.
Right, and all of the, you know, the CW thing is it's because it's not Michael Wilkinson. It's straight from the Batfleck. That's what they wanted. They wanted something that was from that school, and it's like, okay, no, it's Barbara starting out. This is an origin film. Mm-hmm. She doesn't have a tailor that you know from Wayne Enterprises. It's just going to be, and I even
not suit me up, Uncle Alfred.
Oh, yeah. Do we want that? Do we want that, people? Do we want?
Oh, of course, yeah. Do you want that? Yeah. Where it looks like the Batgirl suit is literally like a lingerie. I mean, it's like a you know, it looks lingerie-esque.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But no, we can't say this is going to be. This is what's so funny. Anytime there's a suit reveal for anything, everybody always like just does that whole thing, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I can understand it. Sometimes not that great, but when it comes to these characters, even like with Battinson, we're gonna get another suit. We're gonna get another bat suit. Maybe another 2 suits or whatever the hell. Same thing with this. You can't tell me that Bruce Wayne, whichever Bruce Wayne you want to say it is, whether it's Keaton or whatever. Like, I mean, obviously, I guess it's going to be Keaton. Like, she's going to get a new suit because this is the one that she made herself, 100%.
And
she's going to make it herself.
Comic accurate.
And totally to the Burnside run and we're going to see her on a bike. Obviously, I mean, it fits with all the leather, obviously. But it's not going to be the final form. Like when people were complaining about it, it's like this is the first suit. This is like seeing in Spider-Man Homecoming when he had, or the hoodie and the fucking tights, the sweatpants and blah blah blah. I mean, that was homemade,
yeah, right?
This is kind of like that too. This is like I'm curious about like how she made the cowl. I mean, because the pattern and everything. I get everything else, but I'm like, okay, what's going on with the cowl? That's what intrigues me the most about this costume is how did she make the cowl, the bat cowl?
And how is she hiding all of it from J.K. Simmons? That's my thing. Is like
that'll be fun.
You were rolling the dice hiding that from Whiplash. Come on now.
Yeah, I like the suit. I've always liked the Burnside suit. My problem was just I just didn't think it was like a good photograph. I thought that it could have been better. I didn't like. Yeah. I almost just even the quality of the camera. I just felt like, oh, we don't have anything a bit even more HD. So I think it'll look better on screen. I think it just was unflattering in a way, but I hope we get to a point where it is like, yeah, a bit more armored. If you see what she's rocking right now, like the Gotham Knights game coming up, that is like the armored look, but it is the Burnside color aesthetic, and that to me is like the happy medium of that purple and yellow that I would like to see, but plus some armor going on. Because, if there's going to be a Justice League 2 and we happen to get Batgirl, she's definitely going to need something a bit more than that as far as suit-wise to maybe take down some sort of huge, massive threat. But I like the suit overall so far, and I'm pretty excited for the movie. Batman as just a IP is the thing that excites me most, more than Marvel, DC combined. It's just Batman, that world, and we haven't tapped into a lot of these characters. I know Batman's been around for so long, we've had so many movies, but the only live action film, Barbara, we have is, some little girl in Dark Knight, and then, like you said, Batman and Robin. Same thing with these Dick Grayson rumors. It's like we had Chris O'Donnell, and then you cheatingly had Joseph Gordon-Levitt, but there's a lack of the Bat family, which it doesn't count. So
we have not had nearly enough live action Bat family. I completely agree.
Yeah, and that's where when people always go, oh, we've had so much Batman. That's the thing with Batman. There's still so much between his side characters and villains that we haven't even touched. We haven't even scratched the surface yet, and I'm very excited for anything Bat related, and I like the casting. The directors, I wasn't the biggest fan of the newest Bad Boys, but a lot of people were, so I understand why it was made.
To see that too.
Yeah, I'm in the minority. People love that movie.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh
no, that came out like that came out like a month and a half before the pandemic started.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not Michael Bay, but I thought pretty good.
No, I heard a lot of good. I heard a lot of good things about it. Like I heard people putting it like on a high pedestal compared to the other two, and I was like, "Oh wow, really? Was that good?" So I do want to check it out, and I definitely want to see it to get an idea of their style for this film. To see how they might do some things with the action and the cameras. But yeah, dude, I'm totally like the Bat family stuff. There is, it's just like someone was asking the question about Reeves' Batman movie. They're like, okay, which direction do you think he's going to take? Is he going to go grounded like Nolan, or are we going to actually be able to see like Mr. Freeze and some of the more fantastical villains? And I said, well, think about it. This is the dude that did Cloverfield and 2 Apes movies. There's your answer.
Yeah.
So
pretty
you're
much.
on the side. You think you will get like freaky
Oh
stuff
yeah,
like
yes.
that?
I
See,
do.
yeah, I'm on
I
the
think
180
so.
where I don't think we will. I don't like anybody pitching a Court of Owls. You're not going to have Court of Owls cloning themselves. Anyone pitching a Clayface or Mr. Freeze, I actually don't think we will. I think he's going to stay very.
Clayface is always going to be a hard one.
Well, and to be fair, Travis. To be clear, Travis, I don't think he's gonna go like so. Like Clayface to me is like really far. Like,
the tippy top of
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, especially after how they did him in the animated series,
Mhm.
which
Yeah.
that's got to be your baseline for how you do the character in live action. You can't like that's
Well,
just gotta
yeah,
start from
you
that
can't
point.
run away because the games and Harley Quinn show,
Yes.
they've all adopted it. You know, it's like,
Exactly. So no, but I do think I think like somebody like Freeze, I could see. I could.
So
I
you see
feel
a
like
freeze gun getting busted out, and you think he'll freeze Batman at some point in this
not
universe?
maybe not necessarily a freeze gun, but somebody that weirdly can only survive in sub-zero temperatures.
Yeah. Okay.
And maybe there's another apparatus for how he freezes things, but just I could see like, and he's almost like the baseline for how far I think they could go, or he
Mhm.
could do a better Croc, right? Like he could do a
skin disease stuff
because
like
I'm not
that.
necessarily like I mean, I know everybody loved the makeup from the Suicide Squad or from Suicide Squad,
Mhm.
but
you
I
almost said the Studio Squad, didn't you?
well, I do call it Studio Squad, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there's like not so fantastical with
Mhm.
Batman's villains,
No.
but I think that there is a line. You know, I mean, we've seen Scarecrow done practically with the fear toxin.
True.
Practically with the fear toxin. Somehow they found a way. Now, I don't think if you do Bane again, I think you actually have to make Venom a steroid.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
have
think
to.
you can
Yeah.
do it the way that Nolan did it with Hardy. You've got to actually bring the steroid into it. But I think Reeves could. I absolutely think he could do that.
And I agree with that. That's always been my push away. People always saying like, "Oh, this would be perfect for Court of Owls," and I think it could be. But Court of Owls, when you look into it, they like take people's blood and they freeze things. Like it gets very sci-fi. I think Reeves could be, hey, I'm just gonna make this secret society in Gotham that happens to wear owl costumes. You know, like very we talk about Eyes Wide Shut, like something like that, but with Reeves. I'm with you. Same thing with Freeze. I could see that. I just think lots of people I've seen like, oh, you could do this film, this film. I think anything very fantastical.
Dude.
I don't think you're gonna get in this one because I still think
I'm not trying to push it much past you, but I will say that a lot of the stuff that we're talking about it's not so or I don't know. I don't want to say it's not science fiction, but it's not nearly as science fiction as we might say.
Well,
I mean,
I was just
stuff like
thinking-
the freeze gun or even Clayface. You can give today. You can give a good scientific explanation for Clayface that would be like in the realm of the kind of science he did in like the Apes movies, where they've got compounds now that are like, that will. I mean, not nearly on the level of Clayface. They'll be leveling it up. But I mean, they've got stuff that like they've got brain interfaces and they've got stuff that will form into shapes from gels or liquids or whatever and change states.
Okay.
And you would have to modify the character a little bit and exaggerate the science a little bit. I don't think they're going to go as far as Clayface, but I do think that is not that far out of the realm. And so something like a freeze gun, I think that I don't know that we're going to get like someone's frozen in a block of ice. You're not going to get like a Schwartz, but I think something like a costume that's like not that far out of like what the animated series did, and some kind of an ice gun of some kind is not that outrageous. And plus, I think a modern interpretation of Freeze, even if he had an ice gun, probably wouldn't rely on it in quite the same way either. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I would love stuff like that. I just wonder, once I see this movie, I'll really get to know, okay, is there any even minor fantastical elements? Because even stuff like always, like Batman jumping from a building and landing on his legs, that's already fantastical, right? This man would not be walking. Even with that cape, that's a lot of impact on those knees. So you got to, of course, suspend your disbelief. But I feel like he's just going to be more crime oriented. If we get a trilogy, we know one of them is going to have the Joker because every director wants to do the Joker, and I'm completely fine with that. And we'll have to see. I think they're just going to stay very, very minuscule as far as the crime and the mob boss and the Seven feel and stuff like that. But I welcome it because there's a whole batch of Batman villains that have kind of been sitting on the bench for years because I'm not that I'm mad seeing another Catwoman or another Penguin, but there is so many that we have yet to see, and people probably still don't even know what a Court of Owls is in the GA. They don't even know what that is. The video game will be their first exposure.
One of the things I was thinking about when you were talking about the Court of Owls, I mean, I remember that like scene in Eyes Wide Shut, going back to that, when he's walking through that whole thing, when you were saying like a secret society. Can you imagine Bruce like infiltrating a Court of Owls, and it's like it's got that creepy fucking music? I'm not saying that there's got to be like orgies happening in like the background or something like that, but I mean,
this is a different Court of Owls, Bruce.
Yeah, I know. I mean, maybe we could. I mean, I don't know how fat. But I mean, just imagine.
It can't be rated R though, Dave.
Yeah, it's PG-13.
Yeah, I know, it's not rated R. It's PG-13. It's a kids movie now.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, no, but just imagine Bruce, like, Robert Pattinson Bruce with a mask, just walking through, kind of like in that Eyes Wide Shut kind of scenario where he's like going through the secret society. They don't know that it's him, and he's just seeing like this fucking cult, and you have this creepy music. Man, I don't know. I just thought about that right now. I was like, damn, that'd be pretty fucking awesome.
I think for me, one of the big things, like compare back to like what Nolan did. And I remember people were like, oh, they wanted just keep the Dark Knight canon and just introduce Superman to that. Why are you rebooting and all that stuff back then? And I think that for me, the thing that kind of was always a great like bright line was imagining, like, let's say they kept Bale and you get to Batman v Superman and you're like, okay, so there's Christian Bale Batman and everything's exactly the same as it was, and now you're like, oh, and Superman arrives. I'm like, nope, that just doesn't.
No,
that's a no
work
in that universe. That just doesn't.
No.
I think it breaks everything, and I think that the feel that I get from like the Pattinson universe is, could you be like, oh, Superman arrives, and have me not be like, nope, no way, and I don't think that I would draw that line yet. That doesn't mean I think they're going to go that far, but I think that it is because I mean you take away all the Superman stuff from Affleck's Batman up until Man of Steel would have been pretty similar to that, right? Without the like Superman was the most fantastical thing he'd ever seen. So I don't know. I think that we're probably going to get something far more grounded. However, it doesn't feel like it would just break the aesthetic of the universe to have a metahuman in it.
I agree.
And that's what's interesting, because I think that they were right to reboot and go another route, but I am someone that still thinks they could have actually made it work with Bale. And the only reason I think that is because if you were to just show people 2 movies in the MCU and you show them the first Iron Man and then you show them Endgame, don't show them anything else. The first Iron Man is super grounded, very based in scientific fact. There's no it's him dealing with terrorists and another guy that builds a robot. You jump 10 years later, and it's him fighting an alien after a bunch of magical stones, and you have other aliens, and you have spider people and stuff like that. So I think there's a way where with Bale, you could have done, that would be the impact of so far. Now, he'd probably get destroyed, but like the impact of he is a normal guy, and this is something huge and fantastical coming in. What would I do with that? Obviously, it doesn't really work with what Nolan does with the ending and stuff like that. But I think you could actually feel the same way if we were to have a real life Superman land down, we would feel that weight of, man, we are not officially alone, and there's a superpower being. You could have done that from Bale's perspective, where in Man of Steel, right away we set up, okay, the fantastical is real. We have different planets, and But again, I'm not saying they were wrong not to do the reboot. I think that was the route to go.
I think that the only counterpoint I would have to that, Travis, is with Iron Man, the one thing that is a definitive, like, just really just puts kind of draws a definitive line between that and like Bale's interpretation is Stark's tech. The suspension of disbelief with everything Tony Stark has, including the suit, is just at least 3 levels ahead of what Bale has in the Dark Knight trilogy.
To a point, except for when we get to Rises, I feel. Because Rises, I feel like that man is busting out a whole bunch of plot armor left, right, and center. And I love Rises, but...
A little bit, but if you look at like when he goes to Lucius Fox and he's like, I need a solution for this, and Lucius is like, oh, here's this like top of the line thing, and it's like, something that exists in the real world already. And now, like, the what do they call it? The Bat, I think, was like the
Bat.
Some of it stretched a little bit.
For the
Batman. If that is like the absolute farthest it stretches it, versus like Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps. Like there's a slightly different like level of
and then
baseline
also,
of.
And then remember, like when he has the first suit, like the whole thing with him and the Air Force after he, takes out the thugs in Gomera, like they think he's a UFO and they're going to shoot him down. And then they're like, it's a man. Batman's not doing that.
Yeah,
Not
or
Bale's
just or,
Batman.
or the concept of like just the arc reactor in the chest keeping him alive.
Yeah, that's the most fantastical.
Like that gets out. Like that would never that type of science would not exist in the Nolan universe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I get what you're saying. Like,
So
I
do
think
I,
that
yeah.
I think we're splitting hairs. I just split it like on that side of like.
Oh yeah, and I think they were right because I would not have wanted them to be like, yeah, there is a Superman and Bale's as much fun as it would have been because you do have that if you had a problem of hey, I want more Batman movies. Okay, there's an established Batman, but it is a nice, well put together trilogy for the most part. Because that third movie is not exactly what Nolan wanted to make. We all know that. So I feel like it's like the best he could do under the situation, and we're gonna have to see what Ryan Coogler does later on this year with a similar situation as far as, hey, your big character. Because Joker, no matter what was gonna be happening, that character would have prevailed. I was talking about this with Chris on Marvel Alliance that you don't have Joker hang upside down saying we're destined to do this forever and then Nolan do a third movie and never touch that again if Heath Ledger is with us, right? It wouldn't be that. I think there is a key piece that's missing there, and that's why whether it's right or wrong, I always grade Rises on a curve because I always feel Nolan had some stuff taken away. The same with Wakanda Forever. If that movie is at least just good, I think that is a miraculous thing they pulled off with not even like the political stuff going on, but just with even losing your main star. If it's just a decent movie, that's as I'll be happy with that because that's a same thing that I did with Fast 7, right? You lose Paul Walker in the middle of production. The fact that they pulled that off and pulled that so well, it's I'm hoping the best for Coogler later on this year because that's been quite a production for that poor man to take on.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has. And yeah, no, I mean, like when it came to, I mean, Nolan was obviously going to probably use Ledger again in the third one, but that didn't
he would have
work
been
out.
invincible, but he would have been.
No, he wouldn't have been.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have been the main villain, but he would have had a presence. There's no way that. Yeah, I mean, like you said, the line, we're destined to do this forever. I mean, that's just, I think that's where kind of like Rises kind of suffers from people. It's like, oh yeah, it's just, all right, we're just on to that next thing after we did this great thing here.
Yeah,
especially with how much it borrows from The Dark Knight Returns, which, that's not that he would have gone, it borrows enough to like have borrowed a lot without going that deep into it, but sort of the thing that gives him catharsis in Returns is very much involves that, like the tunnels with Joker. And so not that necessarily would have even really recreated that, but bringing him in, the idea of Joker being rehabilitated and all that,
he would have escaped in a movie if Ledger was alive. The Joker, even if he wasn't the main villain, at some point that man was busting out of his cell and causing some trouble, and especially imagine if we did live in a world where he was alive, how big that performance was and just the hype and merch and everything. And I do still believe even if he was with us, he would have won that Oscar. It's one of those things that even Warner Brothers couldn't even probably resist. Like, no, you got to find a way to get this man in the movie. Like,
that is the most, for me, it's like, as a fan, it's like the most heartbreaking thing is how much his career would have absolutely exploded after that, because there was, and I mean, the perception of him had changed so wildly fast, because before that it was all about him being in Brokeback Mountain.
Yep.
And since 2008, he has only been thought of as the Joker, and that is all anybody thinks of him as going forward.
Which is a great and bad thing at the same time, because it's this iconic role, but then your other work kind of gets put away. And I agree with you, Ray, that you would have seen Heath Ledger in a lot of projects.
Oh yeah. He probably would be on his third Oscar by now, for all we know, because I mean, I still remember, when it was announced, it was like, all right, it's that guy, cool. All right, we'll see what happens. And then when that first image was released, I still remember that. This was like pre so much social media and stuff like that. And we had that first image of the scarred face, and everybody just kind of went, holy shit.
You know what, though, Dave? Like, going back to that, though, here's the funny thing about that. I do remember, and this goes back to the Batgirl costume thing, and it even goes to like some of the early reactions to the Joaquin Phoenix camera test. I remember you're right. It was before Twitter and all that, but I remember on superherohype.com forums.
Oh
Superhero
yeah,
hype coming soon was still around. Yeah,
Totally remember the people that were angry that it wasn't Killing Joke, it wasn't Acid Bath, it was just face paint. That's not that was a thing. I remember that argument.
Oh yeah,
people were having back then, and I'm like,
yeah, but that was in their threads. That was it.
It
was in their
was
threads. It wasn't
totally,
all,
and that was what made me go back and look up like the first Joker appearance, and like I read that comic, and I'm like, well, the comic doesn't say what it is. Killing Joke, like in the very first Joker comics doesn't say, it could totally be makeup, and like the whole thing where he impersonated a cop, and then I think there's another one where, like, which Nolan put in the movie.
Yeah,
like all that's there, and it's like, well, there is no explanation for why he looks like that in the beginning. You're taking something from Alan Moore's comic in the 80s. Okay, cool, but that's not like the only definitive origin. So, dude, it didn't matter what year it was. Even without social media, there was something.
I know, but it wasn't as noisy. But I remember also when the very first Dark Knight teaser came out, and it was just the logo with all the fucking like and then you heard Heath Ledger's Joker laugh at the end of it, and everybody, pretty much collectively, we were like, all right, this is gonna work, because did you hear that shit and match it to the face? This is gonna be fucked up. It's like
there was that first Joker trailer that I remember it came out like, I think it was like December of 2007. It was a month after they finished principal photography, and it's that one where it's like, I think it's like largely the Joker's voiceover. Like he starts it off and he's like, "See, to them, you're just a freak like me." And it was like the first full on look that we got of him, and we were just all like, "Oh my God, this is gonna work. This is gonna be so good."
Yeah. Those were the days, man. Those were the days. But yeah, nowadays it's just like, hey, now we got just another superhero reveal every week or something like that. It's like something's happening. And when it came to, it was funny because I just literally like got done with my Peacemaker, episodes 1 through 3 review. And I was like, all right, I got to get some dinner and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, just boom, oh yeah, on a Friday night, here we go. Here's the Batgirl costume finally. And I went, okay, cool. And then I was like doing my Twitter thing. I was like, okay, regardless how you feel about it, it's still very much being ripped from this version right here. Okay, that's fine. And I get it, because, the Image, we're all fucking spoiled by Zach and Clay Enos. Those guys who make they make portraits sometimes. This was not exactly, maybe, but it still had some, it's still good, because I think even Steven, we were talking about, I think we're like the silhouette, like the shadow of the ears, on the beam, on the pillar or whatever the fuck behind her. That was kind of cool. You see the red hair, you see there was still some really good aesthetics, I guess you could say, in the Image. I don't know.
I just don't know if there will ever be a day where there's any kind of a costume reveal and people handle it in like a rational
There's just never
way.
gonna be that. Yeah.
Like, because I think, and also there's, I think maybe some context to this one, because I'm like 99% sure that they shot this like live tonight, 5 minutes before they posted it.
Yes.
Because you can see there's a video going around on Twitter of them doing some outdoor shooting where they were shooting some spotlights up in the air, and the camera didn't look up to see what was up there, and I didn't see any other like paparazzi photos or anything of her going around. But we all know how this kind of stuff ends up leaking out, and so they're doing outdoor shoots. So I'm like 99% sure they just had her up there and they shot this. And I wish that maybe they'd had, they've got all the camera equipment, so you'd think they would have gotten a shot with something a little bit better with.
Yeah.
But so this is like better than a set leak, but also like this is the worst that this costume will ever look in terms of like reveals go. And I don't mean it as an insult. I'm just saying like it will only look better than this as they have like proper lighting and framing and camera and editing and color grading, and I don't think that we're gonna have the orange with the red, like the orange red brick behind the purple suit with the yellow. Like I think that's probably gonna be more gray in the final product, all sorts of stuff like that. And like people are comparing it to like the CW, but like the difference here is like she actually wears this is an actual costume she has in the comics. It's not adapted into like a leather suit just because of that's all they have. And also like with all those CW reveals, like whereas this is the worst this is ever going to look, all the CW like costume reveal photos are all the best that it ever looks
Those
because
are all the high,
it's in a studio.
High-def, like
It's on studio in front of
Yeah.
a green screen or a white backdrop or whatever with controlled lighting, and then they're photoshopped to hell, and
very heavily photoshopped.
Exactly. And so those are like very much promo photos, whereas this is like a step above a paparazzi photo that the directors are like, let's just get this out here in order to make sure that the first image isn't a like really bad like cell phone camera from someone standing across the street. I mean, having said that, I don't really have any design issues with it. I think it makes a lot of sense for this is not a suit made by Wayne. And she has a motorcycle, so having a motorcycle leather suit makes sense. I was off camera, but I heard Dave talking about the helmet. I'm pretty sure that's carbon fiber. Which is another good.
I like the pattern. The pattern, yeah. It's and I'm curious how she
because you can make carbon fiber like at home with like you get like sheets and mold it almost like a much stronger paper mache to like simplify it. But I mean that's very much a material that you can get homemade stuff for, and she either covered something else up with it or crafted it on her own. But I think it's a great combination of like homemade suit without being like the Daredevil. Which I love that
Lots
suit.
of leather.
Well, I mean the Daredevil, like the black suit from the show.
Which
I love that suit, but I mean that is way more low. Or like even the Spider-Man first suit was like super low budget. I think this is a great I think this is a great like middle ground of sensible. It makes sense where she got everything from and how everything was made, and it looks like a superhero suit. I mean, so I don't really have any. I just think it's funny that like, it would have been nice if they had a camera test or something like Matt Reeves did, maybe to reveal it, so it could be more in like this is how we want it to look with the end product. But even then, people are like freaking out about stuff. But look at how much better that looked than the leaked set photos of the Pattinson suit. For those people were like freaking out because they had the big motorcycle helmet version, and he wasn't wearing the cape. There was all sorts of, I don't know, the stunt suits are always a little bit different, and so people were freaking out about that. I don't know. I think it looks good, and I'm excited to see how it looks in motion.
Yeah,
I agree.
Taylor, you've been quiet. What do you think of the Batgirl suit?
I mean, I really liked what I saw. Like again, I think it fits like what you guys are saying. Like it's not done by Bruce Wayne. It's not done.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, it doesn't have millions and trillions of dollars backed behind it. It's just she's trying to get into the game. She wants to help out the Bat family, and this is her making her statement. And so I look forward to when she gets that Wayne stamp of approval armor or suit sent her way. But I think this is a great entry point, and I like the color scheme a lot. It just, for some reason when I looked at it, it just gave me vibes of like old school like Wanda and Vision suits for some reason when they were wearing it, like for the Halloween episode for some reason. But I like how it looks, like sticking with the comics a little bit there. And yeah, I'm super excited to see her rock it in live action. I think it'll be much better when we see her like moving around and everything, and it's flowing around and it's not just like a solid still. So
I love that she's got the yellow boots.
Yeah, cool.
I mean, it's straight out of Burnside, definitely. And Lane, Barry's kind of a brilliant guy. He's, I mean,
he also
smart
had
too.
He had different requirements. He had to channel the energy and
the
material.
He had to make a suit where he didn't fucking burn up when he ran fast.
Yeah, totally.
And like he had the time and resources to
yes.
He moves at this, as fast as he moves, he can make that a lot better. So I don't know.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was like, it's not the same.
No.
There. Sorry. Yeah. Ugh. Anyways.
Well,
Yeah, people. People. I like Lane. Lane's great though. Yeah, I love you, Lane. Don't worry. I was just saying it's not the same. She will get an upgrade. She will. She will get an upgrade. Don't worry.
You know, I had said, you know, when Leslie Grace got cast and there was all manner of controversy about her being cast, I remember one of the hang-ups was whether or not she was going to have the red hair. And I remember from the beginning,
that hair fucking flowing. I love it.
Well, that's the thing. Like from the beginning, and I still maintain they didn't have to give her the red hair.
No,
but since they've decided to, looks great.
It does. I mean, that's part of Babs. That's part of Babs is the red hair, you know. And when they announced, I think it was DC Fandom this past year, they said, "Oh yeah, definitely gonna have the red hair." And then what we've seen, it's full on red hair. I mean, that's just. I think it's always just been that when we watched the '66 Batman, and anytime we knew a Batgirl episode was gonna happen, and when you had the opening credits and you had the fucking she went across, you're like, oh, it's a Batgirl episode, and any young boy was excited for not just because we like
Yvonne Craig.
Yes. But like Ray said, they didn't have to do it. Aquaman was a full-on blonde guy before that. Look at it.
He had little highlights. That's about it.
Yeah, and obviously they did it to like hide her persona, but they did that with MJ and MCU, right? There's not a speck of red hair, and that's like very definitive with MJ, right? Of like the red hair, that's her costume. And for me, I was always like, oh, I wish Zendaya would have done that because you've seen photos of her red hair and she looks great. But they went, no, we're gonna, we want to have this MJ twist that wasn't a twist because stuff gets out and everything like that. But it's very cool that she has the hair. It's fun little comic book accurate things that you go, okay, they're caring, and I appreciate that. So
and right there, Travis, is like that's where you really, a lot of times you see where people are really coming from when they have complaints about this stuff, because like literally, like just it's like, okay, so many concerns that any of us had about how comic accurate to Barbara Gordon this character was going to be. At least 4 of them have been completely eliminated.
Yeah.
By this picture. It's like, okay, this straight off the page in terms of how she looks. She's got the red hair. She's Barbara Gordon. Mm-hmm. She's Commissioner Gordon's daughter. So this is not Alfred's niece, like from Batman and Robin, right?
And that's where like this stuff is always too, like it implies the costume is often a part of like the storytelling. Like even when the Daredevil black like sweatsuit costume from the Marvel show came out, people were upset about that for all sorts of different reasons or whatever. But that costume is so integral to kind of his journey to becoming Daredevil, and then even comes back in season 3, and like, and so. And actually, I think I prefer that costume anyway. And I'm a big Man Without Fear fan. So.
I was gonna say it's a comic accurate one, right? It's like that's what he started with.
And so there's a difference between like, does it look good or does it look right versus like, does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And like for example, like Tom Holland's first Spider-Man suit, I think it looks horrendous. Like it's a terrible suit, like Spider-Man suit, like the one, and he doesn't wear it much in the movie. But like the one that he made himself, it looks awful. But like that's the point. Like it's because he's not, or Tobey Maguire's even his first Spider-Man suit was it's hilarious. It's laughable. Imagine if that leaked and everyone was like, oh, what are they doing with they ruined Spider-Man? It's like, well, no, it's a storytelling point where he doesn't have he doesn't know yet how to make, or he hasn't yet made the other suit. And so I'm not saying like this is going to be like in the movie for 3 seconds. I'm sure if she gets another suit in this movie, it's not going to be until the end. Probably she's not going to get one until like the next movie. But even so, where she is in her story arc as Batgirl, having a motorcycle suit and a carbon fiber helmet that she made herself makes the most sense to me. If she were to show up and have like a more like the gray and black suit or like anything, more sophisticated, I think the people are doing a little bit of reverse engineering here where they're like, I don't like the CW and it looks a little bit like the CW suits, therefore it's a bad suit. When that's not really the order of the logic there. I don't like the CW suits much either, but it's not because they're on the CW. It's because Oliver Queen doesn't need to wear a motorcycle suit as a superhero in the CW. Like he's a billionaire, he can make a proper suit like Bruce Wayne made. And like and so there's things like that. It's not even so much, I know not to get in an argument about the CW again, but the point is not so much to say like one is bad or one is the other, but like I don't think there's storytelling reasons for those suits in that universe. Those suits are those suits because of budget reasons, not because of storytelling reasons.
Exactly.
And here, it's for a storytelling reason. Right. So it's just weird to be like, oh yeah, it does look like a CW suit, but like that's because that's what you do when you don't have Bruce Wayne's budget.
Exactly.
And
you don't
like,
have.
And yeah,
Bruce's
it looks like
money.
cosplay when you have a cosplay budget to work with. And
when your suit is not made by Bruce Wayne or crafted by the gods, or is your cloak when you were a baby from another planet, or was what you inherited underwater when you took the trident from King Atlan, or wasn't aerodynamically built because you're a super speedster, all of the above. Like when it's not that.
Yeah, I mean, we all love the BVS batsuit, but I mean that's 20 years in the making, essentially. What was Batfleck's first batsuit?
It was the first one, right? Yeah.
I know. I've always wondered that. Maybe that's like a question that maybe
I always liked the Mask of the Phantasm.
Yes,
with the ski mask and
the ski mask. Well, that was kind of in Batman Begins, also.
It was.
I'm telling you, Christopher Nolan, like. The fact that me and Scott have been revisiting, Batman the animated. I mean, Christopher Nolan really, I think he took heavily from a lot of the Batman the animated series, and because like Scarecrow episodes, there's just certain episodes you go, there's some parallels right here to Batman Begins and Dark Knight. There's stuff like that you see, but yeah. When you go back to Mask of the Phantasm, there's like a spot where he's just wearing like a tactical suit with a ski mask, and that was in Batman Begins at one point, and so, but yeah, you wonder like what was Batflex like? Was it the same thing? Like how when he was a younger version, but like the suit that we saw, BVS or even JL, whatever you prefer. I mean, that's just him now, where it's 20 years plus of him making something fantastic, and it's looks obviously awesome, but everybody else, they got their suits given to him, except for Barry, of course, but he had to made it because he didn't want to burn alive when he's running. But everybody else got their suits handed to him,
and he can spend the equivalent of 20 years making it in a couple days.
Yeah,
whereas he has that the time and the intelligence, to put that stuff together. But I think the biggest thing is like he needs it. Like she doesn't need the armored suit, and even if she did, is not necessarily going to have the resources or the time to put one together that's as good as what Barry did.
Right.
I'm kind of wondering too when it comes to the Batgirl movie, because I'm remembering the first appearance of Batgirl in the animated series. Going back to the animated series is like. The reason why, like Barbara I think in that episode, I forgot what the title of the episode is. I think it's just when we get introduced to her. It's like she just had to make an appearance just to give people the like, hey, Batman's not around, so I have to take the place just to show that there's a Batman. There's like that people know that there's the Batman's still around, kind of thing,
And someone grabbed her cowl and ripped it, and her hair fell out.
Yeah,
and that's how they knew that it was.
Right.
That's how they knew it was a girl. That's how they knew it wasn't. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm wondering if that takes in play with this. I don't know. It's interesting. It's intriguing. But anyways, I think we should wrap this up right now. We're 4 hours plus into this. It's been a great conversation as per usual, and thank you to Steve Agee for coming on and talking a little bit, about what's going on with him. He was freaking talk about just a fun guy to talk to. I mean, we're right off the bat, he was just easygoing and just, obviously he's a comedian and everything. And please, support that guy wherever he's at. Support him on the on Twitter and everything. And then, of course, watch Peacemaker. If you're up to it, it might not be for you. Give it a chance. If it's not, walk away, move on. Don't tweet about it for a fucking month straight. How bad it is. Anyways,
how no one's talking about it.
I know, which that's not the case. It's always fun, but what can you do? And then of course, thank you to Scott for, of course, jumping into and let's go around the horn. All right, let's go with the geek first, guys. Go ahead, Travis.
You can find me at Travis B. Snail. We're usually doing probably about 3 to 4 casts over there weekly. We do weekly Boba Fett reviews, news, and stuff like that. This week we're doing our first annual actually MCU awards. That's why Taylor's catching up and watching Eternals, because we pretty much do the Oscars, but just MCU. We do that with geek movies as well. That's coming up later, but it's one of our fan favorites. But yeah, just some fun stuff. And I don't know, on my Twitter feed right now, you can see me catching up on Euphoria, because that season 2 premiered, and I keep hearing hype about the show, so I'm gonna watch it. And the soap opera Kid Me is enjoying every second of it. So yeah, I'm catching up on on a teen show right now. That's what's happening.
That's nice. Sorry, I coughed right there. I thought I hit the mute button, but I thought I hit my cough button, but it didn't work. I was like, oh shit, I didn't. So sorry about that. But yeah. All right, Taylor, go ahead.
Oh, yes. You can find me with Travis of the Geekverse, Travis and Kirkland, doing all those fun podcasts, late night shows, reviews, Book of Boba Fett, all that fun stuff. Yeah,
Don't
and I'm on
forget
Twitter.
Cryptic Clues.
I always feel guilty. Like, should I shout that out?
Why? It's a
really,
separate show you do.
It's not really for everyone. Like, not everyone's into like the Bigfoot kind of thing. But I mean, yes, I do host another show called Cryptic Clues with my co-host Ruben. 2 episodes a week, trying to keep
If
it
you're a
consistent,
conspiracy
but,
theorist or you like things like Bigfoot or the sea
Okay,
creatures,
I might tune
listen
into
to
that.
it.
I like that shit. So
Yeah,
there you go,
Taylor,
there you go, right
Taylor
on.
has people that are usually unnamed that have had encounters with people and stuff.
oh,
like
you
that.
have like time travelers from the future.
Not yet. That's a good idea, though.
He'll
I will
post on
try and
Twitter.
find some.
So find some time travelers, man. That's always fun. All right, Ray.
You know where I'm at on Twitter at the Flightcast, trying to argue less and doing an awful job of it. Also, you can find my blog and my weekly podcast at theflightcast.com or wherever podcasts can be found. I'll definitely be talking about the Batgirl costume this week, and everybody's how the rationalizing of the costume and just the umpteenth time that the DCEU has been declared dead since its existence by certain people. So
Peacemaker's killing it right now. I hear he's literally killing the DCU. As
all
we
right,
speak. Yeah.
all right, yes. Show that completely exists within the franchise is trying to kill it. Whatever. But yeah, so there's that, and we still Brent and I we're taking it's going to be a little bit longer before our next episode of Fans Without Borders, because he is off with the family doing some other things. But we'll be back, and whenever Morbius comes out, we'll review it. That was going to be our plan. We were going to review it.
April Fool.
So yeah, but yeah, that'll be in another couple of weeks that we have our next episode of that as well.
Nice. All right, Steven.
I am Stephen Colbert. You can follow me on Twitter at smcolbert, or find my writing at screenrant.com, or listen to my podcast with Andrew Dice at snyderminute.com. And Ray, you should check out, I think the best feature on Twitter is turn on the quality filter. And then there's one where you don't get notifications from people that respond to you unless they follow you. And I tweeted this morning something, I quote tweeted the Peacemaker dance and said something like, because I saw some responses to it, and I said something like, I don't know how to explain this, but if you're triggered by this, maybe you're taking it a little bit too seriously.
Yes.
And then my notifications were fine, and I just whatever went throughout my day, and then someone was like, "Man, people are mad about that." And I was like, what? I looked it up, and the comments were just full of stuff. And I was like, oh man, wasting your time in there, guys.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We are past that. So
cleanse that.
Yeah. Quality filters? Okay.
Yeah, quality. Go into your settings and turn on your quality filter, and you're just don't even. Anyone that shows, it I don't know exactly what the combination is, but it filters out most of the people that you're gonna be like, dude, I don't want to talk to you. It just won't notify you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I need that. Yeah, I need that. Yeah.
Most people just want
throw a knife at Steven.
Yeah.
I liked that tweet, by the way. I did see that tweet earlier. I totally liked that tweet.
Yeah, no, it was you should not be triggered by it. That's very much a representation.
I mean, you don't have to like it, but
no.
It's just, yeah.
You just go, and then you move on.
You should not inspire that much anger out of you.
Yeah. Exactly. There you go, guys. All right. Make sure you smash that like, thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe, join the membership if you want to do that. Patreon, it's all there. Hit that notification bell. Film Junkie Closet down below. All that stuff. Thank you to, of course, Steve Agee for joining. That was nice talking to him. And then, of course, thank you to everybody at the panel: Scott, Travis, Taylor, Ray, Steven, everybody. It's been fun, and we'll see you next week.